que é o 1x, 1,5 e 2x. Então é 21, 41, 42. De resto aqui também eu uso no padrão aqui, é claro, tem seus controles ali, tipo, acho que o que eu mais uso de diferente aqui é que eu agacho no espaço. Geralmente o pessoal que vem de console aí costuma usar os botões mais diferentes. E na acessibilidade aqui eu uso a minha cor de mira verde com 100% de opacidade e o tremor de tela aqui que eu deixo no off, que é muito melhor quando cair uma granada ou estourar uma bit do teu lado, tua tela não vai tremer. Salve rapaziada, esse foi aqui um videozinho mostrando as minhas configs. Obrigado por assistir, acompanhem o Major e tamo junto.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just gotta take their soul, like, you just gotta destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
If we talk about M80, obviously, in the most recent WrestleMania, they picked up Iconic and then bring Sploit over.
Sometimes you have to let go of players that you care a lot about. It's the result of all the things that we put into it is the winning. That's what you get at the end.
Living with each other is probably one of the best experiences of my life. We're like a big family. Those guys are my best friends.
I joined this roster because of one reason, and that's winning.
You just gotta take their soul, like you just gotta destroy them.
Top it. Yeah, let's go. Come on.
No matter what team you are, no matter how good you have been, if you're not good in the present, you will lose everything.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but yeah, tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Moms and dads, get ready for an adventure with Chowtown, a new and exciting Roblox game proudly brought to you by Nedbank. In Chowtown, your kids can create and grow their own restaurant business from scratch, serving up delicious South African dishes to hungry customers and striving to become the ultimate takeaway boss. Get your kids to experience Chowtown today, to play, learn, and earn with Nedbank.
This is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro out here, and it's massive.
Trying to get ahead of it. Spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. Three go for VP.
Everything falls to Sploit down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No matter.
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets to ace to 1v4. Esk is trapped in a corner.
But next, he collects one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2. It looks like there's one left standing. It's Volps against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet. Are they going to be able to close this out?
It is another Saifu, Thumbs, Chronic. At least you guys are earning your drops. Hello, Mr. Enoughy Man. Sorry, I think I've got a cold coming along. My nick is in I'm sorry, I don't understand. Hello, Dexterous Ash.
It's time.
Oh, I'm tired.
To make history.
I finished my video for Siege. It took a long time. I was so stressed about it. In English? What about English? My nick in English is Beetle. Oh, my nickname. Ah. Well, thank you. And let me do that. Where are you from? I'm going to say hello to all of you now. I'm so sorry. I just had to help the family a little bit. We ordered some pizza. Oh, you're from Poland. Nice. You guys are going to spend your channel points. We're going to see who's going to win, G2 or W7M. It's going to be crazy. I only watched that clip. I was out for my daughter's birthday, remember? I'm nou weer gou kom hallo sê. Niemand gaan jou kan sien nie, kom. Kom. Amanai doesn't want to come say hello to all of you. I said to her that you all wished her a happy birthday yesterday. She got a tattoo today. Scripture on her back in Spanish or something. Without love, I'm nothing. No, I don't have COVID. Well, I fucking... I went out last night and it was cold. So I think I might just have smoked too much and drank too much. That's all. I don't know. My wife ordered. Oh, sorry, dude. How's it going? Are you working on the weekend? Well, it's the major. I want to get to 20 hours broadcast, so we have to do 5 hours or 6 hours today, and then 4 hours minimum tomorrow. Mustache on fire today? Thank you. At the place we were, what was it called? 2.5 Amigos or something. Lots of people, lots of guys were giving me compliments about it too.
Duluth, a challenge was put forth.
Yeah, Cypher it is. W7M is amazing. I think this is going to be G2's first real match.
Four teams answered the challenge. Europe ate itself alive trying to deliver us one contender, and the entirety of Brazil stepped up and gave us their
me. Hello,
best.
Kimmy, how's it going?
Now we whittled those 4 contenders down to just 2
I think
challengers.
That's a trap.
This is semi-final Saturday of the Rainbow Six Atlanta Major.
Rainbow Six Atlanta Major. Everyone's looking spiffy.
I'm glad there were a couple people that opted to stop in early after seeing North America get heartbroken yesterday. Hi Atlanta, how we doing? We still doing okay?
Hello, Mrs. Bananoffy
You got
woman.
confused. You went from booze
Hope
about
you're doing well.
and then getting knocked out to I guess
Is
we're
that,
still
just let
doing
me know
okay.
if the
I'm
broadcast
Caliber
is too
Jacob. He's
loud or
Jesse
anything
Jick.
like that.
He is Jack Fresh on Desk Allen. Can we get a round of applause for the analysts, please? These guys kill it every week.
Oh. Thank you very
Jesse,
much,
we didn't get to
Kimmy.
work much yesterday, but I hear those last 2 games of the day were bangers, even if they didn't go our way.
Oh, they certainly were,
Oh,
Jacob.
thank you, Kimmy. 4 months. Can you believe it? The time flies, eh? It feels like we met you just the other day. Only a pleasure, Enoughy man. Yes, did you guys see? Right? I'm going to turn this down a little bit so I can hear.
SSG game because the kind
If it's okay, I want to talk to you guys. So I saw recently. Whoa! Holy moly! Thank you very much, Enoughy man. Thank you to you and your wife. I'm sure she had to give you the go ahead, but thank you very much. That's kind of you. I'm grateful. Thank you very much. Oh, my alerts are broken. Now we're going to hear it 5 times.
certainly going to create some interesting conundrums, not just for us to figure out who to
Let me quickly log in there and see if it's... Oh, is it working now? It was only once. Nope, it's broken. If I could give you guys advice, never start streaming. Just make YouTube videos from the beginning. Just record and edit videos. I'm serious.
All 20 of our participants now locked down for the biggest dance of next year. So really, what you're fighting for is a major trophy and
Recent events. Okay.
moolah as you can carry back home.
I want to tell you something that I saw. Okay, so it looks like a person from the UK. His name is Eddie Hyper or something like that. I can't remember exactly. So he was asking for content creators from all kinds of countries, and South Africa was included, and he was giving away the Vault editions for Call of Duty. And one of my friends, Connor, I've read it out to him a few times, Raging Savage, he said, "Boss, send this guy a message. You're a great dude. Ask him for a code." And I said to him, "Thank you. Thank you for considering me and all that good stuff." But I chose not to do it. I don't know how many codes this guy gave away, but it's 1,800 Rand. So what is that? 90 pounds? $90? Something like that for that edition of that game? Maybe $100? Yeah, it's $100, right? That thing. And I chose to not do it because someone else is they'll be able to make more, have a benefit from it, you know, because I'm never going to play it. So yeah, I just wanted to tell you guys. I don't know how it works really. Is it gaming marketing or something? I don't know, but yes. Super hectic. You're starting to stream next month, moving into the new pad. Okay, well, get separate audio tracks. You just Google that. It's a Win something plugin install that's so that you can have your game, your microphone, Discord all separately. So that works nice. So you can adjust everything different to what the viewers hear to what you hear. And then yeah, alerts. You're also streaming again tonight, Kimmy? Sure. I just have to be here for this major. We're gonna absolutely try our best to watch both best of fives. It's gonna best of three, sorry. Yeah. Boss, I died on Friday after writing physics.
Who are you saying wins it then? For me, it's got to be FaZe Clan.
Are you speaking to us from the grave? Yes, that wind capture plugin or whatever. It's a Gaming Careers made a video that with a link to the thing. Just Google it, you'll be fine. But use that. And Amused, make sure you get a light. Not a cheap shit light is gonna be okay. Okay, it will be fine, but absolutely get a light. You're still dead. Okay, well, Domine Patri Filii Spiritus Sancti.
I think we like that bet.
How can I don't have a strong hairline. My hair's thin as fuck, boy. It's thin. Look. Look up here.
I can't envision that in my head.
It's always been skinny like that. Hey, Young Menace, I'm good, thanks, and you? Sorry, let me turn up this broadcast a little bit.
The one from yesterday as a very basic preview. We can start with G2, considering we just can't seem to get enough of them. Yesterday, they had the 2-0 win over BDS. Bit disappointing for
I'm so sad that BDS didn't make it through the 6 Invitational. Only 3 EU teams on the 6 Invitational. It's crazy. Maybe they can invite the wild card. Remember, guys, years ago they invited G2 after winning, and they didn't win anything. Do you guys remember? Hello, Mark. How's it going? My hairline starts in the middle of my head. Well, there is. Well, you know what you could do? What's it called? It's a roller that has a derma roller, Mark. I've seen people use it and it is effective. Where you roll and you use like some sort of lavender and something oil and it will assist. There's also hair care products. My wife actually sells them. She works for an Australian, South African company importing Australian products. That does help.
We'll get to specifically the matchup against W7.
What's it called?
They had to play GK Esports yesterday, and a result
that she gave me some of it.
So close to actually seeing Mina go all the way to a semifinal.
DS
but in the end,
Laboratories,
it's just
I
true that
think.
the Kings of Copenhagen really rocked up, ready to go.
Yeah, I think it was a very sloppy game all in all. Both teams really struggling with their attacks, but it was also a very, very exciting
Yeah,
game.
you need to do that.
I
Derma
think,
roller,
GK managed to
and
nearly
then
get back from
the
6-0
shampoo,
down
and
to,
there's like a product that you
competitive
spray.
inside of that
Yeah,
very first
gotta
map,
do that.
win out the second, take us to
And
map
stop
3, and I
wearing
think
caps.
on the
if you
balance
can.
of it, when you looked at this game before any siege had been played on the main stage, you might have said this was a bit of a sleeper and a W7M easy victory.
What do you mean,
didn't
Mark?
transpire to be
The
that.
Foresee
W7M
redeem
had
his
to work
case. Well,
very hard
apparently he
to
sent a message. I'm waiting for him to actually send me a message on Twitch so I can see the exact same name. I know Faifu or someone found him, and he did respond.
the reigning major champions. It wouldn't feel right if they didn't get at least top 4.
Well, we'll just keep that Brazilian train rolling right along because Los won quarterfinal number 3 yesterday over Dark
Lost in
Zero,
time, but I
and it
want him to
also
type in
included the
Twitch.
first
So at least we know he's in the
of this
Discord, but I want to make sure that he's got the exact same name. I don't want someone else to get it by, you know. I want everything to be above board.
And Dark Zero
I won't ban you for sharing TikToks on the Discord. We've got the clips and highlights channel, Mark. You can share anything as long as they're not leaks. Just don't share leaks.
castle setups, doing a ton of neat things that they really hadn't ever shown before.
But technically, if after tomorrow, when the reveal happens, then nothing is leaks anymore. Then it's just stuff. So then you can share that as well. Get people's opinions, all that kind of stuff.
By beating Dark Zero yesterday, they earned that.
Yeah.
Hello, Gaijin. I remember you. You were here yesterday for the first time from Nelspread. There we go. Did you guys see there's a new trailer as well? Thunderbird goes with Tubaro, Capitao, Tubarao. That's how you pronounce it, Tubarao. They go to Deimos' lair for some rescue. I haven't watched it. It's an animated thing. Make sure you guys go check it out on Twitter.
And it wasn't just quality of how good the players are. That game was almost 2 straight overtime maps, and they also sustained a consulate loss to get past the All-American team.
Yeah, I think for FaZe, they play very, very good Siege. There's
Not a
no
good
denying
memory.
that
I wrote it next to your
maybe a
name.
bit too arrogant. Maybe, you know, G'ing the crowd up and a bit too confident in their own plays.
Yeah.
Obviously getting that, you know, the reverse sweep on the map.
I remember you telling me what it was, what it meant, but I can't remember.
And they just about got it done. It was only just though.
Yeah, we hyped up FaZe as this beast of an attacking team, and they are.
Oh my god, they just funnel through the door?
Space Station, when the crowd was roaring against them, when Space Station Gaming were in their heads, we saw round
What
after round
tournaments?
after round choke out for FaZe Clan. Now, it didn't last to the end of the series. Eventually, we got to round 12 on Clubhouse.
I've only got
and
like
FaZe
2 or 3
shut
games
it
in.
down,
Amused
but it did
my
get a little
friend
bit scary, and for
and
FaZe
don't
Clan,
play.
they're hoping to not have a heart attack like that through the rest of the tournament.
And I think a lot of people here,
Except
even
if you're
though
currently
FaZe Clan
playing
is a
right
pretty
now. Hello,
well-respected
Rejected.
team
How's it
usually,
going?
all it took was Vidaking standing up and pointing at the FaZe logo a couple
Siege would be
times,
cool
and
if it had a
everyone
story
started
mode, yeah.
booing.
Outcast, there we go. New Gaijin.
Confuse the hell out of him because he's used to playing the villain. So if they start cheering him, he's gonna be like, "What's going on?"
Yeah, you're not wrong, and maybe they will because
Oh,
I think
there's
for that
only 2
second game,
matches
the
today.
allegiances of this crowd will get
E2
tested
versus
just a little bit,
WM7.
but I have a feeling I know who they're going to be cheering
And-
for our very first semifinal. It's W7M and G2. Let's go.
And then the late one is FaZe Clan versus
that I want to
Los.
play the most against. I think we have to watch out about Doki.
So yeah, I want to hit 20 hours of broadcast
I think
time.
a lot of people like struggle against W7M's playstyle, but not us. Like I think
Ooh.
it suits us because it's really similar to our playstyle. We understand how they play.
Our tactics
But yes,
in this
Amuse,
meta
remember what I
is
told you,
better
fucking buy a
better
light.
than anyone else right now.
Even a
We
shit
don't
camera
depend
will
on
look good
only
with
one
good
player.
lights.
So
I've
I
got
think
2
that's
big
the
fucking
advantage.
Elgato
I
key
don't
lights,
see any
and
other
I've got
team
2
like
lights in the
us, like,
corners
we have
illuminating my
5
green screen.
Very skilled players.
2 little shit lights, but they work fantastic. I just need the corners to have light.
No. W7M, I don't think they can beat us. 'Cause
I
they're just scared.
I don't have any experience with it, Amused, but if it's one of those round ones, you can put it behind your monitor, you want to illuminate your face, it's going to work. Do you like the look of the new op boss? Hosty, from what I've seen on the Twitter post, let me show you, before I say something I'm not supposed to.
9
Do this
months
together.
ago, they met to determine who would be the next world champion. Today, they meet again, but not to play in a grand final, just for the right to go to one in the first place.
I'm gonna be with you now.
W7M and G2 are only less than a year removed from that contest, and now they're on main stage again. And
It's
even if the
Ubisoft
stakes are
UK.
different,
Sorry,
you
Rainbow
can
Six Siege UK.
guarantee
Ubisoft
both teams will
UK.
be fighting as if the whole damn world is on the
Let
line.
me do that.
You gotta believe it, Jacob. This feels like a grand
Ubisoft
finals
UK
in
is
the semi.
fantastic, by the way,
Obviously,
man.
these
They're
two
always
teams
doing
battled
cool
out for the
stuff.
World Championship, and while W7M were the favorites
Or was
for
it
many
Rainbow Six
people
Siege
back at
UK?
the
It has to be.
Invitational, G2 pulled off a ridiculous 3-0 finals to shut them down. G2
Sorry.
this event and throughout the stage have also been looking incredible.
I'm gonna be with you
They're
now.
on a
Sorry, we'll continue the
14-map
discussion
winning
now.
streak through the open quals, the closed quals, and now
so-
here in Atlanta, they've been 2-0ing every
I
opponent in best
saw
of threes. They've been dominating in
Kudos
best of ones.
retweet
They're
an
looking
official
red hot
tweet.
coming in
Let me
against
just check.
W7M.
I don't
Yeah,
want
and
to do the
think
wrong
thing on
thing.
that is
Yeah,
they
here
looked
it
a little
is.
bit shaky, obviously, when Fabian left and they changed.
So this is
down
the
from Blair
this
as
is the
well.
new
And they ended
operator.
up, you know, betting in Uno, betting in Romalio, and it was kind of
So yes,
three
he
different
looks
styles
cool.
all trying to bet in at once. They found that formula, and it seems to
Take
be
a lot
working
ring
out
light
perfect.
works
But
too.
it's just,
Yes,
it's been a little bit sad
any light
that
will be better
G2
than no
had
light.
Fabian as a coach, and then they decide, you know what? The thing we have to do to go back to the well is grab a Brazilian coach.
Yes,
And I
Halo.
think
That's
it could
exactly
work
like
because
that.
They're
Yes.
competing against Brazilian teams to be the best. So
I'll
now
try that
Romallo
tip
has to
for
come in and
lighting,
basically turn
boss.
this G2 squad into a Titan killer.
I'll use
Well,
my
and if you look
load
how
shedding
G2
lights
played,
might
how
be
they
too
won Six
strong.
Invitational, they took a theory that Brazil had,
Sometimes
how
you'll
Brazil
have to
played. In
diffuse
terms of
them with a
split
piece
theory,
of
they
paper
applied
or
it to
something like that
European
on
team
them.
and a European
Like
style.
for instance,
So
my
adding
lights are
Romalio
now
in
set to
is only gonna further
20%,
bolster
right?
that,
This is
and I think that is why
30%
they're looking so
brightness. This is
Yeah, we've seen
15.
W7M, I think, throughout the past, especially at that
let me show
Copenhagen
you.
major where they won, coming with really strong attacks. You know, they come through, they managed to push from all different angles. They're very well coordinated. And notably at that Copenhagen major, who wasn't there to shut them down? Well, G2 didn't really have that same
Seems to
run
be
up
okay.
against them. So coming through, G2 facing against them is going to have a big job to do to shut down those pushes.
So yeah, always
Looking
lights.
at the stats
Lights,
so far,
lights are
they
priority.
have been ridiculous. Wow. 59% attacking win rate, the best in the tournament. 75% defending win rate, the best in the tournament. 58% recovery. That means
Yes,
they
I have
lose
two.
the
I have
opening
the
pick.
30
They have a
button one. 1, 2,
58%
3,
chance
4,
of winning
5,
the round,
6,
at least going
8,
by
16,
previous
17,
data.
32, and then the
That is an
12,
absurd number to have.
15.
Even conversion, 73% winning almost three-quarters
I'm
of
gonna
those
use
rounds.
the
They've
one
been
on
absolutely
my
incredible
on this
across the
PC,
board,
and I'm
top to
gonna
bottom.
use
G2
the
have been
big
good
one
in every
on
single
the
category,
gaming
and
PC
that's
when I
why they're
build
scary
it.
to
I
watch.
think
I love
I
the
can't
idea
help
that
but to
Jesse's
think that
just,
everything's gonna be here
speaking
Monday,
these stats verbatim,
which means
and
we're
Fresh is
probably
just over
gonna
here going, yeah, we did
build
that.
it
Yeah, we
Tuesday,
did
but
that.
it could be
I was
later.
trying to work out if I was
The latest it will arrive is on Wednesday. So
but I think the one thing that underpins that, like I say, is the good strategy, but also the vibes within the team. So don't underestimate how important Alamau is within that team.
Oh,
because
thank
he's the
you,
agile. He's the
Banoffee,
one that
man.
controls it. When his vibes are good and when he's agiling very well,
It's just been a long time, you know what I mean? The most important thing is
he hasn't had any inconsistency problems
lights,
this tournament.
cameras.
Even when he does, that's when G2 will find some issues.
But even if
You
G2
need a
are
good
performing
monitor.
really well, the thing you have to do is get W7M to stumble. The only team.
But if you
that managed to get
upgrade little
W7M
bits here and there, and you get things that are gonna last you.
Now you
Like
have to
for
find a
instance,
way
one
to
of
make it
these
work with a
lights.
squad that, yeah, while G2 are performing very well, it can
I
be
don't
argued
know.
that
I don't know how much it
W7M's
is.
missteps are now very firmly a thing of the past.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if you look at W7M across, you know, Copenhagen
It's very
and
expensive.
this tournament, they're pretty much putting
It's
everything
incredibly
in front of them. They're just
expensive,
sweeping it
actually.
away. I think the changes that they made post SI, adding in Nade, adding
But it
in
makes a mess, and I
Philippe
use it for work as
certainly
well.
helped elevate them. Not that they had bad players before at all, but they've really found the kind of string together. Because I know that Philippe, when he adds in on the shot calling, he forces them
So
to
yeah,
be
I've got
aggressive. He
2 of
forces
these
them to do
cameras.
some of this crazy, wonderful
Then
stuff
2 of
in
these
terms of their
lights.
strategy. And it just adds to the all-round team much more.
I have this green
Talked about
screen,
W7M's attack and how they in Copenhagen were extremely dominant on those
and then I have an
pushes.
HD
This event,
60s.
though, it feels like their attacks have kind of been getting figured out.
Yes.
They only have a 45% attacking win rate. That's below half. It's way below what we saw from G2, and a lot of that's coming from the early
No,
game.
it's not nothing to do with
42%
confidence. You
attacking
just get
entry,
used to it. That's all.
27% attacking recovery. Meaning
You just
when they
get
lose
used
those
to
opening
it.
picks, which is relatively often.
Yeah, the
they're
light.
not able to put
I
those
used to
rounds
have
back.
one,
I
and
think
then
what
I
we've seen
mounted
from
the
teams
camera
is they've done
on
a
the
great
light
job
with
of
like
getting in the
a.
face
You
of
get
them,
like
disrupting those
extensions and
setups
whatever.
that
It's
W7M
called
wants
a.
to do to push forward with all their
Flex
players
arm
into
or
the
some
bomb site.
shit.
The
But that was very
only
nice. I had the
W7M
light right in front of me,
through the entirety
and
of Atlanta
then
so far
I would
is when they played
have the
VP,
camera
a
on
team
it.
notorious for not getting over aggressive, not
And
swinging,
then,
getting in your face so much. They're going to play their defaults. And they're
I
going to play
bought
them
a
well.
second
So
light
if we
to
see G2
illuminate the
emulating
green
the style of
screen
GK
better,
and
because
like
that's
many other
actually what it's for.
And getting aggressive.
Yes, we're going to stream the full build. I'm going to flip this monitor around and a stream deck with a mouse and keyboard so I can type and do my things. Hello, Krusty. And I'm going to put an overhead camera for us, and I'm going to put one on the side. I don't know yet exactly, but we will do a full
I thought this was one of the most
stream.
creative rounds of Siege I've ever seen yesterday. So it's
What do you mean?
W7M
On a
GK
Saturday night?
Oregon.
Krusty, it
Now,
is.
They're going to open the double window.
I hope you're doing well, my friend.
Window with the glass and the Capital, and they're going to try and push the Blitz up the white stairs for the plant. And I thought this was a really creative way to try and get a plant off.
Yes, Krusty, that G2 as army play was probably the smartest thing I've ever seen. Right? Fucking plant the bomb, close the window, they can't do
Like I
shit.
said, when their front three has been a bit misaligned on a default attack, they've not looked good. When they've done stuff like this, they've looked very good. Now,
Yeah, I can't wait to build it either.
because Hisham makes one of the best individual plays
I think that's one of the highlights of the year for me, Krusty. I'm so proud of GK. Did you see Triple Esports released Guards and Overkin? But they do say like the next big thing, so I hope something happens for them.
And you're going to see Nade here just about doesn't switch quick enough. He gets rid of the first set of keeper barriers, but the second set that comes
We don't know. If I get everything tomorrow, I'll unbox it for you guys while we're live. That night, I'm gonna swap. I'm gonna swap the current CPU in this PC for my Ryzen 9 again. So this PC will become the stream PC. And I'll clean up the CPU because I want to sell the Ryzen 7 5800. And then we're gonna build that thing, and it's got lots of lights and shit, and it freaks me out. You can see in your notification tab who donated for you, but I can't remember who it was. But yes, if you can find out and say thank you to them, that would be fantastic. Thanks, my friend.
left it open, and they had to know G2 would pick into it.
Oh my goodness. Consulate Oregon Cafe.
Well at it through this tournament, so they've picked straight into that one.
Yeah, 3-0 since the map came out. They've been
Those
extremely
lights in
dominant.
South Africa, the
W7M,
cheapest
as you
place is
mentioned,
Eve
banning a
Tech.
ton coming into Atlanta.
But you
They
don't
have
need
avoided
that.
banning it a couple of matches here at the end of
Don't buy
Atlanta.
that big
They've
one.
still never played it throughout their entire
Like if you're not going to use it for photography or video or stuff, then you don't need it. I use my lights for the office.
To win this invitational.
I actually bought a second one so it's easier to take it off and take it to the office. Now I just use both.
Some days they're going to look awful. And I think
But yeah, normal ring light.
and that's where they picked
It's adjustable, it's good.
W7M's map
Like
ban phase, a
warm
little
and
bit
cool.
interesting here to me. The fact they banned that
What do you
bank
need?
is very, very strange because they have historically been a great bank team, and G2, their banks have been very inconsistent. You know, G2 on bank, they've had some struggles.
Has GK also played so many matches, Krusty?
So far this stage, they ban it
They
first
played
anyways,
5.
and they go for this pick here on Oregon. Comfortable map, they do love it, but it'll be interesting to see if that is the right call.
Now, the Decider of Cafe is a good one as well because both teams attack the map in a very split way, very away from what you would see as a default.
W7 is on fire, by the way. The closest they got to a loss was 7-5 versus BDS.
If we get there, that's going to be an absolute barn burner.
W7M, a 6-1 record
Well,
on
don't have a
Cafe
charm
this
yet,
season.
my friend.
G2, 7-1.
7-1.
Just slightly better. Gentlemen, real quick, before we jump to game, predictions?
Sure.
Jesse, what do you
Did
think?
you guys
Listen,
vote, by the way?
stats are
We're doing
great.
votes
Everything they've
each
done
map.
so far has been amazing, but they've yet to play a team anything like W7M. I think this is the best team in this half of the bracket. I think they're taking it.
Well, but you need a nice mouse pad, something personalized.
The facts don't lie, Jacob.
Make sure if you buy one,
Well, North America.
you can use my code and get 15% off. The guy's name is, what's his name?
We need to join together right now to support the one team.
Can't remember his name. He's
against
very,
our
very
fellow
friendly,
overlords.
very nice guy.
It's G2.
Of course he's going G2. He's EU. I don't know why it freezes. It's not us. Stayed up until 2 a.m. to watch DZ lose. Yeah, in those circumstances, you just open it up on your phone, put it upside down, and go to sleep. 2 o'clock's too late. What's going on, man? Yeah, look, everyone's saying F. Fresh broke the internet. Okay, so it's not us. Probably a good idea not to read what they say in chat. They're just for terms of service, you know. Currently playing on a PS5. So what you need to buy is an HD60S or X capture card. Run that into a laptop and run your stream on that. That's the best way to do it. Don't try and... You can stream directly, but it's going to make your life very difficult. Buy an HD. I've got an HD... I'm still using it. Yesterday's game wasn't... Literally, the stream is offline. You guys see this? Okay, well, guys, thank you very much for coming. The rest of the stream will be me eating pizza and answering your questions. Let me tell you, I can't wait to eat it. Hello, Catharsis Reaper. How is it going? It is 7:32 for me. This is the latest many of you have ever seen me. Somewhere to get the detail. Yeah, but you can message me on the Discord. That's not a problem. But this is the one you want. I think it's at EveTech. HD 60S. That's it. S or X, I can't remember. Mine's an S, it's the previous version. And then you get an X, it's a newer one. Kind of addicted to Fortnite right now. Ach, don't worry, everyone makes mistakes. But also, you can enjoy whatever you want, it doesn't matter. If you're enjoying it, that's perfectly... The channel is down. All the channels are down. What's going on here?
They came here through LCQ,
How
and
am I-
now they are in touching distance of this trophy. They went away for a while, but now they are well
Okay, we're
and
back.
truly back again. It's G2!
You see, the seats aren't full yet. Do you guys see that? Maybe it's full for the grand finals. I don't know. I think it's too expensive for most people to attend. Look how empty it is, man. Oh my god, we do really love a game that has not enough people that know how good it is. No, they just make stuff that's really good. You buy things that are gonna, like my mic stand is a Rode, because it's a fantastic mic stand.
Hold on. We're gonna do this.
Do research before you buy anything.
May I?
Read reviews. Take your time. Don't impulse buy whenever.
I feel cool like you can. You are on
Maxed out my battle pass in 3 days. Nice.
right now. I think it's 13 map wins, 13 series wins on the bounce. Momentum is well and truly on your side, and you are going
Let's see
to
what
need
you guys
it
voted.
against one of the best teams going right now.
Yeah, quote unquote, the best teams, but we beat them on the SI final. I'm sure we are way more ready for them than
Sure.
on this match, so feeling confident.
Yeah, and that's quite a sweet rematch to have. You know, it's almost like the grand final before the grand final.
LMO,
You personally, you're on fire right now. How much do you think you can get in the heads of these Brazilians? I know that you know them very well. I could see you behind the scenes.
I think so too.
Exchanging a bit of back and forth.
I
Is
will.
there anything you want to say to them
Reaper, we
before
will.
get into
Don't
this?
you worry. You'll get
I
that
mean,
back.
I live
Trust
in
me.
their heads, even Herd is trying to be me.
GT had so many clutches against BDS. Did you guys remember the Six Invitational Astralis? You know, it was the roster that
To add this trophy here to your collection.
Forrest and those guys who played for Astralis. Those guys clutched so many rounds, it's crazy. Bit much with the glasses. Ah, Steve, how do I say that thing out again?
Your seat with the rest of G2.
Airs out the windy, or how do I say that again, Steve? I gotta remember.
Definitely some serious fan support here. It is now time to bring out their opponents. They are looking to make history here in Siege, and they think
That's a
that
big chain.
tomorrow
I
night, the first ever
don't think I've ever worn a
back-to-back
chain like that.
Champions of majors here in Siege will be.
I just wear a watch and a ring, and that's it. Hello, Dan. How are you? These guys are incredible, by the way. You can never. There's 3 teams in the final, in the semifinals from Brazil. Okay, they are the best at Siege, the most consistent, I would say. The Astralis had a great time at the Charlotte Major as well. Okay, maybe that's the one I'm thinking about, Cypher, because here they had a lot of clutches. Hello, Entity. How's it going? No need to apologize. Happy you're home safe. Yeah, but I mean, look how many teams have qualified from Brazil, from South America, yeah. It happened in the last major as well, okay.
Felipox, you've said many times that you want G2. Now you've got him.
Yeah, we got them, and then today we are going to kill them.
Whoa!
You're going to kill him. What does Atlanta think about that? The B7M going to kill G2?
Yeah, most probably. I love
You've got your
G2.
supporters here as well,
Okay,
Felipe
G2 is my favorite
Does
team.
it
I
concern
fear
you all that,
W7M.
You know,
I fear
of course,
it.
there are no NA teams left here standing, and now G2
Her
are gonna
bum's
have a lot
out
of
the
vocal
window.
support going into this semi-final.
Her bum's
yeah,
out the
yesterday
window.
The crowd was against us too, We are
Tell me,
kind of used to
Entity.
that in every tournament we played, so that's not a big deal.
You were not part of the roster when they took down W7M.
W7M
in
always looks
Montreal
good.
at SI in the grand finals. But I imagine that you are going to want to help get some revenge there for your teammates, right?
Yeah, like I said yesterday,
What do you mean, do we have any teams, Dexterous? South Africa? No.
Well, they are sitting right there. None of them have got their headphones on right now. That means they can hear you. What do you want to say to G2?
Yeah, G2 beat them in the Six Invitational, but Krusty, Cypher, you know it's on the day.
Go get into position for Lee Pox. What a semi-final this is to kick things off. And who
I don't know why. Maybe he had sunglasses on just for the interview with LMO. Got different rosters now. Oh.
Take it away, boys. I love you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, look how good Ace and Diz look.
That rematch of the Six Invitational.
Ace is also a friend of the stream, if you guys didn't know. During the Six Invitational, he came here and he spent time with us. I think he watched a full match or two with us during the Six Invitational. Wonderful, wonderful guy. He's also a Siege dad.
We invite you.
Oh, I need to turn off that giveaway.
Punch your tickets because they can do this today. We all believe they can, but it's not going to be easy against W7M.
Even before NA went out yesterday, there was a lot of support in this room for G2, and I've absolutely no doubt that that's
Ace.
But as
Well, that's fine.
Latam teams really don't mind being on the other
Okay,
side of the
I've
table
got a lot of
either.
stuff to read. Sorry, I need to turn this off quick. Chatbot. Crust, Cypher, you'll help me look out for Fossey, right? Please.
Absolutely loved it. And Philippe said it there. We're used to going to event after event.
I know we
after
tagged
event
him. I
where
am
we're the
something
bad
of
guys.
his
We're the villains. We're the ones
lost
that
in
everyone
time.
wants to see lose, and they don't care, Tim.
But I want to make
They're
sure
out
it's the
here bringing
correct
energy, as
person,
we
you know
saw
what I mean?
yesterday.
Just in case.
Admittedly, GK gave him a bit of a run for their
A
money.
lot of
but
the empty
this is a
seats, yeah,
whole
but
different kettle of fish coming up
I'm not.
against G2, and they've been in this
Six
situation
Invitational sold out, that
You
we
look
know.
back at their record, they've played
Yeah,
each
does
other
South Africa have any
4
teams?
times.
No, none.
G2 won the
Last
one that
night I was
mattered
out
the
with
most. They
mates
won
and
that best of 5.
my friend
But
was
the last
looking
best of 3
at my
they
watch
played
and
each other
accidentally
against
broke
back
it.
in W7M were the winners.
He then felt so bad that he gave me his watch that's 10 times more expensive than my one.
Seem to win volume. G2 seem to win when it really
Oh,
matters.
Entity, give it back to him, shame. Just forgive him, it's fine.
You know, we can look into
Fossey did message in the Discord, I just want to make sure that it's the right guy.
We've covered 4 grand finals.
I want him to type in Twitch chat so I can see the exact same name. I want to see the same name.
So we seem to be a bit of a good luck charm for the Latam teams. So, you know, who knows which stat is going to ring true today. But
It's kind of like the monkey's paw, right? Yeah. You always get banging games, you get long ones like the Berlin final, but it does always have Latam teams making it
That's
towards
true,
that
Krusty.
And so today, again,
It's still, isn't it like 11 a.m.? Right? I think it is, right, Krusty? It's 11 in the morning where they are.
W7M come in.
Fuck, most gamers only. Now they turn onto their left side and just remember stay sleeping. And they were up very late last night until 2 in the morning, I think.
We saw, you know, the one that rings true to us, obviously,
Last
is
in time to confirm, at least he doesn't respond and find a second
the
one.
Mexico major, there was the huge
Oh, yeah,
semi-final
okay.
there as well. So, you
Can
know, we've had some big
Krusty,
games in semi-finals, and I
didn't
just
send him a
get the
message.
feeling with the way that we've seen these two teams come through, G2 and W7M, you know, phase aside,
Do
these
that.
have been two of the best teams that we've seen at this tournament so far, and if they can both show up and deliver today, we might well just get a bit of that overtime you've spoken about. We might just get some of that exciting back and forth, and I'll tell you what, I've been looking forward to this one all morning. I can't wait to get going.
You're throwing like Alamau coming up against the Brazilians as well.
Yep,
He's the
100%.
Brazilian that everyone from Brazil
Okay, I
loves
sent
to
him a
hate as
DM.
well. You know, I asked actually Titan yesterday, I was saying, how is he perceived
Hopefully,
really amongst Brazilians? And he said, you know,
it's,
a good
yeah.
chunk love him, a good chunk, would you say hate him? They're against him because he's on the enemy team. How can he possibly
Well,
be
the
someone that they can
predictions
back
have
up?
closed. Do you guys want me to
by the same
quickly
token,
refund and you'll vote again? I'm gonna do that. Let's do that. Everyone's here. The match is about to start.
On the stage, a 13
We're gonna
win streak
do.
for G2, a 13 series win streak as well. If they hadn't dropped
Is
the
this
map
thing?
Secret during LCQs, 21 maps in a row, G2 would be currently sat at. So Secret have got a lovely little token to hold the hand up and say, we were the ones who broke that win streak. But there's just so many stories coming into this game that you could fill library shelves with the stuff.
Well, this is it. The blip that G2 seem to have through stage 2 seems to, you know, it's long behind them. They've certainly shown, you know, a good mental resilience and whatever.
Okay, 5 minutes to vote. This is for the first map. I also changed the wording. Yeah, sci-fi. We gotta check. I did tell Fossey now he needs to type in Twitch chat.
After this one, I'm sure.
Ready for their flight home on
Yeah,
Monday.
this
All
is
the
for the
teams do hang
first
around
map.
for the weekends, of
So
course,
I
and to
told
witness this
Fossey to
absolute
please send me. He's got to type in Twitch chat so I can confirm his identity.
Because you're looking at this and thinking, oh, it's semi-final Saturday. Ian is getting in my head clearly with these lines that he keeps on bringing up. But there's just so many chances here.
I don't know what the map is.
Instead, they're consigned to
Consulate?
this one play out instead.
Consulate. Consulate.
Well, here we go then. It's time to get into it. We've got G2, we've
Oregon.
got W7M, we've got a map to play as it's Consulate. There's only
Cafe.
one thing left to do. And that's to see who comes out on
Pleasure,
top.
don't worry.
When it looks
Get
at
your
the
votes in.
social
See if you can
prediction,
win
it's
some
gonna be
points.
G2 favoured. They always have a very good
What's my
backing, a very
prediction?
good fan base, so that's not too much of a surprise.
G2.
But I get the feeling there's going to be some heat.
Well, let's get into it then. It's time to load in for Consulate in this best of 3. Let's hear you guys.
I really hope Fossey messages me. I need to see him type right there. It's going to be fantastic, 100%.
This is it then, Tim. This is what it all comes down to. We had a little bit of smack talk there that you guys wouldn't have seen. But Benja popped up and asked, so which player was Alamau meant to replace on this team again? And Doki was in there saying,
That
JV
JV92 guy is crazy. Isn't Discord message enough? Well, I need to see his name. Duncan
will be the first to be put on the sideline.
I need to see his name in Twitch. Because I want to make sure that he is the owner of that account.
Consistently. So, you know, we look at that and you've got 2 trains of thought. Do they not like playing it or are they hiding it?
Because his name doesn't match. You could say, what if you just message me, Krusty, and say, hey, I'm Fossey on Twitch, you know? So that's why I want to see him type it there. And then I can say him, okay. Yeah, I'm just worried. I just want to do it so that it's fair. Okay, so our pizza is feta, bacon, avocado. It looks pretty good. I'm very, very hungry and I'm sorry. You see, I can be Fossey on Discord. Exactly, that's the thing. I had my best day of Siege yesterday too. Went 12 and 2 win-loss. Wow.
So I think here again it's just that
Don't
goal to try and
fucking come tell us that stuff. We suffer here.
because it can frustrate these teams. And that
More. Good evening, Nazi. How are you?
Unsurprising to see that one also being removed.
Hello, Banjo. How's it going?
We're going to be getting into things then. Round 1 is going to be underway very, very soon. Before we do, I just want to give a bit of a shout out to our crowd in Atlanta here as well. I've got to say, yesterday, they were so noisy. I was sat out there for a couple of maps yesterday, and it was very enjoyable. We've had fish being brought along. We've got an extra one. I've seen a clownfish out there today as well.
I honestly think, Tim, I think what's happening after the show is the fish are going away and they're breeding because we just keep on getting more fish every day we come in. It's ridiculous.
That's it. We've got Joel's relative. We've got the clownfish brought along.
What's Joel's relative called? I forgot the name.
I don't know.
No, you've got to make one up. That's the point.
Oh, okay.
Come on, Tim. Where's the synergy, my man? Where's
That's
the
good.
synergy?
Honestly, I really fun.
Hey, she did. She got her birthday. What do you call it?
That is awesome.
She got a tattoo on her back. Script, real thin lines, and just a nice message. I'm doing fine, Nancy. I'm a little bit tired after yesterday's festivities.
We're going to be heading in now. It's the action phase. We're going to have our first site, which is piano, and that is going to mean that G2 are looking to hold on to that top floor.
Onto this ground floor even here, yeah, stepping in as well. Looking at it though,
we had fun. We ate great food, had lots of drinks.
Reducing the strength of that
but I am tired. I think we got home at 11. That's it.
Really impressive to deal with, but nowhere near as bad for W7M.
So yeah, and I think I was sitting out in the cold. My throat's a bit sore. I was smoking too many cigarettes. I'm sure you know.
In this tournament, not seeing too much Jackal being paired up alongside it, but with all 3 of those operators lined up, there is going to be so much Roma suppression coming out of this W7M team.
Virtue already coming under heavy pressure, but he's going to win out that first fight. Herds, he's going to be taken down, and that leaves W7M
always play the odds.
looking to fight from distance, but Uno, he's there to back him up. Uno had a fantastic day yesterday, and he comes in hot, looking to continue that streak.
I thought we might see some top floor control coming in.
I couldn't sleep really well, Nazi. I don't know. I didn't sleep fantastic. I tried to sleep this afternoon so I'd be ready and fresh for this. Struggled to sleep.
No basement pressure under their control. You've got Philippox still flirting around Boiler at the minute, playing on the Lion, hoping to push on through. But for W7M in a 3 versus 5, these are the kind of rounds that G2 just don't throw away.
Unlikely. Philippe Ox is going to be heading up those yellow stairs slowly, wanting that slow peek around the corner, see if he can catch anybody out moving. He's actually going to find himself all the way up at the top, but all the way down as Doki puts him down. Nade somehow has managed to wriggle into a position to put this diffuser down, and I'm not sure that G2 were aware that.
Yeah, I think he is. Yeah, I saw photos of him. Yeah.
To play the retake, but in a 5 versus 1, you've got to say that JV92's really
I don't
got his
really
work
sleep
cut
during
out
the
for him.
day,
He
Natty.
applies the first. Can he find the second? Yes, he can. 1 versus 3. 1, 2.
I told you guys this guy's insane.
Well, Ben just at least trying to stick this one out, but he needs the cover to come on through. He'll try and make this all the way through. The vertical is there, and Uno, the angel of death from above, gets the vertical denial. A little bit of a nervy moment there.
Natty, he did message in the Discord. Horsey, I see he's friends with Yeti as well. Sent him a DM and I said, come and type in Twitch.
That triple kill from
I just want to
JV
confirm that
really
he
started
is
to
that
spin
account,
things
you
on
know
its
what I
head.
mean?
And you just know he's one of those players that really does have the ability to turn around a situation like that and to get it done. Especially, I think G2 maybe just got a little bit excited there. It was a 5v1, the diffuser's down. There was kind of a bit of a rush to get back to site, and they just really did feed into JV92 around yellow stairs.
Hey Jarvis,
So
I'm doing
something
good,
to
thanks to
be
you buddy. How's the
aware
sim
of, but
racing
I'm
going?
sure that they will be.
I just want to make sure that the guy is the guy.
It's always worth talking about as well.
Because I don't want to.
Slow starts to maps, or at least series
I want to make sure that the real winner gets it.
The classic Ramallo timeouts that come in after a couple of rounds and just say, right, boys, chill. Get the communications put together. Play back in a bit tighter. Fresh did a wonderful telestrator showing their skyscraper approach and just showed how they tighten things up a little bit. And suddenly
Twitch
everything
viewers have a
massively
different
improved.
color,
So I
yes.
think the same thing would have come out from G2 here if they found themselves going down a couple of rounds, but they managed to recover
Look,
that
it's
one
on
their own, got a good
defense.
setup
I would
in the
expect. Okay, well, it's an offside.
nervous for a second.
It's an offside, so G2 taking the defensive round is good. It's very good.
That won it for them. So just that simple act of a mute jammer on that individual wall, for me, made that round doable for G2. Otherwise, I could have seen
I haven't
JV
watched it,
walking away with a
actually.
1v5 and a defuse.
We're heading up to the top floor for round 2 then. It's going to be console office.
I showed
Doki is
everyone.
currently, quite aggressively holding
Subarao
admin
in,
at the minute, and I'm
it's
interested
right
to
there.
see how W7M deal with this hold.
Thunderbird.
G2 kind of pioneered
Go to
really
the
around
lair.
the top of Visa stairs with the shield in behind the
Yeah.
vending machine, just holding down to that whole corridor area.
There is a
and making it
separate
difficult to
section.
push out of admin.
Everyone has a
W7M
different
are gonna
color.
have to have an
Like,
answer for
I don't know what
that.
you're
It's either gotta be
asking.
direct,
If
they've
you're
gotta
a
have a plan
sub,
to clear it out,
it
or
it
it's
says
gotta be
it
an
on your name.
alternative. It's got to be move in from elsewhere.
And I
which
think you have
it
a
looks at the
purple
minute
colour.
like they might be doing. KZ's going to get underneath in piano. Try to use those vertical nades just to ensure that they clear in behind that console desk, and it might just start to open up the windows a little bit for them.
Given the fact they're all positioned on the west side of the map here, there's no pressure coming in towards
Very
admin,
quickly
for
they're
example.
inside.
It feels to me like they want to get in below, get some nades coming up, use the Flores to move players around, and then look for a plant in through window.
Yo.
And sure enough, there's that first nade kill that I was on about. It's Alamau being found out.
Yeah, Herds was the first death last time, but makes amends by picking up the first kill. Nade is in position on the window with the
Mouse and keyboard, they bring their own. Monitors and PCs are set up, ready to go. And then you can move everything around as you like
It's
it.
all swung for them, and where they were kind of on the front foot, they've been pushed back by G2. Two important kills. Herds manages to get a second KC onto Uno.
And this is the main side.
W7M know they've no diffuser. They know that they just need to find the kills, and boy, do they start finding them.
Oh my goodness. Look at that.
As we've seen so many times, this tournament just takes control of a round and marches
Second in
on
champions,
forward. A good
yep,
recovery
separated
because
by
that
1
lane
point
play
with
coming in, we saw
with
Philippe
2 races to go.
use
Awesome
both to
stuff.
find absolutely no one. And really that play
Good job, buddy.
vertical control, clearing out west side of top floor, getting a plant in through the window was their game plan in that round, and they sort of had to adapt there. So full credit to W7M. Figured out things
W7M
really well,
smashed in
despite the
that
disruption
round.
coming out of G2 in the early
Absolutely
round,
smashed
and managed to
G2.
pull us back to one apiece.
I think that's basically the perfect start to Consulate for everybody watching, at least.
A
It's
1-1.
exactly what we wanted to see. One round either way, and it really sets us up for the potential of a very close affair here. A back and forth, beautiful kill onto Alamau with the nade to kick things off. And W7M just never really slowed down. The one sort of blip in the plan for them was nade getting in through that window. And G2 dealt with it well and put diffuser down, but W7M sent a bit of a message that, you know, just because you've got the diffuser on the ground,
Steve.
it doesn't mean you're going to come away with the round.
I was curious to see which side.
Don't worry, his voice will suffer later.
Very rarely see. We've seen it played 3 times, all tournament long, and it just hasn't been won. That's literally it. 0% win rate. Yet G2 have opted to take that slightly different approach here, not starting on the top floor that has been the most popular site, starting on Expo first, then going top floor, then moving across towards this servers and archive split, or sorry, servers and tellers split, sorry. So I'm quite keen to see how they approach on the attacking side as well, but it feels like G2 are playing this game of trying to catch W7 out a little bit, go to these different sites, and the beauty of this map is all 4 sites
Those
are
goats
playable,
that
so you
fall
may well see
over
Razor
like
getting
that.
picked up in the next round or any of the following two.
Absolutely that. It looks like W7M for the time being are trying to push in.
Well, if they take piano, it's not fun, Steve. Because then you've got to go back and decide.
Push in vertically, try to again get that vertical superiority. But for the time being, it looks like it's going to be quite a direct
But I like the map,
approach.
yeah.
Maybe quite lateral, get themselves into garage, control long angles, and then drop those hatches to apply pressure into archives from both sides. But
Look, he's playing on this thing.
Alamo for one. He's going to be in a tricky position for them at the top of the stairs there when they try to move through.
Would I compete like this? No,
Coming in
never.
quite early on as well, just trying to get early control of the
I'm
map
too old
here,
and too
you can
shit.
see really for G2 a couple spread out towards the west side of the map.
The more you watch this,
outlines, a couple playing up on the ground floor as
Manofi,
well.
you will see how bad you are at Siege. I promise you.
I don't think they know that he's here right now.
No, I don't think they've got any idea, and he's got herds in support as well, who I think is who they are
Wow.
aware of. And Virtue's going to take him down with a nitro. Philippox might be left wishing.
I'm way older than Canadian Krusty.
He does manage to get that trade there, but Herds was still lost along the way. 4v4. Alamo.
Oh my god, this guy is...
this corner.
No way!
I'm not sure that they're aware. KZ is going to be
Oh
finished
my
off, which
goodness.
will give him away. And Nade manages to find him through the drone hole.
We love a toe shot or two, Tim. Really good stuff there. These trades going back and forth. Both teams trading out players one after the other. Alamo going down is a bit of a stinger because he had those smokes in back pocket. Excellent for the denial, as we know in the late round.
They play Siege, we play a different game.
To have to make a risky
For
decision,
sure.
whether you're pushing in through smoke or rotating players away, it forces action from the other side. Now, they are inside the site, Tim. Nade's got the shield in hand to make use of here as well. Going to try and stick a plant out on this one. Uno's in a good spot, but didn't know. Philippox is close. Has found himself a double. Nade into yet another. It's a 1v3.
I just heard that loud guy now.
He's forced to drop, and W7M are getting ahead here, Tim, 2-1.
A great setup
Oh,
from W7M
he better,
there.
they better
Just got
tell him to
control
calm
of
down.
site, knew exactly what they needed and basically took nothing extra. You know, they didn't waste any time or bodies.
Firstly, we
chasing
have a
after
coach,
areas
Dire
that
Wolves.
They just didn't need to get that diffuser down. They knew if they could get Nade tucked in there.
He's from
behind
South
those
Africa.
racks, that he'd be able to get that diffuser down under at least a moderate amount
The
of
problem is we
safety.
can't
And you could
compete
see
on a
that as
different
G2 had to
server.
filter back into site. They were able to pick them up. They were just running into
'Cause we're
lines
too
of
far
sight.
away.
They never really had a chance in any of those gunfights. So W7M, again, I like what they're doing here. We've seen it 2 rounds in a row. It didn't work out really on console office because Nade got picked up as soon as he went in. They still got the round, but it was based on kills. But W7M are playing very much objectively here, trying to get themselves in, trying to get that diffuser down.
Well, it's
just looking
land.
to create the small amount of space that they need to do so.
So they play on one ping.
What I really want to see G2 doing in this round is playing a bit closer.
They're playing a
together.
different
I
build of the
mentioned last time
game.
You had them spread a couple out towards the west. You had
They're not connecting to the servers.
and it just really made things easy for W7M to get
Oh,
their
there's
push forward.
Steve's favorite guy, the goat man.
But you had someone pushing bottom of V-Box very, very quickly. You had Herds pushing in through Visa. You had Philippox bottom
Oh,
of
we're talking about
Construction.
Wi-Fi. Oh, like what, connecting to a different server in a different country? That's not going to
G2 has
work.
really been able to challenge. Sure, they got the first kill, but they've always been responded to with a trade. So W7M was really good.
Yeah,
player to
Chris, that's
play,
not going to happen.
made sure they were
Siege
always
is
staying at
already
least
not an
even with
extremely
G2.
popular
And
game.
again, because G2 was so far off site, it's all too easy to just hit
Hello,
site,
Wraith, how's it
take
going?
control, and force G2 to come to
So
you.
far, I can see everything. Nice.
Yeah, W7M doing a great job so far of just basically disrupted what G2 want to do, and that's by not
Yeah, I'm
playing
sure
into
they
it.
will,
just,
Steve. I'm
have
telling you
their
now.
own
He
game
won't be
plan,
able to
just
keep
heading
that up
straight
for
into
5
site,
hours.
Thinking about that objective and forcing G2 to be the ones who are reacting to them and what they're doing. So for the time being, they've got most of the runouts covered.
So this is why the
players
guys,
have gone down,
they've
the
got
due
Glacier
diligence
and they've got
has been
access to
paid.
all the
He's gonna get
skins.
himself up onto the top floor, and that's going to leave them with JV92.
Because they're playing a live build of the game on LAN.
For that vertical control.
This
They
is
learned
map
the
1,
lesson last
Juice.
time in Piano. Uno was able to shut it down from above. W7M, they want to
Juice,
make
are
sure
you
that
not
doesn't happen again.
Yeti's brother?
Last time it was all about the vertical nades. Doki steps up with the entry in this round at the very least as a starting point, but yet again the trade is there. I love how close we're seeing W7M play together. Just everything is coming down to a 2v1 or making sure they have
That
an
JV92
answer.
guy's
Here they pull
insane.
themselves ahead as Alamo's been taken down as well. C4 offline. looking a little bit ropey once again for G2. W7M just looking clinical, like they're on a mission here today, Tim.
Yeah, certainly starting to struggle a little
I am
bit.
his
And we've
brother,
seen
okay.
the attackers have difficulties on Consulate so far. It's a big map. There's a lot of small rooms. A lot of clearance work needs to be done. So G2 having the defense to begin with need to really be trying to
Don't
get
worry,
a
the
few
guy will
rounds in the
stop
bag
screaming,
here
I
and
promise
take the
you.
pressure off
Boys
when they
won't be
are
able
on
to
the
hold
attacking
it.
side. JV92 is
Oh,
going to take a lot of
Benja.
damage. And Benja is there, steps around the corner
I was
and
eating
finds
pizza.
himself a nice easy
I'm gonna
headshot.
go get
Benja
myself a few
absolutely
more
loves playing
slices
lobby
when I
games.
go
He's gonna play
downstairs.
on Mozzie a few times across the competition where he'll just
And
sit
some
there,
juice.
wait for all the drones
You
to be
always ask
exhausted,
me? I
and
know.
then spring up and make his play. It's not
I
quite
forget.
the same play there, but he's used the explosives as the information as well as damage to know when to swing. Because very fair chance, JV knows he's about to get pushed. He has to get out of there, and sure enough gets to turn back. And now Benja started moving, just misses the second. Makes it a 2K in the round and brings us 2 versus 2. It's Uno and Virtue to hold out against Philippox and KZ.
KZ's going to take a lot of damage there, but the vertical control
Yes,
is
right.
starting
Just
to hurt G2.
fly
They haven't been able to
from
retake
Kuwait.
above, and it leaves Uno in a 1v.
I'll see you in like, I don't know, 12 hours, and then you can have a slice. I'll buy you a new pizza when you land here.
Knows that there's going to be an opportunity onto the Ash, but Philippox is getting that diffuser down once again. Uno unable to hit shots here, unable to affect that diffuser. And again, W7M have just been able to focus on that edge.
Is he, oh my god, is he gonna hold through the hatch? Oh no.
Uno from here as he steps through. He's going to be shut down by Philippox. And that's W7M taking round 4. It's 3-1.
Well, when you do, I'm sure
Like I
I'll see
mentioned,
you,
this is
right?
probably the time for a timeout, I think, as well. You've 3 rounds lost in a row now for G2 on the defensive side of this map. I mean, fun story as well. So W7M picked to start on the attack. Like, that's a crazy 2 maps in a row. They're going to have to start out on the attacking side here. Sure enough, G2 tack timeout coming on in. I want to see them change here what I mentioned earlier on. I'm hoping
G2
Ramscourt
needs
as
to
well
wake up
is
right
how
now.
far apart these players are playing right now. You see constantly.
It's a timeout. I'm
W7M
gonna
take a
quickly get some
gunfight,
more
they
food.
lose it,
I'll be
G2
back
get
right
the
now.
entry, there is an immediate response. It isn't happening the same way. Alamau got picked up in the mid-round, no response from G2. And outside of some heroics from Benja, really, they had no chance of getting back into that round. So tighter play, playing off each other. You're giving far too much to W7M here in the gunfights because you're too scared at giving up map control. To concede a bit of ground in favor of playing together, I think is what we've got to see in these next 2 rounds.
Yeah, W7M showing good adaptability as well. The first time that they attacked onto Piano, they tried to move in through the basement. They tried to, work through Yellow Pillar. They got taken down by Virtue. Uno was in support of him. This time they look at it and they say, no, we're going to go for top floor control. We're going to completely sort of flip reverse what we're trying to do on the attack, and it just worked beautifully for them. They did well to get hold of that top floor control, even with only 2 members remaining on side, and it basically won the round out for them as that diffuser went down with good cover, and it leaves G2 now in round 5, smarting a little bit from a 3-1 start, and they're going to be back up onto that top floor. The frost comes along this time for Benja. That's just going to prevent that rappel in through the window being too dynamic, at least, unless that's been taken out.
I think you're going to see nades rifling on through, Flores softening things up before. You see the Amaru play coming from KZ here, no doubt with the diffuser in hand, but again, that timeout for me, we've got to see them playing a little bit tighter together. We're not breaking out of the site rotation, though. We've seen first floor, second floor, and then split site in that first quarter. We're so far following that here in the second. Curious to see if we replay the split site going into round 6, but first and foremost, we've got to get through this one. Again, looking towards the DKB that you are going to see basically every round that it's available. Just really helps them sniff things out from below with those nades in the back pocket of Herds, and also, I imagine, helping Philippox get in and clear out some of the utility or force players away from key positions.
G2 at the moment need to get themselves running in this one. We've said, so far they've not lost here. They've gone through win after win. And you just ask how much of G2 been tested up to this point. Is this going to be the real first time that they have their backs against the wall and they're sort of facing that pressure? And can they stand up to it? Alamau, he can't stand up. That's going to be 3 smokes gone as well. Herds taking him down with a big opening kill, and a little bit of all chat going on as well.
Oh, they love it. Every single round end, they've been in all chat, just whining Alamau up as best they can, writing some Portuguese back and forth, but for Alamau, there's a bit of an ego peak. There's no reason for you to swing that window. Knowing that they've been working off the top of the roof, there's a very fair chance someone's going to be holding that angle, or at least in close proximity. And you stepping out, well, you just pay the price for it. They're down without their smoke yet again. KZ into a second. G2 not playing that tighter gameplay that I mentioned. You've got Doki off towards Spiral. You've got one playing inside of sight, Uno on the Warden. still really scattered here.
Yeah, very isolated, and it's very much about can you win your individual fights, but when you're coming up against 2-3 players from W7M, those individual fights become extremely difficult, and that's what G2 are seeing at the minute, so the pressure will continue from W7M
I just had to get some
on
water
the
and
yellow
extra.
side of the map, trying to get themselves in and around bathroom. KZ able to just rush in on the
We're
Amaru
just gonna
here.
keep our
Uno's
eyes
just
open
holding
if
tight, preventing that
oh,
repel
there
coming in. Doke does manage to pick up KZ. They're going to block off the window, so G2 just battening down the hatches a little bit, but it doesn't matter when JV's going to walk up Spiral, create the space, and W7M grab themselves another round. This one is running away from G2 quickly.
Even when
Well, your brother's much more polite than you are.
You know, the man's got massive gonads. He sits there while the keeper barrier is being beaten on, turns off the mute jammer so you won't get shot by the player coming up yet. Mute jammer. Doke, be cool, sorry. While the player's coming up, maybe pick Clash. That wouldn't be a bad shout because surely it can't go much worse, right? But he turns off the call while the player from yellow rounds the corner. They can't hear him, not quite sure where he is, and he does walk away with a kill.
He did,
but
send
that's
me a
just a
DM.
small speed bump in W7M, who every gunfight they're stepping into after round one, they have looked.
He's the nice one. Does he also have, at least he has bigger legs than you?
Things like, sure, Alamau shouldn't really be peeking that window and dying so early on the smoke. We shouldn't really be seeing them stepping into these gunfights when they know W7M are going to win them at range.
But with the bands,
it is just crumbling down here.
I think we were talking. We'll see now. As soon as we're in the map, we'll see.
It's going to be down in the basement.
Being Valve, V-Man, and Solace.
And that's exactly what we're getting.
G2 really need this round.
We are watching the finals tomorrow. Yes, you do.
A 5-1 half, I won't quite call it catastrophic. You know, it could always be worse, but a 5-1 half is going to be a very difficult comeback.
Wife bought like chicken strips for the kids. Man, this stuff is good.
A real attempt from SSG yesterday, which was a fantastic watch.
Hello, Al.
You know, who knows,
Capone.
maybe
How's it
G2
going?
can channel a little bit of that spirit to try and get themselves back into things here, but you just look at it, and if W7M get 5, they only need to be able to lock down one site on the defense. They only need those 2 rounds to be able to close out the first map, which is, of course, G2's map pick, and you just look at it, it's been a permaban for W7M.
It has.
It looks like they've been hiding it. It looks like they've been ready to go.
Hiding it more to a degree.
Can you believe that? So W7M have been immediately banning Consulate.
It's one of their go-to bread and butter maps at this point. Didn't start the tournament that
But
way.
G2 takes them to it.
As we look over history. Now, for them, they can look back at all the games G2 have played and gone, look, we know exactly where the players are going to play.
We're all doing very good. Thank you very much for asking. Hope you're doing good too, my friend.
One trick off onto the wall, but I imagine at this point you're going to see a little bit more hesitation coming out of W7M. They need to get this right because otherwise they're stuck using those 10 openers from Buck to try and get this wall open.
Yeah, just trying to send the nade in. KZ's getting it lined up. He just wants the pressure in behind there. Virtue does manage to avoid it, and he is going to get the second trick. That is big for G2.
Really good play coming out from W7M.
It was your daughter's birthday, so was mine.
Down here in the basement, but the wall stays closed. That means now Herds has probably got to be the one to
It
step
was
up
my
and get this
daughter's
open
birthday
if
as well.
they
She
want
turned
it.
18.
But also remembering they've got to attack him from server side as well. You need this pinch
The
on
10th
this side.
of
They've already
November.
got 2 players out towards server. They aren't going to get main breach. That is
Dank
a
je.
big problem that
It's
W7M
smakelijk,
need
smakelijk
to
eten.
overcome.
There's another problem for
It's
them.
so good.
Stoke
I put like
manages to
chilies,
take down
onion, all kinds of
KZ.
good stuff.
JV92 is trying to push those Visa stairs. He's trying to move his way through, but G2 are holding tight at the minute. He manages to find Alamau, but this is better from G2. That is the interplay that they need as a team. One goes down, someone's there for the trade. Benja picks it up and then gets himself out of danger.
That's called
It's
impact
4
tricking.
versus 3. There's only a minute left on the clock, and W7M now, they've been left scrambling.
They have. Again, you've got to try and piece together an attack here because you can't pull off what you wanted to. You bring a glass specifically to play behind the smokes from the thermite, but you can't get the breach open. You're a little bit screwed in that situation, and you've still got G2 players out roaming around the map. Now, Benja's about to get challenged here. This is a big one to win, and he will win it against Herds.
He roams in this area. We saw it the other day as well.
Benja is not going to miss his shots. It's Felipox all by himself. That 4-2 half for W7
We're gonna watch.
all but locked in right now. And sure
We're gonna try watch both, Yeti.
Really needed those moments for G2.
No, you throw it over the reinforcement.
A double for Doke, and it may well just
Throw it over the
propel them into
reinforcement.
that second half. We've said it a few times through this tournament. If you're gonna win 1 or 2 rounds on defense on the first half, make sure
It was
that
good.
one of them
Thank
is
you,
round
Yeti.
6, because you can at least
Drank too
carry
much,
that
ate too
momentum
much.
into that second half. G2 move
Smoked
on
too
to
much.
the attack, and it might just give them a little bit more freedom at least. On the defense, you've got your setup, you've got your positions to play, and you kind of feel like, yep, you've got to hold on to
When's she
those,
getting a
and
license?
It's difficult to maybe play fluidly.
You're gonna go do
whereas on the
some
attack, You're problem
Pause
solving. You're going in
for
there. You can say, right, this isn't working. We're going to move
seafaring.
elsewhere. We can change things up, and maybe, just maybe,
Work on a cruise liner and then try to get on a yacht.
They're very good with their attack inside. You hear the devs talking a lot about their prowess on that attack, right? This is where you should see them start to shine. And again, with the fact that W7M chose to come to attacking first on this map, just goes to show that there's definitely something here in these top teams when it comes to attacking into Consulate. Let's get things underway though, starting off here, Tim.
Hey Dubs, how's it going?
Pretty much the most standard go-to.
Yeah, we have to watch it.
On this map, sorry.
Semi-final, G2 versus
in
W7M.
that first half, but couldn't quite get the numbers to end what they would call a strong half.
I was interested to see whether we would see the Amaru with Sinalamo make use of that on Consulate a couple of times. It's not going to be for this site. Instead, bringing along the Zero.
Wow.
So good, you know, a great operator really.
You see that he put both the frost traps next to the hatch for if she tries to rappel through it. Just feeding my son. Good stuff. Almost time for bed for him or what?
Just trying to spray through. I think that gives them a good idea that there's something going on above them.
They look a little bit nervous going for this as well, but they managed to get away with it. I was going to remark, we've got Jaeger and Wamai on side, but G2 are absolute vertical nade merchants.
Gara look through the hatches,
I think about the stat line all the time, but Benja double the second place number of explosive utility kills.
Oh, it's lunch for you? Okay, good stuff, yeah.
I said this to Doki yesterday, and he was like, but I get a lot as
Mummy
well.
made yummy
Okay,
soup,
fair enough
nice.
then. And they're doing that just now, Tim. So bring
What did I notice,
all you
Krusty?
like. G2 love their vertical nades. You are not going to be expecting them to go laterally. And so far, they found that down, turned it into a kill off the back of it. And Doki is still
The combo
going
Doki big
fishing.
calls and nades from below, that's insane,
As
dude.
to information that they're getting above as well, because they have such a good read on where these players are. KZ is going to be able to pick up Benjo, leaving us 4 versus 4. Nearly halfway through the round now. G2 just need to be thinking about what control they've gained as well. Yes, they've been able to use those vertical nades. Yes, they've been able to do a bit of damage and get an opening kill. But what have they done in terms of map control? If it comes to the point where it's time to put that diffuser down, right now, they wouldn't be able to.
The square off between Herz and Virtue here as well. Who moves first really is this big question. And that'll be the fight, I think, over that east side of the map, sorry, on top floor. Virtue pushing in off the back of it now. Doki also working his way up Spiral. They're trying to push in at the same time here and make this work, but just not really coming to fruition yet.
No, W7M proving to be a bit of a brick wall on the defense here, not really allowing G2 any space. Like I say, no real control of site itself.
Well, let's wait until the reveal tomorrow, and then we'll see what's going to happen.
Around underneath, thinking where it is going to be best to pop up and strike. But with 50 seconds left to go, he's going to have to make a decision sooner rather than later.
Well, he tried Spiral and got blocked there, so he's moved his way over towards Yellow now. So G2 are trying to poke holes in this defense, find the right way through. But here comes Herz at the backside.
Oh no!
Can he spin and win the fight? Doki manages to find the kill. There's still one more top stairs, though. G2 are still in a 2 versus 3. W7M remain
I think
on top.
W7 didn't take this
have
round.
the lead, but they can't be giving G2 opportunities like that. KZ going to take a lot of damage through the soft wall there, but Virtue,
gotta go.
He can't find the kill. 20 seconds in G2. They have no option here. Virtue, Doki, you got to move, you got to go, you got to find these kills. Pops up from behind the long dash. JB92, he gets the
That
first,
guy's
taking down
amazing.
Doki, and there's the second onto Virtue, and W7M, they hold on, and they show us that they are going to be very difficult to move on these defenses.
Always regarded as a team with a very wide map pool. You know, at this point, you're probably adding one more to it. Consulate being that permaban through all of stage 2, through all of this tournament, and showing, my God, can they play it? Schooling G2 on this map so far. Attack, defense.
You know what, when
they don't
Alamo
really
was
seem to care,
so...
Tim, and that really sets up for a
I wouldn't want to say arrogant,
too when it comes round to it,
but I don't think I would do that. I would be
if
like,
you're a W7M fan anyway, it feels
semi-final.
like at this point the momentum is so strong
I know
with
it's all
them,
about
that
trash
we're gonna have
talk
to
and
see
stuff like
something
that, but
really
ay,
magic
ay,
come
ay.
out in the break between these two maps.
You hear,
Heading into
nice.
round 8 then,
Go get
G2
yourself
gonna be
some.
looking to reset a little bit after that. They had some good progress to begin with. They got themselves underneath. They obviously had a lot of information. The vertical nades were kind of working for them. They got a kill. They, you know, were able to follow up on that down as well. And it felt like there was something going, but then as soon as it came to moving on to the top floor, they just weren't able to dislodge whatsoever. There was no
Obviously, what he said has got no impact on the match.
the admin side, and
But it looked so arrogant. He sounded so arrogant.
That was coming from Spiral in yellow.
It's another one of those rounds that I look at when I touched on Doki playing in bathroom earlier. Some really good micro play around the keeper barrier, around the decay cool coming in. You've seen it again in that moment. He's won a really good gunfight. But these things happening in isolation in a round are never going to be enough to win when W7M are just trouncing you in every other category. When it comes round to positioning, when it comes round to gunfights, when it comes round to information, they're just on top in every other way. And G2, you know they're getting a bit desperate here because that shield is coming out. They want to try and make this work, but it does require getting in through the breach first and foremost. Nade almost losing his life there from the long shot.
Yep, definitely needs to be careful now. He's going to block up that for the time being, but the breach is open and will likely be followed up on, and we'll see that keeper barricade will be cleared out. Nitro goes out. W7M maybe just looking a little bit...
Slim Shady stuff the screen.
Everything's getting thrown at this to see what sticks, but I'll tell you what sticks, a double kill from JV and Philippox. They take down Benja and Alamo, and that's going to be a big loss for G2. You've got Uno on side, and the more people that you lose along the way, the sort of less useful that Monty becomes.
Yeah.
So frustrating. Again, they've tried to make a push in here and lost two.
Monty's all by himself, right?
W7M on there pushing towards.
Wow. I told you guys, JV92. I said that guy is real good, and he is 11 kills already.
Been undone to G2 here, and you just kind of sat there staring. Well, what do we do now? We've lost two players. This is such a hard situation to come back from, and W7M have still got two C4s in back pocket to play behind.
And they're not coming back from this.
Point,
There we go.
Consolation kill. Yet again, W7M are there with the trade, and it's all
100% sure
to clutch up big, and it's simply not going to happen.
KZ going to close him down, and it just really doesn't matter what questions G2 try to pose here on Consulate. W7M just have the answer.
Hello, 4C, how's it going?
Time. Even at the beginning of the round there, I said it looked like W7M were just a little bit shaky, a little bit, right? You know, you had that damage done immediately to the Azami.
4C is the winner.
JV sort of throwing that Nitro out and just trying to get something going. He
Why is
obviously
it
felt he was
going
being
bad?
pushed maybe a little bit harder than he was, but yeah, W7M again just managed to steady things and just say, yep, that's fine, we'll wait for the gunfights to come. And they just,
How can
that's
it go
the
bad?
big thing for me, they just win
Lost our match today? What
every
match?
single gunfight.
Herds just will not stop giving Alamau stick. After every single round, he's in chat. And here he's just walked in and said, look at you, you're
Cricket,
1-8
that's
basically.
you won a PC
It
case.
has been a rough map for Alamau. We spoke about the swings, the early deaths.
Ozzy, please send me a DM real quick with your
missing a little bit, and they really
name,
need to find him
surname,
before we get into that second map.
cell phone number.
G2, no more mistakes.
And your
It's
full
6-2,
address,
and
please.
They've got 4 rounds to find back-to-back.
Congratulations once again to 4C for winning the PC case that Nazi Panda provided for us. Thank you once again, Nazi.
On a tour of Consulate at this point. They moved from garage over to the other half-basement site. They're going to move over to...
I was cheering on W7 to help Alamo's arrogance. Yeah, I don't know why they would speak to him. Also, credit card details and the CCV number, please. Hello, Jason.
There's not too much of a top floor presence at the minute.
Look, it's the first map, so don't stress. If W7M takes it 7-3, 7-2, whatever, it's Oregon the next map, and Skyscraper.
Key difference here to G2's defense coming out is the pulse of Philippox. They're still playing very similar positions. Otherwise, you've even got Nade playing up where Alamau was on the smoke previously. Really trying to force their way through here. So Nade has got to be careful. All of them trying to work their way in. But for me, Pulse playing in the middle of this team can just feed information on any pulse, any pushes that come on through. Let the team know when they've got to rotate resource around. That information game was what was missing for G2 on their defense.
Where is that,
W7M
my friend? Is that how you type your address?
Just very conscious still, G2, of the potential for aggression coming out of W7M here, because they've got the opportunity. They've got 4 rounds in hand, so they can sort of roll the dice a little bit, and that makes this even more difficult for G2 to play, because W7M can just get even more unpredictable. They can take those little risks, but for the time being, G2 have got themselves into a good spot here. They can start
that's
opening
in
up that
mid-range.
wall, that's going to give them a long angle through into sight. He's just
Alberta,
trying to prevent that, but they need to be careful. Those holes work both ways, and W7M have been picking up every opportunity.
Hello, Granny Slippers, how's it going?
So this attack is so tight coming out of G2.
Are they so good at killing time? Because they're getting paid to play the video game. Woke up from a fat nap after Brian. Dude, I tried to sleep, I couldn't.
Classic siege execute potentially building up. Hertz is going to find one. Benja getting his kill
I really wish I could have taken a proper sleep.
This is one of their site players going down here as well. This is the execute focused gun they need. And really here they're looking for crossfires to protect Uno on that push in. They've got no smokes to play behind, for example. Everything is going to be off this Monty, getting into a strong position, and a plant probably going down behind him.
This is it, and at the moment it just doesn't seem like G2 have had that sort of look realistically. Uno just again dancing around that door, like you say, maybe just not supported enough to be able to get into sight. And with only 50 seconds left to go, there's work that needs to be done. There's hatches that can't be opened because they're electrified. There's you know, so much stacking up against G2 here.
When it's when you know it's 4v4, but they can't get anywhere. But on our server, obviously, it's you don't need to get in anywhere to win the rounds.
They're transitioning towards the ground floor hit, I think, here. They've abandoned on the downstairs.
Okay.
It's a bait, because Uno's still coming in through server.
Oh, nice.
Has been pulled upwards. Uno, if he goes down here, it's over.
It's Alamo. He's going to be taken out with a nitro from below. It's 2 versus 2, 15 seconds left to go. And Uno, he's going to have to find a position to get a plant down. He drops the shield to offer some sort of fleeting protection as that diffuser goes down. Will it be stuck? Benja needs to get through here on the cover. Nade manages to close it out, and surely that is
First map done in record time. It took an hour.
Come in and send a huge message to G2.
Wow. W7M. They want that second
Crazy.
trophy.
Okay, so let's play out those bets real quick.
That was absolute demolition of G2.
Oh, Durbanville carb stats.
In 13 maps. And now you start asking that question. Is that because they haven't faced a team like W7M?
G2 are shaking their heads there. I think, you know, one thing we look towards, of course, is that SI Grand Final, slightly different rosters, but Cafe and Oregon were 2 of the maps that day, and G2 won both of them. They're going to need to do it again, Des.
Well, I'm sure the Devs have got a lot to say. Shell shots over there, fresh. Let's find out.
I mean, there's a lot that we could be saying about that game, but I feel like everything was said by W7M and the server. Dread from it, run from it, Destiny arrives all the same. That map win streak from G2, they hadn't lost since what, September the 24th or however long it was, and now it's finally been broken, and W7M
Oh, let's do the points real quick. Someone won.
Jacob, and you know, we talk about that streak coming
Okay,
through
so
from
W7N
G2,
won that one. Let's do the next. Start
Oh,
predictions.
Secret, Unlimited, Eminem, ITB, Fury, Dark Zero, Scars, D+, GK, BDS. Who are these teams? None of them are W7M.
No, that's absolutely true. Genuinely, I know you.
We'll do 10 minutes. I think there's going to be...
G2 are going to win.
I'll do 5.
All I'm going to say is that was a very, very bad map.
But they have a quick break, right? So they can go to the bathroom or something like that. Okay, thank you very much, Fossey, if you can hear me.
G2, they had to know that if they left Consul open against G2, they were going there.
So Fossey has confirmed he is the actual winner, by the way.
W7M, they clearly played the map, and they chose
And
to
I
attack
will
first
send
on the
his
map.
PC
We've
case
been
from
talking
in
about
this
their attacks have not been that good.
sometime
We
this
even said
week.
we want to see them
On a
closer
deception.
together. We want to see them doing more
Paul, I
direct
believe.
hits,
Paul, you
get
still
inside
play
there,
Siege?
give themselves plenty of time, refragging each other. And that's exactly what we saw. A 4-2 attack half on Consulate is pretty much unheard of.
But you said this was a map that G2 were converting into their own. What the hell went wrong?
I said it, and I'm just going to say it again, is that when Alamel can be inconsistent, this G2 team is going to look amazing or very bad. And we saw exactly the same thing happen at Copenhagen main stage.
I haven't played in a minute. Why don't you play Faceit and that stuff?
He was a little bit shaky against the Brazilian team then, and he's doing the same.
You're out of school,
his
right?
His line individually affects his calling, and that, I think, affects G2 on the whole. And I think that's why you saw it be so one-sided.
There's 16 Brazilian players in our semifinals, and Alamau so far looks
3
like
full
the worst of all
teams.
of them. He really did struggle 1-6 through that first half. He got 2 exit frags in that very final round, so congratulations, he triples his kill count up to 3, but still struggling through the majority of that game, really just not in it, not able to win those gunfights, and I think especially when
Okay, it's going to be a different story on...
that was notable. He was in very early.
Going to be a different story on Oregon.
Yeah,
in uni.
Okay.
Okay. I should maybe after exams, definitely.
But those openings for the push.
All in on G2? Someone needs to try and
Well, even if G2 looked like they were
see if they
playing
can
in a
take Krusty's
5v4, we
points.
got to give credit to W7M for that first half, because yes, it still ended in a 4-2.
G2
and they
wins the
mentioned,
first
hey, so long
round.
as G2 wins round 6, you can carry some of that momentum with you, but that
And then
entire game really just
I'll,
won in how that first half went.
Yeah, no,
the Brazilians take 7 rounds.
Kind of 1-3 down, you knew where
I
this
can't
game
believe
was
it.
going.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I liked.
How many in a row did they win?
They saw yesterday their attacks
5.
weren't working
4
when
or
they were
5.
trying to be split, when they were trying to lurk in and
I
find
remember
those
when
gaps.
they
So
it was
used
3
the
rounds
Olympics
back to
trying
back,
enable
and
that.
they
They put their fraggers next to each other. So at the very worst, they enabled the refrag.
and they called the
played that
timeout.
split
It was
very
3 back to
on
back.
their half, and
No
that's
way,
what
it
you
ends
see, a
2-0. It
4-2
can't,
half on
Krusty. It
Consulate.
can't.
Makes hard maps to attack look very easy.
Yeah, the very
Not a
first
problem, my
round, we
friend.
saw
See
big
you
2K
later.
in the basement,
Thank you very
right?
much for tuning in,
G2
and
were
thanks for
going
those
for the
gifted
throne,
subs.
and then we saw this,
I do
Rome
appreciate
clear
it.
fumble from W7M.
I'm quickly
After
gonna
that, they
take
were
my plate
focused so much on
downstairs.
those direct takes. They were in towards Secret to get into the
I'll
basement.
be
They were
right
in
back.
towards CEO to get onto the top floor. Whatever it was, they were focusing in to get that plant down, get control of site, and G2 had to retake their own bomb site. They never were able to successfully do that.
Well, even though G2 lose map 1, there's a little glimmer of hope, because if you remember the way the 6 Invitational Grand Final wins, W7M at the very beginning looked like they might be able to run away with things very, very quickly. And then G2 got in their heads a little bit, had a bit of a comeback in map 2, and then suddenly everything turned on its head. Can they do it? In map 2, Oregon's coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. If you want to get ready to confront the next addition to the Siege roster, here are a few advice. Maverick's Flaming Gadget might be that one tool you can always rely on when it's time to melt through the enemy's defense. Training your sharpshooter skills, and more specifically, with gadgets like Zophia's Lifeline, will come in very handy when it comes to countering the effect of her fresh new face. Finally, it wouldn't be Siege if explosions didn't have an impact on your game. And this season is the perfect moment to review your frag throwing skills, because a well-placed bang might just be what you need to clear you and your team a path to victory. That's all for now, but make sure you tune in to the full reveal to get all the information on what's coming next season. See you there.
Hello, it's Mugli from Worlds.
I'm Doki from G2 Esports.
I'm NJR and I play for Dark Zero, and I'm ready to play some Drone in the Unknown.
Doki, NJR, watch out, I'm gonna beat you.
I'm gonna beat Mowgli, that's no problem.
I could definitely beat G2.
Okay, it's like a toilet or a sink. Ooh.
This box on the right side.
I've seen this before.
Yeah, it's blue stairs on bank.
It's gotta be bank.
Ah, I know. Blue stairs.
Yes, I knew it. Oh wait, where's the sink? Ah, I didn't know there was a sink there.
After seeing that, I'm confident for the rest of it.
Club kitchen.
The brick wall on the back is like, that's the whole theme of Clubhouse.
That's kitchen on Clubhouse.
No. I'm not playing in kitchen. I play in my room.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised.
To be honest, I should know them all. If I don't know them all, I'll be embarrassed. Oh no, I've spoke way too soon.
I think it's pink, but I'm not sure.
I'm seeing a painting.
It feels like it's a big room.
I'm not looking at the actual paint, I'm looking at the stuff around it.
Oh, this is Taylor's
4 minutes.
border.
Or is it
I'm looking at different rooms.
Bank lawyer's office, I guess.
I'm gonna say that it's Border, Taylor's Archives.
Hey, it's what I said.
Oh.
You said, yeah?
Nazi, did you hear that Fossey was here? He sent me his contract details and all of that.
Oh, it was. Oh, yeah, the ceiling. That's genius. That's genius for me.
So we have a winner.
Number 4.
Congratulations again, Fossey. He sent me, I'm going to courier it to his closest postnet. It is confirmed. Thank you very much, Nazi.
But the thing that I'm focusing on is the walls behind
You are too kind, my friend.
Very strange kind of brick.
Like, you know, it's like, trophy glasses, you know.
That's Chalet Trophy.
Mm.
Pretty sure it's Charlie Trophy.
I'm right. Not surprised.
Oh, yes.
Oh, it's trophy. Let's go.
Thank you, my friend. And I think my delivery was picked up on Friday, Nazi.
5 out of 5.
So there's a possibility.
Consulate.
There's a possibility it's fucking the stuff's here tomorrow. Then I have to quickly fix this PC, swap out the CPU, thermal paste it,
So easy.
and then we build Tuesday.
Let's go. That's how it's done.
But
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching.
if it only gets here Wednesday, we'll build on Thursday. I like those things when they ask us questions in certain parts of the map, actually. Didn't vote for the next map. I don't want to delete it. Some of the guys have probably already left. Okay, I'll delete it. We've got 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. I can't believe there's 3 Brazilian teams here. That's it. Yeah, we're building it live, baby. Building it live. I'm gonna need all of your help because I'm gonna stress and freak out. We don't have Black Friday, Krusty. Do you know what we get on Black Friday? Rice is on special. Sugar. Maybe eggs this year. We don't get Black Friday, baby. Trust me. Hello, Rack Attack. I was in the club last night.
I'm Christopher Budget,
Rack.
Associate Game
I think
Director
I drank,
on Siege. Siege is a tactical game.
I don't know, 12
While
brandies.
there's no better way to learn than the hard way, we're working on various tools to help you train and level up your
We
game.
call it White Fridays
Next
here.
season
Pink
comes
Friday? Yeah,
Map
ours is
Run.
nothing.
And while you'll have to wait to know more, I can already tell
We
you
don't
you'll
get
be able to
discounts,
train
I'm
on
telling
your
you now.
favorite maps, such as
You know who has a Black Friday and Cyber Monday? Clothing brands in South Africa.
Chalet and Cafe.
That's it.
MapRun will also be the best tool to help you learn the new map coming this season.
Oh, so now they're giving
And
us
whether you're
information
playing
about the
solo
map run.
or with a squad, jump into MapRun and train your aim and your skills, and you'll learn the new map. Your friends will thank you when you reach champion. So stay tuned for the reveal and learn more about the new map.
Yeah, tomorrow
coming to
is the
Rainbow Six
reveal.
Siege.
I want all of you to be here. I made my video. It took it's not great. Okay, but it's got all kinds of information that is interesting. That's all I can say. That's all let's not leak anything, but from tomorrow, 9 o'clock my time, so 30 minutes from now tomorrow, we will be able to talk about everything. It was your dad's 65th birthday today. Congratulations. Happy birthday. So we're sleeping over. Nice. Drinking, you mean? I have harsh opinion tomorrow. Let's take it day by day. Oh, look at those masks. Conspiracy theorists. Yes, we are watching the. Your dad's lights out? Yeah. I wish I was lights out. This is the
There might
new
be one
season
map
theme
away from
song?
the grand
I
final,
don't
but I
know,
think
Christy.
W7M like to think of it as one map away from revenge. All they need now is to win Oregon
that guy's got
against
the same
G2,
pair of Adidas
and they
shoes
get vengeance over the result that they had
that I
from
have.
the 6th Invitational Grand Final earlier this year.
No
I'm
jokes.
Jacob, he's Jesse, he's Fresh. We might just be on deck to witness the funeral of every single region in Atlanta, except for
And we
Brazil,
can't ban it for
given
3
the
months,
results of this
Nazi.
next
How
map.
cool is that?
All hail our new overlords, BR. Thank God SI is being hosted
And then
in
what's
their
the other
country,
thing?
because I think they're going to be coming very, very strong into that.
Just
Hopefully we
Nazi,
get a
this
good
case has
crowd,
got so many
interaction
lights,
there,
dude.
but,
RGB fans, it's got 5.
I'm sure you've got some copium
And a
for us.
strip, so it's got
Bit,
6.
Jesse. It's a best of 3.
I'm gonna have to learn how to daisy chain all that shit together. Oh my goodness. And it's got 2 glass panels, so if I mess up the cable management on the backside, people are gonna see it. Well, no one's gonna see it, but I'll see it.
G2 lost the first one and then came back.
You only played 6 ranked matches this season? Well, that's why you're
hopping on
feeling
my
so
copium
good,
board.
Nazi.
Yeah.
Again, there's a little deja vu for this game because in the 6th Invitational, G2 did lose the first one. And
Ordered
they came
fish and
back,
chips
but
again
they've lost the
twice in
first
2
map, and it's
weeks.
their
That's
own
not bad.
pick. Now they go to
Fish and chips is
W7M's
so
pick.
British.
We're talking Oregon, Jesse. Anything about
No
this
time to rank
spark
up, don't
any
worry,
insight
Nazi.
for G2 to
At
maybe
least
get
you
it
watch
done?
me suffer, so you feel like you're
There
there.
are some very recent VODs
Hello,
from
Binksy.
W7M. They're great at this map. 3-1 record this stage, beating Keed
I
Stars,
can show you how
losing
to
FaZe
daisy
Clan,
chain,
and then
boss.
beating both BDS
Yeti.
and GK here at the
Thank
Atlanta
you.
Major.
Thank you, my
And it's
friend.
not a bad map for G2. This
What's
is
the
not a map
cringe,
that I think is super
Binksy?
solidly one-sided for G2. Obviously, they are 2-0 this stage, taking out BDS and Dark Zero. Both those games were close.
1.9 KD in
7-5,
6
8-6.
matches.
There's a lot of footage also for W7M coming on through here, but that footage is more recent for G2. It's a very deep on
Oh,
map sometimes.
why are they
I do
cringe?
think this could go either way, but you've got to feel confident about W7M still.
So W7M will be starting out on the attack, so that's key for me. Is where will they attack? How will they attack? Because yesterday their attacks looked god-awful onto this map, and that was against GK. So they're going up against, you know, G2, who are, in theory, current world champions, will be much better and present a much better defense. For G2, when they played against
Thank you,
BDS
Thumbs.
on this map,
It's going to
all the
be
way
an
back in the
expensive trip
they
for fish and
basically
chips, no jokes.
kind of played the operator ban phase a little bit to leave themselves mirror available on the defense. They started out on the defense, so maybe
Fish and chips just don't hit in Surrey. Nice.
Try and use some of these power operators.
Remember, his soccer team is Cape Town Football Club. Yeah, right. So don't worry.
They were always alone. Maybe Benja would pop off and get a big.
I'll try to play more, see where I can reach.
Still, it was individual plays. They got to be playing
that's
more together
tough.
here in Oregon.
Hello, Sharam. How's it going?
Or out on the roam. I want to see some good team play from G2. I want to see some good trades.
I can feel a little bit of the energy in the room definitely shifted as soon as W7M won, because it went from, oh, G2 is the best, to suddenly wondering whether their last hope, the team that isn't from Brazil, actually has a shot of still doing something in this tournament. And
it's one map, guys. Don't
stress.
stress.
In this building, guys, do we still think G2's got a shot?
When they open a senior hyping league, right, Albion. Rack, didn't you guys lose to Copenhagen?
Predictions, Jack. Do they still have a shot? Are we going to a map 3?
They've obviously got a shot. You can't just write off the world champions because they've had one bad game on Consular where they had no footage on their opponent. It happens. Teams lose maps. That's why we have best of threes. Yes, they've got to play their opponent's map. Yes, they're going to have to beat W7M on Cafe. It's a monumental feat, but if any team can do it, it will be our current world champions. But I am going to reiterate this. All on Alamal. It's all on him to be the leader that this team needs.
Why is he IGL?
Is good, then G2 wins and we go to map 3.
Yeah, easy.
All right. Jesse, do you agree?
Listen, maybe I do agree, but he's not going to do well because the reigning major champions shut him out once. They can do it again.
You won a league game. Okay, cool. Nice. I don't know who you played against, but I'm happy for you. I know it's been rough.
Do you just love being antagonistic on purpose?
Why are you booing me? I'm right.
A North American analyst booed by a North American crowd, Jesse. It's not a good look, mate.
I believe "Why are you booing me? I'm right" is the entire summation of Jesse J. Chick's career. Guys, come on, map 3 or what? What do we think?
Well, I'm definitely like part of the psychological team.
We want a map 3 or what, Georgia? Come on.
Hey, look, Krusty was right. It's way more full. Do you guys see it? Because now it's like 12:30.
Brazil from here on out in Atlanta, guys. Have fun.
Right? 12:30, something like that. So yeah, most people are awake.
You guys are spot on. This one, Tim, it's looking pretty rough.
It's been a little bit dicey so far. However, I'm with Fresh. You got to remember,
that's a nice
G2
jacket.
lost that opening map at SI.
That ace has got.
It didn't.
Takes that copium, Tim. That's what. I'll do you one better, actually. When W7M played FaZe in the very final best of 3 of stage 2, FaZe won Oregon and Cafe.
That sounds even better to me, Des. I'm on the load.
We're straight in for map 2. Exactly. Oregon is going to be, it's G2 starting on the defensive side. It feels so hard. It's W7M.
Okay, well, this is make or break.
Starting on the attacking side, sure. It looks everything's against G2 here, but for me, you just don't know what can come out of the current world champions. If Alamal gets himself back on his wagon, different conversation.
Look, for me, if there's one map, it's kind of difficult because the Brazilian teams are excellent, not Oregon. That's the problem. But if there's one map that's going to be good, it should be this one.
Well, let's load her up. Oregon is our next battleground.
Krusty.
Here we go then. G2.
I'll just keep your points. We won't refund it.
Or a map in 13 maps or series. This will be one of those they've already lost.
No, please don't do it. You can't redeem it if I'm not fucking in the game.
As I was saying, you know, if there
it's
is
a nice jacket there, Dubs, man. I've got a formal work event.
It takes
and I
almost takes a lot of strategy out of the equation. It takes,
nice blue
you know what the other team are going to do.
Suit blazer, but I don't know if it's going to go with the pants that I want to wear it with.
We haven't seen VODs. There's none of that. It's just go in there and play a good Oregon.
I haven't worn it in like 8 years, so it's probably going to be tight.
It's not going to be easy against W7M. As I say, they'll be playing and scrimming regularly against some of the best in the world on Oregon. So they are going to be sharp. They're going to be ready for it. They've picked it for a reason. But G2 have got an opportunity.
Krusty redeems an alpha back. I'm fucking taking his mod away.
Alamal herds in his head rent free. The only way we can describe
until
that
Monday.
First map, and I've already said it for me, and the desk has said it too. Alamal's mindset change, being that IGL for his team, not letting W7M into his head is going to be crucial. So much so that they're asking, "Hello, are you here?" You're not talking anymore. You were so mouthy before.
Honestly, I don't think we can understate how big an impact that could be. Because
Why? Look at the background. Why is it so
really
pixelated? Did you guys see that? The
there is a mental
W7M
game
logo.
there
Can
to
you
be
see
played
that?
as well, and just keeping on top of it like
Crazy.
that, and just not letting it go is going to make it very, very difficult to just switch off from, and maybe. Yes, you can ignore
Oh
it.
shit,
but
Stevie,
then
you
can
shaved the
not
screaming
ignore it?
sheep.
I think you ignore it,
Your
but then
friend
can
has
you
a
play with
R6
your same
fix.
confidence? Can you be
Frame
that
rate
right
drops.
figure in
I'll
the
check
team?
the.
Can
Oh,
you
sorry.
be that leader when you've got, you're constantly trying to ignore this other thing and just focus on your
I'll go
game at
upvote
that
it
point?
for you.
That is going to have an impact.
You know what, Tim? I actually think this first round is probably going to be the biggest round of the map. And it sounds weird to say that when the score is 0-0. But I think for the mental game, this is the one. Downstairs site on Oregon, many see it as an absolute fortress. We've got the Warden, we've got the Mirror, we've got the Wamai, the Fenrir, the Jaeger. G2 are digging in deep. They're planting their
Oh
heels
shit,
in the
sorry,
mud.
sorry,
They're
I'm an
holding
idiot.
firm. If W7M break this site with this kind of hold, I think it's already done from round one.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'm fascinated to keep an eye on
This is the
Doki
new
and see what he
patch,
does on the Jaeger.
FPS
Obviously, that's
dropping.
being brought along to try and keep hold of
Has he
elbow,
tried buying
try
a
and support
4080
players in
rack?
those areas. It's actually going to be Virtue that's doing what I wondered if Doki would do, and that was
And a
just
new
getting out
CPU
into
and
the map a
faster
little
RAM.
bit
Has he
and just
tried
getting
that?
aggressive and playing sort of that free form and making W7M clear out. Doki at the minute is inside of meeting, I think, by the looks of things from his silhouette.
Yes,
Alamo's at the top of rear stage stairs, but like I said, Doki could be the one to watch here because he's got that availability now. His ADSs are down. He can get aggressive if he wants to.
You've got Benja up on top floor as well.
I contributed
so they are trying
for
to play
you.
This
Yeah, I like
game.
this. I like
Obviously, the frustration being that you're looking towards like Mirror and towards Warden. One speeds, they're slow as
He has
all
a
hell.
4090
They're
and
very noisy on the
6000
road as well,
megahertz
so it's not
RAM.
like you've got 3 speeds charging around for fun anymore. Those days are very long gone. So at this point, I think it's more pressure to pick up a couple of drones and back in towards site. Really, Benja's the one that I'm looking at to cause a bit of an upset. And like you say, I think if Doki goes unchecked here, then
Wow.
suddenly, well, he could get the opener that really sets this round on fire.
They know that he's there.
Fuck me. Okay,
They
yeah,
knew he was
then.
there. You could see it from the shots being sent in from the main door.
I'm
through the
sorry
soft
it's
wall.
happening
They
to
were
him.
trying to just dislodge Doki and get him to move. They did. He pushed around into
Is
meeting.
his, are his frames dropping to under 500,
They've
Rack?
got G2's number, Des.
They do. That's
It's
on the moment at the very
unplayable.
least. Now, 4v5 is not unwinnable on this site, I don't think, either. Normally, the defenders end up very, very grouped together around the middle site. They end
More
up
passion.
around Highway, maybe
More
poking in
wins.
towards Freezer. You can kind of expend one person and still fill all the points that you need to hold. But my frustration, probably for G2, is look at what they're coming up against. You got a Capital, you got fire coming in, you got smokes coming in, you got loads of flashes coming in. You've still got a frag grenade to come out of KZ yet. They've got so many tools to roll with here that I don't think it matters what G2 do. They're still going to have to win so many gunfights to get this done.
Casey just keeping that pressure on at the bottom of Freezer stairs, and again it just lets
both
G2
gone.
know that the attack is coming from multiple directions.
Oh, he got everything.
W7M, they are not letting off the pressure here. They've got bunker presence, they've got rear stage stairs, they've got
How are they going to execute this? Where's the Red Bull? I didn't buy any. And I don't think it's a good idea to drink energy drinks at 9 o'clock at night, close to 9. I could go make a coffee. Oh, what? Why didn't I? Oh, sorry. I don't know how it happened, but some way. Sorry about that, guys.
presence in Freezer, they had presence in bunker and rear stage stairs. They really had G2 encircled and surrounded.
Sorry, I'm a
And
professional.
So in that
I did it on
situation,
purpose
G2
to make
have
sure all of you
stand
are
up.
actually
They have
here.
to win the gunfights, and they have done that, and it sends a message to W7M. G2 didn't need to burn loads
G2
of
has
time
to
out
win
in
this.
the map with the roam. It didn't matter that they'd lost Doki. They were able to get the job done when the backs were to the wall.
That's the
and
problem when
that
you
is what
don't
made
capture
W7M just
game
think twice,
sound.
I
Ugh,
think,
game
and
sound.
it might
When you
just
don't
slow
capture
them down a little
desktop.
bit as well. So
Sometimes you can
G2, a
have
good
little
first round
mistakes
from
like
them.
that.
In case you're wondering why, I
But,
mean, many of you will know this as well.
it does
but
make
Jaeger, normally the go-to roamer because once
things
he places
later a
gadgets
lot
down,
easier. So,
bulletproof camera, the ADS is in back
like if
pocket,
I have to
set out,
record
done.
something
He's just a
or
roaming
grab a
gun, and
clip
because
from
he's
the
a 2-2
last
as well,
3
you can
minutes, I
afford
can
to
do that.
Expend him a little bit through these rounds, whereas the other operators
Yes,
coming
that
on
was
the
a
side,
lucky win
all one speed, all very
from
slow,
G2.
normally have nitros to play behind, or gadgets they can still interact with. I'm looking at Warden there, I'm looking at Femry, I'm looking at the C4s in the back pocket of Mira and Mute. So it isn't the end of the world to lose Doki, but obviously you'd want to see him getting a kill or two early on in the round. And
Why
hopefully
are their
at least
tables
close to
separated?
his
So if
team
they
where
bump
can
them
support it.
and they can go
Because a
different
couple of chats
heights.
between the maps revealed that
You
actually,
know that,
yes,
Krusty?
it was G2 failing to understand that
Sometimes
W7
some
never played
players have
trades
their
off each other,
tables
whereas
on
G2
a
weren't.
certain
That really
level.
caused the problem that we saw snowball into a map win.
It was good, Rack. Yours are
Round
drunk
two
a
then
lot.
is going to see us go to the top floor this time for G2. For a defensive half for G2 here, I'm looking as a 4-2.
I got home at like 11, Rack.
You know, really, they want to be looking to win one of those third choice sites as well and give themselves at least, you know, maybe a 5-1.
10
even
past
would be
11.
A great message to send, but it's certainly going to be tough. They do have presence up in T3.
I
now.
slept
I'm not
so
sure if
bad.
W7M have spotted that out or
And
not.
then Alex was
that could
awake at
be
5
one of
o'clock in the
those
morning.
positions to really keep an eye on in the last
And I was
sort of
feeling
minute or so.
cock and not
There could be
lacquer.
a big flank to come off from that, especially if W7M
And
start trying
then
to pressure at it.
they went to sleep again at 9 o'clock. And I climbed in bed with them and I couldn't sleep. And they woke up again at 12. And I couldn't sleep because I had to finish my video. Right. It was stressing me out so much.
One hell of a shot and gets his kill. Virtue gets a couple back on the other side. Doki, he does strike up. There's one on side of sight. Herds has struck deep into the heart of G2. It's down to a 3v3. A 3v2, a C4 out. They are wailing on each other, Tim.
Doki's moving in.
Oh my.
G2 once again just showing an ability to stand up and be counted when it matters.
What did she get? She got a tattoo on her back.
Getting really aggressive, just wanting, I think, to
it's Spanish that says, "Without love, I'm nothing." Super thin writing. I told her to come and say hello on camera, but she was too shy.
Could be a big thing here, so they tried to just knock it out of them.
Natty, you have a 540 Hz monitor, but that's 1080p, right? And he's played 6 ranked matches, by the way. He's serious about Siege. You guys better watch out. If he wanted to, he'd be pro.
It is that offsite. This is where you tend to see teams get those 1 or 2 rounds that they need.
No, you've got a
on the
360,
attacking half
right?
of Oregon. But my eyes fall this time towards Doki, who has stepped onto the Solus. I spoke about this on the last map. It was banned away.
You know what? I'm just gonna wait until it's 1,000 Hz rack, and then I'll go pro. I'll probably be 49 by that time. I think these guys are just playing 240 Hz monitors. I actually don't know. They're playing Zowie monitors, isn't it?
Not seen it picked up a whole ton in the competition, but clearly here with a little bit of
Oh,
flexibility.
shame, poor Nazi. Do you guys see that? Got an older 240 Hz OLED. Oh my goodness. 360, nice.
Maybe based on the
I'm just
round,
joking, by the way,
how,
Natsu.
but normally ridiculously
I sold my old Alienware last year to a CSGO guy from South Africa. He's competed international stages or whatever. And he was super happy.
Sometimes he is that underrated player. You know,
I was also happy that someone bought it and someone can use it. Because it's got horrible color. Horrible. But for CSGO, you don't need shit.
Right now, Virtue is certainly pushing G2 forward.
There have been a couple of backroom staff on G2, both current and old, that have said Virtue may just be the most mechanically gifted player in the game, which is high praise.
Who do they say is the mechanically most gifted?
Benja playing day today. They're absolutely terrifying, but the reason why Virtue isn't always putting up
I have a
big
60
numbers
Hz
is because he's
ISO.
got an incredible front line.
That was my first monitor. I'm reading this my monitor on my left. This is 60 Hz. Rack, what are we talking about? The best thing about the OLED is no ghosting. I don't think mine ghosts at all. I don't know. That's it.
G2 once again, they're playing off each other.
And that is what was missing on Consulate. Herds is now
oh my god.
He is going to deny the flawless round, but it's very unlikely that he manages to get anything else in the bag here. Alamo has come up big with
That's
2
pretty
kills in the
fancy
middle of the
for a
round
young
there.
man.
Picked up on
Chronic.
him at the beginning of this game, saying that they needed Alamo to be growing into it. They needed him to be finding his presence.
How could you kill a ghost if it's already dead?
Might just be the spark that he needs.
I just love the strength we're seeing in the backline players in Virtue and Uno so far as well. We had the Nook walking onto site last round. They still locked everything down. Between them, 9 kills across these 3 rounds. Again, you don't always see these boys shine because
Spoken like a true UAE player, Nazi. He's not even inside yet. He's going to start it up again.
That were just unshakable in the back, and that's when you got through the front three of TSM. So you're seeing a similar sort of style here where those two back players.
If this was our ranked match, that Ash would have killed 3 people by now.
If they can't get their way through this team.
There's the first guy who peeks him.
Alan needed that one for the confidence.
I think Herd's just, I don't think he's, he's not in a position, he's not trying to buy time for his team here. They're not having, those sort of
They should have typed something like those Z's or something like that.
He's got a lot of time to play with, and what he's doing is he's trying to bait
I'm not that young. How young are you?
He's wanting them to come and look for him as it happens.
Hey Steve, your goat guy is died down. Did you hear that?
A couple of opportunities in 1v1s to bring those numbers down. He couldn't get it done. Doki picks up the final kill, and that's a full defensive sweep from G2.
Oh, that's good.
Back to back, and they can now just cycle through.
In 11 days, the 22nd. That's still pretty young.
Side of their face. It means that we are stepping into a tack timeout. Unsurprisingly, W7M pulled this one out. I talk about it all the time. If a team loses 3 rounds in a row, that normally is a great time to hit
really
the brakes
young,
and just
actually.
have a chat with your coach.
You're just less stupid now than your peers
going right and trying to
that are
emphasize those strengths more.
24
And
to
W7M
27.
here, they are looking a little bit shaky. We were talking in the break like, oh, is this going to be a 7-2, 7-2 semi? And
Rack,
that's
are you?
it. All
You're not
non-LATAM
really,
teams
are
out.
you, Rack?
Or are we going to see a dominant first map for one side, a dominant second map for the other, and an absolute barn burner on Cafe? It deserves
You
it at
sound
this
way
level.
more mature than what 20 is, Rack, by the way.
With both of these teams
Really?
having taken a map emphatically is absolutely
26th of
mouthwatering.
December.
There's no two ways about that. So we're going to head out of the tactical timeout any second. We've just got a few replays.
Don't LMF foul me. Trying to give you a compliment. Loser boy.
Second one particularly for me that allowed him to pick Virtue up as well, and that trade, that play that we just didn't see on Consulate, that was a big moment for this G2 side.
The big one really, just talking about this G2 roster a bit more, is Benja and Doki, your players that like to get out on their own and cause trouble. Alamau is that mid-line player. He
I don't
can
even
sit
know
over
what
the
that
front line
means.
or the back line.
Bullying.
He's the link. He's also the IGL.
I'm not
He's like very much
bullying
the
him.
cornerstone of this team, so when he was invisible last map, you can see why things are starting to fall apart. Here he's not exactly flying, but his team around him are absolutely cooking right now.
No.
Well, this is it, like you say, if you link players
when you
are
look in
missing
the
your
mirror,
front line
you
and your
see a
back line kind of
Pusietti.
aren't connected, and it's
Rack is
easier
a
to
nice guy.
isolate, and that's what we saw. So heading back down to the basement.
And he has manners.
Here really looking in towards the Finker coming along, still got everything else in terms of the Capital, the Maverick. They've got tools to play with still. It's just really Casey
That's
coming
the
along the
invention.
Finker that is the big change for them.
Calls
Obviously
a
means that you
tactical
come out of skirmish
timeout.
is not too bad
Has a
off.
smoke,
You
runs
get
in,
healed up by
kills
Finker
him.
with that global ability. Yes, carries across the whole map and gives you a little bit of extra juice. So very good when looking for an all-in execute as well. For W7M, I expect
Well,
a slower game to start things
sometimes
out. They want to establish map
I'm
control.
sure she would
You've
agree
got to
with
deal
me
with
at
Benja, as you
times.
can see
How's
here,
that,
hopping up
Yeti?
to Attic on the top floor.
Most of the time you're nice, but most of the time I'm nice as well. But there are times when we're all a bit crazy, you know?
Are still playing together as this team unit. They get the instant trade onto him.
Yeah, they've done that very well throughout the game so far, and it must be
And you can't say Rack sounds like a,
every time you manage to carve an opportunity, there's always an answer for it.
I don't hate it though, because you've removed the Capital. 2 smokes offline,
fine,
2 firebolts, 2 tin openers, 4 that expendable operator we spoke about in the Jaeger. All his gadgetry is already down. He is just a free roaming gun on the other
Crusty.
side. You've got rid of a gun and 6
W7M are just taking a little bit of their time. They freaked out, okay? There, they're on the board. Are you happy now?
It's going to take down Benja, so that does put G2 under a little bit of pressure.
Benja's very young.
Virtue, Alamau and Uno as that core inside of sight that are going to have to hold on. Not only that, but W7M have got a lot of time here, Des. They've got control of the entire map. They can now move around a little bit more confidently. The hatches can be dealt with by Maverick, so that can still be done.
Okay, fair
Supported
enough.
by Nade on the ace as well. They can get everything they need here, can W7M, and they can do it with an awful lot of time to spare. The next couple of kills really need to go G2's way if they're going to win this and continue the streak.
This is where, again, you turn to your backline
Sure.
players in Uno and Virtue to go huge, because for W7M, again, full credit, they dealt with Doki very quick. They got the trade.
I think
Benja,
just
they
like
hunted
Man
down, knowing
United,
that he was
Rack
alone on the top
Yeti's
floor without Doki there to assist.
rising
They played
success
things
rate's
incredibly
very
well, and
low.
that's afraid indestructible, man. I think only explosives get rid of it at this point. But the push may well come on through. Another Forest Riders going to come rattling on forward here.
Nazi, who's your soccer team that you watch football? Sorry, who's your football team?
Very much staying in place. They're not going to lose.
I don't know. I just know Manchester United loses a lot. Manchester City's got that England halal guy, whatever his name is. That tall blonde dude from Scandinavia. That's all I know.
He was in a no-win situation, and right now 2 versus 4, 30 seconds.
That's what I call him.
W7M look like they've got the sails of first round.
Bit of miscom there, I think.
I don't know.
The hatch being opened up, it always means that Uno is exposed. And in a good spot, he's going to find Nade here. Doesn't want to get too close to that hatch again, though.
Oh, he's wearing the G26 Invitational skin.
Spoke about these backline players, Tim, and they're starting. Hertz just misses one. Flicks
That AR-33 is a great gun. Oh, what a flash!
Whoa!
Wow, and he was the worst performing guy. Well, not the worst. In their team, the previous match, okay, on console, W7M were fantastic, right? But Hertz was the guy with the least amount of frames. Scandinavia, Norway, it's all the same thing for me, man.
And ultimately, that's where they got their success. Moving in from highway, just putting that pressure onto Alamau at the end. There was nothing he could do inside of electrical.
When something is a lull, right? What does that mean exactly? It's the meat's prepared in a certain way, right? Bleeding, yes.
I think he said Franco.
Yes, meat's prepared in a certain fashion.
Pause between rounds, which basically translates to free. And it felt like it for Hertz, who'd really coming up against someone with a shotgun. You'd expect Alamau to be blasting him to the high heavens every day.
They're always
but
good.
Completely unaware he was being
Religiously accepted, but I believe the slaughtering of the animals are like in a certain way. Right, Krusty? Or am I thinking of something else? I think it is. Maybe it's for other things as well, but I know for animals.
So their defensive half suddenly becomes incredibly pressurized for G2.
Uno had been playing behind that reinforcement, but I think he was just a little bit concerned about the potential for nades or.
I've not knifed many people in my life in Siege.
In there, even flashbangs, and then him being pushed from bunker, so kind of had to do something. But G2 going to double down. They're going to.
I think it's something like that. Rejected in the presence of someone.
Less of a presence off-site this time around. We've got Dorky roundabout rear stage stairs. I think that's about as aggressive as it gets.
It's also got a special symbol on the food, right? To show that it is halal certified.
No Flores this time, the Jackal for Herd. So really it's good for G2 that they've thrown everyone back on towards site, otherwise Benja would be getting hunted down. So nice response. It doesn't make the Jackal useless, still has the shotgun to do any soft destruction, not a ton to do downstairs, still has the smokes to play
even
behind.
when Western meat is prepared, rejected, it's in the fashion that you said.
You know, any drop of intel inside a siege can be vital. Maybe, you know, it's just the bit of info that gives you that peak, that gives you that opportunity, but yes, it's certainly not going to be at his most valuable here. Herd's coming around the corner and just going to start that push to take control of rear stage stairs.
I have seen it, yes.
Checking everything. They are
very
relentless.
Cautious.
Gadgets, you know, anything they can find, they're just on the hunt for it, not just players. But now they know everything's
not
clear.
right in front of me, but
inside,
video.
60 seconds, Tim. They can put all their attention downstairs. They have got so much time to play with. And this time around, the Capital is still on side. This could be even easier than last time for them, unless G2 can work some
magic. All of a sudden W7M has got this new fire in them. You guys see this?
It's been a key factor for this W7M attack, and how quickly they're able to clear the map to get themselves in a position to start pushing towards that step 2.
Ooh, I don't like that, Nazi.
For the execute, so they're gonna try to
look, but downstairs you can. Okay, well, wait. Kaid is on the board, but they didn't bring him for the hatch.
Needs to be cautious there. Full white flag.
So
manages to get the nitro out. Already had it lined up beforehand, so takes his fight, but doesn't find anybody.
Uno step back onto spot as well on the Fenrir. They step forward.
I bought that Koi camo, this one, Nazi, you know, for the universal skin, because it's getting removed from the store. So if you haven't bought the Koi bundle for Echo, make sure you buy it, Nazi.
But again, Capital brings a lot of utility. Doki starting out the frag in this time round. Benja tucks inside a laundry side, and JV gets the trade back. Doki, as much as
what's happening with that guy's sound?
From the Latam side.
Certainly is. Uno, for the minute, is trying to hold on inside a bunker, and he may just be in a critical position as this continues. Alamau gets himself caught in a nasty crossfire, and it's all up to Benja and Uno. Benja on the ward, and he's seeing through the smoke. He's just checking the bottom of laundry. He knows that.
Oh my God, the timing!
Isn't with him, and he just misses the cross. It's all up to Uno. He finds one.
Oh my goodness.
And W7M get round 5 and bring it back to 2-3.
Looking rough now. They're starting
also happening last night, audio issue.
For G2, I think it's time to step away. Always curious if you come down to this situation.
Those Uno guys
you
always
should
so
have the
calm.
advantage on the defensive side if you choose that as your timeout, but imagine they're going to save that for the attacking side. Kidstorm's going to be the last site that we step into then for G2. They held up there pretty well, but it was a very scrappy round. If you remember, the Nook just came charging up White Stairs, was deep inside a site. G2 managed to recover, but this could be that 3-3 half the W7M are dreaming of, and I imagine that is going to play
it's a weird issue
hard on the
because
mental of G2.
I didn't hear when the other guns were firing, but when
I think after those first 3 rounds, G2
Miro's
felt like
Victor
they maybe
was
settled
shooting,
a
I
little
heard
bit,
that
maybe,
weird
you know,
little
had found
distortion.
the
It's
bit of
strange.
momentum, had found the space, the gap that they needed, but W7M, this is what champions do, realistically, and I know that we've got champions on both sides of this matchup, but
I play
W7M,
Vulcan
of course,
always, gives you
reigning
more
champions
frames.
from Copenhagen at this point. This is what they do. When the chips are down, when things are tough, when
Always
it
play
feels
Vulcan.
like you're under pressure, they always
Test
have
it
that
out.
next gear.
I've heard
And it
people
feels
that
in those
play
last couple
normal,
of
the
rounds like
game runs
W7M
better,
have
but
just
the game runs
pivoted
better
to
for me on
another
Vulcan.
gear.
It's just beautiful watching W7M move as a team as well. If you look when a player is making a move, no one is stood still. They're all moving at the same time. And Alam out here, he's looking for a gap in the W7M attack. He's trying to round his way on towards Pillar and take the fight on towards Big Tower. The problem being, you've then got
Hello,
someone dropping
Bartek.
Evox straight away, a construction's being pushed. There is just always 2 or 3 players moving in a given direction, and it causes chaos in the comms. And I look back to old school Wolves in EU, they were very good. at
Wow,
saying
he
3-2
no
on
way.
4
Okay,
players
he's
in.
on it.
Hertz, does he know? I mean, really should have had a freebie there onto Doki, but Doki just casually looks left.
Vulcan is just it's like DirectX, but a different version, something. I don't know the technical aspect of it.
Something good for G2.
Yeah, Doki's
It's because the Nazi wasn't on the Ash or the Nook.
necessarily hear Herds, I think, pushing, doesn't realise that his gun barrel was going to give him away, but gets the job done. We've seen that a couple of times from Doki, both on Consulate and Oregon. So good for G2, get themselves the advantage. Like you say, they really want to be taking a 4-2 half. If you come away 3-0,
See, we can't play like this with
it's
this
3-3
far
at the
offside,
break.
right?
I think you're kind of asking what's happened at that point. Doki manages to find the second on to Nade, and then for Leapox, he's just trying to get anything.
Oh,
he can get
they
going
kept the
from
left
Master
side open.
Balcony, but
Interesting.
has to drop
Look
away.
nerfed. Well, you can still pull down, right? It's just the recoil.
By himself, hoping to make a lot of space very quickly.
Well, yeah, and I know she's not silent when walking.
Not ideal. Virtue sat inside of security gets one. Fleetbacks might find a nade kill, but it feels at 4 versus 2 like this one is a bit of a rough ask for W7M to bring back. It could be
This
that
is the
4-2
417 DMR, right? He doesn't even use a 1.5 on it.
Got lucky there, almost caught out reinforcing, but again, that team play.
Okay, well, this has to be a G2 round. The silent steps, yeah.
Ready to take those shots and back each other up. All they've managed to find so far is Doki, but the damage was done from him for this
There's a
round.
lot of
He'd
people that
already
know,
found
yeah.
Uno shuts out the round.
You can still sneak attack Nazi if you like crouch walk upstairs and stuff like that. It's still very effective.
About that one. We'll see what comes next in this second half. W7M going on to the defensive side of their own map. They've got the defensive setups in mind. It's on G2 to work their way through it. Unsurprisingly, the crowd behind G2.
Oh, I see people on social media saying how bad the chants are in in NA.
It is very full now that I've turned around to look.
It certainly is. As I said, the crowd here in Atlanta has been fantastic, and now that G2 are giving them a little bit more to get behind, they are certainly stepping up to the plate. So we move into the second half of this one. 4-2 for G2 on the defense, and they're going to be moving on to the attack now. This round, for me, could be critical for G2. If they can come in here with a strong first attack onto Laundry, send that message, get themselves
Yeah, you can do that as well to walk
breathing space.
slower, yeah.
Well, I won't say be plain.
Yeah, but a lot of people use 4-3 and 2-3 resolution. That's why they stay on that one side.
Supporting each other. If they can do that on the attack, get themselves the space, maybe the opportunity
5-4, 4-5. I don't know what the hell those all those weird stretch
a
raises.
little bit quicker for them.
Interesting sell coming in as well for G2. But that Grim on side that we saw banned away by W7M on the last map. Doki across onto the Finker, plenty of nades in hand again. Benja and Doki, they love these nade operators. Now for this site, you're not really going to see the vertical nade play that we are used to seeing G2 employ. Getting underneath, toss a bunch of nades skywards, get a kill or two, or at least destroy a bunch of gadgets, and then look towards hitting the site themselves. So with that change in mind, it's going to be obviously dumping them into
Doesn't
things
even
like
peek that
E-boxes,
tower.
trying to move players around. Doki, though, I think he's feeling this map, Tim.
I was just going to say, Doki, as we've said so many times, is one of those players, a little bit all or nothing, and G2 really needed him to step up and have one of those all games, and he certainly is at the minute. The last couple of
Solace
entries
is
have gone his
available
way.
for
He's
them
then
to
been
play.
able to follow it up with further kills in the round, and if he can continue that, then we're going to find W7M on the back foot and seeing what they can
Okay,
do
so
under pressure.
basically, what, 50 seconds and everyone's down in the basement.
So G2,
That's not really a roam.
have got 2 minutes to build that attack. How are they going to create space? What utility do they need to clear? How do they find that
Yes, I feel so
final
old today.
Yeah, largely pulled
Why
back
brings
into the PvP for
Sledge for a
W7M,
basement
because
attack?
G2 kept 2 out on the roam and paid the price in that 5 versus 3. At least with the discipline being shown here. Okay, we've lost
Nades.
one. It really shouldn't have been our smoke going
Soft
down. That is
destruction.
especially not ideal, but it is what it is. Let's play back
Instead
on
of a
site here
Zof.
and look to structure in, ready for the hit.
What else
Now,
could it
G2
be?
have done the work. They know that the map is clear. They know they can get themselves set up around these hatches. It's exactly what Uno is now going to start heading to do. Doesn't matter what he's playing in terms of an operator. He still has his duties of getting these hatches opened up. First one's done. Going to follow up with Kitchen off the back of it as well. Sorry, security
They're
off the
so
back of it as
safely,
well.
they can run and go open that stuff. We have to fight for our lives.
Pretty much every basement attack on this map.
Watch entire time because everyone's always flanking up.
Minute 15 left to go. They've got hatches. They've got confident mid-floor control. They've got the nomads, so they don't have to worry about flanks. They can just completely focus on site and where that final pressure is going to come from. I don't know if Virtue is going to open that laundry hatch or not, but for the time being, they're just sort of probing.
That's true. Maybe it's just for the soft destruction, but yeah, no, Gridlock would have done the exact same thing as well.
Happening on site. Where is everybody? And then we can build that.
She's got the pocket shotgun, 2 nades and 4 drag stingers, so
Always nervous when I see 3 players sat on the meeting hatch because it's just a death drop. You walk in there and someone's holding down left mouse button, you're all dead. It's really scary. But there's one hanging on Shaiko's side. The pressure coming in from Virtue on top side. He's abandoned lobby. They're all just going north to him.
After the flash goes in to clear any potential utility that will stop this nade.
oh, that thing active pings you like that.
The drop comes on through. Doki gets 2.
JV92 2 kills again.
Fantastically, Des. Herds, JV92 finding kills. G2, they need to get moving again here. 15 seconds.
Okay, you got him.
That's great from Alamo. 2 versus 1 now. Herds, he's stuck back in freezing.
Oh, he's stuck in there. He can't rotate out.
But he could ruin everything here.
There we go.
Net to 2K off the back of Doki's 3. And G2
That's Yeti after he clutches around.
Such an important round for G2 to win. It gives them that breathing space. It's 5-2, and it also says we're here to win attacks, not just defenses. That momentum they had in the first half now carries forward.
I believe
and
so,
they can try
Krusty, yes.
to lock down a second attack.
I'm going to try my very best. I want to get to 20 hours.
That will send us into cafe.
Before today, we were at 10.
Oh boy.
I hope
Game
G2
on,
wins
boys
as well,
and girls.
yes.
Game on. At 5-2, it is a tall hill to climb for W7M. Not impossible. We've seen some crazy comebacks. SSG just yesterday giving us probably the most spectacular, almost cool comeback that we ever could have seen.
7 rounds in a row. That was wild to get themselves onto the 3rd map. It was
I love how Doki just said, be careful, KZ, okay? You're not playing some usual Brazilian team here. You are playing world champion. Yes, you are.
Just got to get that out there, just remind them.
Having a lot of kills does not necessarily mean that, but I know what you mean.
Are you there? And no one from G2 said a word. Now they're up very high.
Oh, what a shot.
Now the Scotsman's starting to pipe up and give it large back.
I'm sure he is after the last couple of rounds.
Shit, what was it? These wins out the... Fuck, I'm going to have to ask Steve again.
He's got a hold down, or in this case, mash left mouse button.
Yo.
Pretty much toast.
Instantly did.
Come back in for W7M, but G2 could convert the 2 versus 2.
W7 meh.
W7 meh. It's in W7 mid, W7 meh. Anything else you want to throw in there, guys? We're all open for it.
They've been playing for a long... Well, they did win the 6th Invitational. Finsky, so... But they have achieved the ultimate trophy, you know what I mean?
Amaru a few times. Needs to be careful here though, because JV92
they won it in February.
in and around Big Tower, knows that there's been a little bit of attention out there, but there you go. Alamo sees him on his drone. This could be a real opportunity for G2 if there's a little bit of a support for Alamo out at the back there. They could get that pinch.
All eyes obviously turn towards the Amaru here as well from Alamo. What crazy players he got in mind. I think we all know what exactly that play is going to be.
Not that they don't deserve more wins. I'm just saying that they did achieve it.
The rest of his team to draw enough attention that he can make that play. Right now, though, there is no one sat inside a pit.
This JV92, that guy's fucking dangerous.
Challenge him is Nade, who's hanging around game. So an opportunity there exists for G2.
I know, sometimes it's not so fun to watch it, but I like watching it when it's in a normal person's time. Kingsy, you know what I mean?
Alamau nearly giving himself away.
Then I watch it on the TV. I just put it on and I play on my phone and I watch the matches. That I enjoy.
He's going to pick up Benja, so that's a good start for W7.
16-9, that's pretty good, yeah.
Back into sight via Attic catch as well. Really nice Oryx play.
Really thought we might see there a spring in from G2 as they knew one was off site up north.
Ooh, he's walking in, baby.
He could have sprinted towards Kid's window and made
He's
that
dead,
a very
baby.
quick fight, but W7M are playing a little bit of G2 strat here, holding pretty firm on and around site itself. With the classic Latam extending.
Yeah, we don't really watch. We did the previous major. We watched a few matches, Krusty, right? Didn't we? The Berlin major. I'm sure we watched a few matches.
Yeah, they're just going to have to force their way in at this point. There's
You gotta go work and you're so hungover, my friend. I wish you the best of it. Get something oily to eat.
everywhere that G2 have probed.
Get something oily to eat. Get an energy drink and just sit down.
He's on the Amaru just outside of game's window, and guess what? They know exactly where he is. Philippox is going looking.
I wish you luck.
That he's desperate for it.
Send a message, get out the window.
If you get to my age, a hangover is...
To find his man, a flawless round coming
It's
out
rough.
for W7M. Not the dream second round on the attack.
Oh, there is the fish and chips. That looks pretty good.
Change their style here, rather than trying to play out around the map like we saw in the previous
Has a lot
one.
of
Here
chips.
we're seeing them try and play a lot more defensive, but they've just found the
I'm
answer
so
in that round.
thirsty.
Dig in
I only
deep.
have
Philippox especially watching
frozen
wide.
water.
2 kills in exactly the same position, and no response from G2.
For G2 at this point, at least.
So Pinksy, you're America side then, right? So it must be like, where are you that you're gonna go work now?
W7M still very dangerous, but G2 maintaining a good lead, and you look at it and you think, can they get 2 more attacks? And I think this G2 side can. I think they've got it in them, Des. But W7M, they're going to be a tough nut to crack. They're going to go back down to Laundry. A good win last time around for G2. It did all sort of come down to that dice roll that we had in the last 30 seconds where they dropped into electrical, and it was kind of just everybody wailing on everybody else. It was like a dark room, and they were just throwing punches and seeing where they landed.
The crazy thing, if we get to overtime on this map, and I don't think it's, it's not out of reason that G2 win another attack here and guarantee at least overtime, and it wouldn't also surprise me if W7M claw it back to 6-6. The one to note going into OT, obviously G2 are going to be on the attacking side. It was W7M's map pick. They choose what side they go on to. And given how defense has been faring, at least at the first half and these first couple of rounds, I'll be nervous if it gets there. G2 need this gun in regulation.
4-12 ship.
They're going to be attacking once again on to
Or
Laundry.
at the afternoon on a Saturday,
Garage,
sure.
onto the drone, just making sure that his entrance is clear, checking attic, armory stairs, and making sure he's not
Man,
going
that
to be getting
sucks, I'm
caught
sorry.
out by any roamers on that top floor. This is something that G2 have done well so far. Just check, have a good understanding. Ooh, there is a player up on the top floor. I'm not sure that...
I think you're one of 3 viewers from New York that we
G2
have.
done a good job of using that drone information and making sure the map's clear and taking it quickly, but we need to keep an eye on Herds.
I don't want to dogpile him on either, but Benja was an absolute freak of nature at 6 Invitational. Deleted every team he came against. Here he's been very quiet, even across the tournament. Not really been their star player and stand out. You've seen Doki taking top of the leaderboard at points. Uno stepped up there as well. Virtue's had some big games. Alamau, second highest rated player in the whole competition. Benja, just a little bit absent so far in this competition. If you're going to make yourself known, I think in round 9 of Oregon in a best of 3 in the semis is probably the place to do it, Tim.
Herds is now on the move, and I don't think that they're aware that he's going to be on the flank here. He's going to be down white stairs, and this could be a real problem for G2 if they are unaware. If he gets onto their flank here, they're still working around that mid floor. They're in meeting at the moment, trying to open hatches up, and Herds, he's just biding his time, Des. He knows that the opportunity is there for him.
You're going to go green here, I imagine, try a bit of a backstab, and could very well get away with it unless G2 have got some great flank drones set up. We've got the beauty of a top-down view, and we can't see any drones anywhere. G2, the backstab has been executed, and Herds may have just deleted this attack already for G2.
And with a Nomad on the board, you've got to ask questions there. Obviously, there is a lot to cover off here on Oregon. Multiple staircases where those air jabs are going to be used to prevent anybody moving up from the basement. But if you know somebody's on the top floor and you're trying to play without dealing with them, then they maybe have to position in different places, and the air jab's just not effective on the roamer whatsoever there. Herds just absolutely free double kill for him, and that probably breaks the back of this G2 attack.
All air jabs are in back
It's
pocket.
close.
That is not ideal. In fact, all gadgetry is still in back pocket for G2 outside of the tin openers and 1 frag grenade. This is not really what you want coming into the last 30 seconds. G2 are going to lose this round with everything still in back pocket and able to be used. Uno might find 1, finds a second as well, but has got to go through 3 more. W7M are not going to let that happen, but Tim, again, we've got to stress, you cannot be getting to the last 30 and starting
Thank you very
to
much,
execute
Saifu.
with 3
Hope you have a
players
wonderful
all
night,
having
and I'll see you
utilities
again
still in back
tomorrow.
pocket.
I felt that G2 had done well so
I saw the
far
fish
on
and
Oregon
chips.
at, you know, on the attack, getting in there, getting map control, dealing with any roamers, pushing them back to site. But now I'm sort of left wondering.
I'm
I
looking
feel like
at
I
it
need to
right
look
now.
back at a
Some
couple
true
of those
British
rounds and think,
food.
have they done that?
It looks
Or
good.
have
The
they just
chips are
taken a
too thick
gamble?
for me,
Have
but the
they
fish
maybe
looks
just
nice.
taking a risk and getting away with it, and this time W7M have punished them.
And compare that to the other side when it was W7M on the attack. They were ruthless.
Absolutely.
At clearing
Every
out
corner.
Doki and Benja. They were just deleted every round. They were either on site and they kept their lives, or they were
Saifu,
offsite
the streamer
and they died, they were
waifu.
traded. It's just showing that discipline here that I think is missing a little bit in the G2 gameplay. And W7M really making a claim to say, look, everyone's fancying FaZe to go and win this.
Of course I eat biltong. I'm from South
But yeah,
Africa.
dying a double kill on a flank.
I had
with
biltong
3
this
air
week
jabs
and
in
I bought
pocket is just-
Gerbosch twice
I
as
think we all
well.
feel that one, brother.
It's unforgivable.
It's a healthy snack.
So we head
It's
into
protein.
round 10. 5-4
Just expensive.
as G2 continue to be reined back in by W7M. They really want that spot in the grand final. They don't want to be seeing anything of Cafe, and they're trying to get it done here and now. This is a pivotal round for me. I said round 7 was important. G2 got it won. They've since had, you know, 2 wins go in the direction of W7M. 1, they need to break the momentum of W7M. Don't let them stack 3 rounds together. But also, this is that third choice site. This is the one that G2 should be able to win, and it guarantees them the overtime as a minimum. So this one, they have to come in. If W7M get the win here and they can cycle back through their own primary sites, then I think as a G2 fan, you start to be a little bit concerned about that.
I just want to see Benja drop a nuke this round. I know I spoke about it a bit in the last, but he's got to see him go big. We've got to see him do some work. Now, understanding with the Ram on side, you want to see G2 get top floor control. They want to open everything up. They've got to deal with Hertz, who's floating around on top floor, and Nade, who's playing in below with the ability to C4 things out, and they haven't droned again. The homework is not being done by G2. Doki offline.
It's well, it's almost.
That's going to stink.
No, it's at 6. It's match point, so GT needs to push it to match point.
And again, if W7
But yeah, let's see. Sorry, I had to help someone with something real quick. Of beef jerky is like $15. Yeah, over here it's $15 for 1 kilogram. Plus minus. So 2 pounds. 2.25 pounds.
G2 are just going to have to go for frags in this round, and given how
Sometimes a
the
little
fights
bit
have been
more.
going so far,
Some places can be like $20 for a pound.
Certainly not looking that way at the minute.
But I promise you,
he's still up there. The thing is, W7
it's really
can
good.
play with more of a freedom now. They can leave people up on the top floor when otherwise they might dip themselves away. Hertz, he just absolutely.
Yeah, but remember your currency is worth 20 times more than mine is. So over here it's fucking expensive.
Honestly,
Hertz is unstoppable right now.
Oh my god, this Hertz guy, he heard me because he's just killing everyone.
Line of victims, W7M on their feet and starting to feel confidence.
Second flawless round in 3 rounds as well. Hertz is definitely getting an all chat again, by the way. He is so in their heads right now. Benja, it looked like he had the perfect angle held, but all it takes is 1 bullet. 1 bullet! Coming out of Hertz, he just deletes them.
Yeah, I'm sad that BDS are out as well, Zandov, but maybe, you remember there was two 6 invitationals ago, right? G2 wasn't qualified, but they were the previous champions. And they got invited on like a wild card draw or something. So maybe it happens. I don't know, dude. Maybe nothing happens, and it's just 3 EU
To see the
teams.
coach calling the tack time out here and deciding that some input is going to be needed. Leveled out at 5-5, and as I said, we've got to look a little bit deeper than that for W7M here. They've now got their 2 primary sites unlocked and ready to go to, having won that third choice site. So the next one that we will see will almost certainly be Dorms.
Everyone hopes so, but we can't even keep the power on. We've got like just so many mismanagement issues. People are just stealing, and the poor are getting poorer, and the rich are getting richer.
On the point that will take them through to the grand final. W7M just 2 away right
No,
now.
I must have missed it
How
yet.
dominant those last 3 rounds have been. I mentioned there's a couple of flawless rounds in there. The other one, still 3 players left standing from W7M.
That's a chant. Let's stop throwing. Yeah, we can do that when we play as well. How was my night? It was I went to bed at like, I got home at 11:15, so I was super tired and I couldn't sleep during the day. I tried to sleep. I finished the video, a very important video that I had to finish for Siege. I hope you guys like it when you watch it tomorrow. You can get a PS5 on Black Friday special with FNB for 100 and something bucks per month for 3 years. Go check it out, Universe.
Because I imagine that's the call that they know G2 would have got during that timeout is, look, you're being shot in the back, you're being backstabbed, you've got to get on those drones and figure out what's going on a little bit earlier on. So the Solus and the Mute, perfect answer from W7.
Yeah, I tried to make the video as good as I could, but I was so tired and it freaked me out. It freaked me out so much that I have to... But I hadn't completed it yet, you know what I mean? Krusty, that's why I don't bet on Pro League. I always lose. If I bet my points, I lose it all. Always.
15 and 6. He is single-handedly taking the European side apart.
15 and 6.
Absolutely terrifying, isn't it? Uno's got to be so careful here as well. He's got the juice from Doki if needs it. They don't want to use it just yet. But he nearly lost his life previously. Now he's trying to work his way up in towards Master Bedroom. Has got some pressure coming in out towards the east side. Benja working his way in. But Benja's got to go big here. He's got to unseat Herds, who is unseatable. And that's to deal with Big Tower at the same time. W7M have just got layers upon layers here, Tim.
No way, he just walks in.
Oh, no, oh, no, oh, no.
Unaware of Philippox, surely, who's just going to peek around the corner, gets one.
What?
Second yet, lets himself 180, turns on the turn and burn, and finds his man, and it's falling apart for G2 right now. 4 versus 2.
Yet again, it comes down to that drone play and someone not being sniffed out. Hertz finds yet another multi.
Hello, Yetis, brother.
W7M really making
Zeus.
that claim for the finals. Benja's got it all to do. Bottom white, he's not going to win it.
And it's tied up.
4K, Tim.
Hertz just...
Looks like G2 might be going home.
Said in the interview personally, I think does.
Oh, you're telling me?
He's come out here to respond directly.
He drops the easy in all chat as well.
He's come out here to respond.
That's Yeti when someone types something in chat.
Regretting those words before this match started.
3 kills in 4 rounds for G2, and now they have to go down to the basement. They did win this site.
Are they leading now? Is it 6-5?
They got pretty rocked here in round 9. It's the only place they found any kills really across this map. What can they do here to break them open? And most importantly, Tim, can they deal with the roamers? Last time round, they got utterly deleted by Herds coming off on that flank. They've got to work some magic here, or it is done and dusted, and it is that all LATAM Grand Final that I'm sure Brazilian fans are dying to see.
Let's not forget as well, W7M now 4 rounds in a row, just proving to be an immovable object for G2. And like you say, they've now got that primary site choice back online.
I think it's hard to see how even FaZe beat W7M playing like this.
I said this, you know, so many people have been favouring FaZe, and don't get me wrong, FaZe have looked fantastic, but for me, W7M, the danger of W7M has been the upward trend that they've been on. They've been moving quicker and quicker. They've been playing better and better on each map that we've seen them, and that has been a big
guys
factor
remember
for them today.
Real short timeout coming in here. I think it's one of our
last month.
Dropped out, so we'll get them back in game.
Last month,
relatively quickly. If nothing else, a tech timeout here probably only. But I say.
Last month we helped you. You guys know Gritania. He's got the most watched shorts video of Siege in the world. Got like 11 million views or something like that, right? So one of his viewers is a South African, the guy's name's KO. So he asked me if I could order a motherboard for him and have it delivered for KO. And I said, yes, of course I can help. So he sent me the money and I ordered him a motherboard. This was the 12th of October. 12th of October. And I had it delivered to the kid. I think he got it the 12th or something like that. A month, not less than a month ago, right? And now Gritania sends me a message. The motherboard already fully broke down on the CPU part. This is an AMD motherboard, by the way. It's one of these. It's a MSI Pro D650M. So it's at AM5, right? And it's fucking broken. I'm like, I literally cannot believe it. I just had to message him and say, he's welcome. The kid can message me, and then I'll help him sort it out or whatever. Let's just see. Okay, well, laser gates.
No, since she got nerfed down, you're not really seeing too much of her anymore. Every now and then you do. I've seen her coming alongside Jaeger and Romai for even more anti-utility setup.
He recommended this channel to you. Thank you, Zandorf.
Certainly much more so. I think we're
No, of course
getting
not.
things back underway here. What could be the final
Sometimes you get a faulty part. They will replace it 100%, yes. It's still under warranty, all of that stuff. I'm just saying, because I'm the guy who ordered it. It came from my account. I said, if KO needs assistance, just send me a message, whatever, and I'll submit email or whatever I need to do to help them. You know what I mean?
Which would be being said if this were still a talking opportunity for them. I really hate harping on him as well, and it's not so much I'm trying to pick on him here and saying, look, you're better than.
Oh, you were right, Binksy, yeah.
Benja's just not had a way into this game. You know, shots where normally think about.
Yes, I want to
groups,
smoke
for
a
example, where
cigarette.
he's marched through 3 or 4 players and around and been like, mate, this is literally easy. We're not seeing him show up against W7M.
So remember something that I said at the beginning of the tournament, and I often do, and that is that teams will always have a bad day through a tournament at some point. It always happens. They'll always have a little bit of a dip at some point. And I said half of winning a championship,
computer parts
half
are expensive.
of winning these big titles is about, I don't know if it's a little bit of luck or management to have that bad
Just
day.
save all your invoices, Krusty.
They had a bad day on the first match days.
I think I'm going to make a coffee when I'm downstairs, and I'm going to have a cigarette. But we need GT to win right now.
Everything up to this point. And it just looks like they may be having that bad day.
Let's stop throwing.
Last call for G2 to rally round.
Please forgive me for being such a horrible son of a bitch in the first match.
And I'm sure that noise will filter its way through to the players.
Oh, they say this all the time, like, yeah, they're wearing noise-cancelling headphones, but you have microphones. They still pick up noise that loud.
Yeah. They're going to know that they've got a lot of support behind them, not just here in Atlanta, but at home as well. Yep. I'm sure G2 are going to give it absolutely everything as they come into round.
By the way, 18-6 before our rehost.
There we go.
18-6.
Oh, damn, it was a rehost. Okay, and they're not allowed to talk during technical timeouts like that. You guys know that, right?
Well, many people would refer to as a life game, but for Herds, it doesn't feel like a life game.
Just a day. Just a daily game.
Just a day in the office. A day playing Siege for him. It scares me how
No,
accurate
it's
it is
not
with the
that
flicks.
price.
You've seen it on so many replays as well.
But like I said, you can buy one on FNB Black Friday or something for super cheap.
Just the speed, his reaction, and the ability to land a headshot.
That's
from the
not
flick
me. I'm not going to do that.
Absolutely mortifying. Here we
I don't
go,
have
though.
time
This
to
could
play
be
games.
The last round of this first semi-final. W7M with a chance to secure that spot in the grand final with a real claim to winning 2 majors in a row. It's been 4 years since the team last had that achievement. It was Empire all that time ago, but at least since our new scheme of Siege came out in 2020, no one has yet achieved that feat. So for W7M, it's not just a big claim going into tomorrow, Tim, but also looking forward to SI in Sao Paulo. 5 seconds to go.
We head into the action phase then of what could be the last round in Atlanta for
Hail
G2.
Mary.
Or it could see us having a little bit more excitement
Oh,
to come.
G2's on attack and they've got a fucking blitz.
We've seen it so many times brought along when teams have just really needed that round, needed to secure another point on the board. G2, they're going to try to clear these roamers from rear stage stairs to begin with, meeting immediate response.
I'm not a fan of playing the shields. I know Monty can be played very well.
Caught in a 1v1, so they back away down towards site. A few bullets to keep him at bay, and then straight down immediately. Now, again, keep an eye on the drone game in this round, because that has been a real stinging point for G2 across the series. There's been a lack of drones, getting shot in the back, and really being stung
Very
out.
possible,
the only
right?
real one to worry about in this round, because everyone is playing on
Didn't
site,
I say that they're always so good,
consistent?
consistent?
If they don't drone through Freezer,
The Brazilian teams. They might not win everything, but they're always fucking in the finals.
They're checking everything though, just in case.
The thing is, I'm glad to see it from G2. They've learned their lesson, and they're not going to.
Varsity Gaming said Shield's gonna get a nerf. Well, we know from the year reveal in February, Jimmy, that you won't be able to shoot behind the shield. You'll have to ADS. You can't like hip fire. That was shown to us in the year reveal
And they're already opening hatches. This is
during the 6 Invitational.
as good as it can go for them so far. far.
It can, but W7M are playing this really well too. They've got so much to sit behind. You've got the Fenrir, you've got the C4s, you've got impacts potentially that can come out of Herds as well. You've got the Goyo canisters deployed around site. They have hunkered down here, and you're already losing gunfights. This is only going to get even worse.
It's irritating.
Utility just raining in through electrical hatch for the time being. The Vulcan canister will have to be left to burn away before they can think about any sort of opportunity to drop. And Alamau is on the relocate now.
How's it going,
He's gonna
Jimmy?
be heading himself in to try and clear out elbow, which is so often what we see that blitz used for, but it has to come at the right time.
They might be.
G2, they need to prepare here. They need to make sure that they're in sync when they do go in.
2 minutes already gone.
Nervous that they might again get flanked out here, but it's not going to be the case.
2 minutes gone.
Barbed wire, barricade, all taken now.
Yeah, it's Brazil final, in my opinion.
Inside of elbow, it's him versus Nate on
Let's stop
Fenrir.
throwing.
That is going to be the big fight to determine this round.
It's over, in my opinion.
Is ready to go here. The utility starts to rain in.
I hope G2 gets it. Okay, so 1 down. Don't worry. Don't lose hope. Don't lose hope. It's just don't worry. It's just 2v5. Don't worry. We still got this. Brazil final, baby. He should have never been so arrogant when he talked to them. Yeah, we beat them at 6 Invitational. Fuck them. Fuck W7. Fuck them. I'm world champion. I'm best in world.
You cannot deny just how terrifying this team is to watch.
How do they take 2 minutes with the blitz? What are they doing? I don't understand.
Got some work to do before we come to SI. But it looks like
Congratulations, W7N. You have made it to the grand final.
On the other side of this matchup, you look at Los and FaZe and you think, are either of them going to want to play this W7M? And the answer has to be surely not, because
Maybe it's just trash talk. You know, it's a normal thing. It's fine. I just think humility takes you takes that pressure off of yourself.
Booming some more. Rough game.
But they played fucking amazing. What can you say?
But you know, there's a little bit of joy there in being able to say GG.
I know who's winning 6 of it. Krusty, the fact that they didn't win the previous one. Remember how good they played, dude. They smashed everyone.
Back on top and win things in Copenhagen. I imagine this is a rivalry that will be fueled for many moons to come.
You just get that
You see, they are still polite and friendly. Do you see? So maybe it is just trash talk. You know what I mean? Maybe it has no impact on it.
At future tournaments to play each other again, and we're going to start building that real story. And I love those when they do build, because they really do.
Brazilian guys are big.
G2, you know, hats off to them. They played their part here. You've got to give it. They come in there with the confidence, with the smack talk, and we need those characters, and that's what really.
Yeah, FaZe was lost.
Exactly. So G2, you gave it your best, but it just wasn't enough today.
I just really hope there's a reunite between these teams at every tournament going forward. SI and Sao Paulo between these two. Oh, imagine. The crowd's going to be behind one of them, and it won't be the one that they were behind today, needless to say. Again, we'll see no doubt G2 bounce back on this one as well.
He is
It wasn't their
Brazilian, yes.
strongest overall, but we will no doubt see more from them moving forward. W7M still get to play tomorrow, but for now, they're also
There's
down at the
16 Brazilians playing today in the
Thank you very
semi-finals.
much. This is starting to feel like deja vu standing beside Felipox.
They did
in
have
front
claws.
of
I
a
think they were
trophy,
nice.
Within touching distance, and look, you've just sent home the last non-Brazilian team in this major, and you did it in such confident fashion.
Yeah, like I said in the pre-game interview, we were going to kill them, and we killed them. 2-0, very easy, and that's it.
You thought it was easy?
Yeah, it was kind of easy. This last map, not so much, I won't lie. But the consulate, I think they didn't know how we played, because we haven't played before, so we kind of surprised them. And then on Oregon, our pick, in the defense, we crushed them.
It felt like Heads was just really in his bag, on fire. It felt like he was in their heads a little bit.
Yeah, Hertz was carrying us in the Oregon, in the defense. He was doing everything he wanted. So, yeah.
There's been a lot of talk about FaZe Clan being the favorites in this tournament, but it feels like every map that goes by, you guys are just growing into this tournament and getting more and more comfortable every single round.
In ranked, it's a different story though, Krusty, because then everyone's shit.
For us, we never won against them. So if they go to the finals, if they win today,
Same. If I spend money, channel points to vote who's going to win or lose, I always lose it. If I spend all my points, I lose. Hertz had 16 and 4, 16 and something before the Rio, so I don't know how many got the last round.
Yeah, I said I would get revenge for my friends. We would get revenge together, and we did.
Just finally, Felipox, to your fans watching back home in Portuguese, what would you like to say to them?
Obrigado aí a minha família que está assistindo sempre, meus amigos. Queria dedicar essa vitória de hoje à minha irmã aí que se formou ontem e eu não pude estar na formatura por causa do campeonato. Então, parabéns para a Mariana que formou minha irmã. E obrigado minha família, meus amigos, todo mundo está sempre torcendo, a torcida W7M, tamo junto.
Felipox, obrigado. Best of luck in the grand final. You will find out who your opponent will be a little bit later on in our second semi-final. But to talk through everything that just went down and the heartbreak for G2, it's over to the desk with Jacob.
Appreciate it,
So
Ian.
the next match starts in 30 minutes, I think, isn't it? I'm not sure.
Bow to your new overlords. W7M are going to the grand finals of Atlanta and have just made
I wonder how
history
popular
as the
the
only
ranked is on
team to
the
qualify
South
for
American
grand
servers.
finals
I'm
of
guessing they must be
every
popping
big
off. If
event
this is
in a
what,
Siege calendar over the
you
course
know,
of
the
1
amount
year.
of teams they have
No other
that
team
are
in
playing at this
history
level.
has done what W7M just did. Big congratulations to them.
And they did it off the back of Hertz. I mean, Felipox said it. He did everything he wanted on that Oregon defense. He finished with an absolutely monstrous 20-6 record.
20 and
he was
6.
So good on Oregon. Undoubtedly the MVP from this map.
Yeah, I think W7M's fundamentals, their trust in each other, just
Oof.
everything, their strategy, they get everything
Never,
right.
you should never
And no matter
gamble
who they're up
all,
against,
Reaper.
They just get better and better and better. Again,
Just play the
a little
odds.
bit of a shaky attack half onto Oregon, but they cleaned it up on the defense. They played the crossfires, they played the team play, and G2 had absolutely no answer for it.
Certainly looked like G2 at least had some fighting chance in this matchup. They will be going home right before the grand final, and for more about how that went down, let's talk to Doki with Ian Chambers on stage.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Doki, that did not go as expected.
Yeah, it did. No, yeah. Well, we lost ourselves. We played really bad. W7M are such a strong team, so like I want some applause for them. Like they played so good. And tomorrow, I think they're gonna take it back-to-back major. But that's part of the plan because if they get back-to-back major, we get back-to-back SI. You see?
It's sad, isn't it? Because I think that once NA lost its last Open SSG yesterday, you sort of became the fan favorites here for this home crowd. Feel like you've let them down a little bit.
We have let you down, guys. Like we heard the support when we were playing so loud. The crowd was so good. So I want to say thank you. I hope we see some of you guys at SI. The crowd's been so fun. So I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. The guys appreciate it. We're sad right now, but we're gonna come back from it, learn from it, and we'll be better at SI. I promise. So thank you so much.
Since Montreal, you guys suffered a bit of a
I
dip
don't
in
think
form,
the
right?
Blitz
There
was a
some
good
concern
pick.
about if you
But
were
what do
gonna
I
get
know?
back
I'm
to
just an
the
old
winning
guy who
ways, and I
plays
think,
Siege for fun.
You know, at this major, you've proven that
The only thing I saw was 2 minutes were used and Blitz was standing outside bunker with Flores blowing up
Yeah, I mean,
the barbed wire and the Goyu canister.
Everyone's loving playing in the team. Everyone's
Even
super
pros
confident.
can throw?
Everybody's
Of course,
playing
everyone
at high
can.
level, so it's like, what else can you hope for? I mean, today,
Like
maybe another
even
day, we're in a
all of
different
you,
way,
you've
but
played a
you
ranked
can't
match
take it away
and
from WCM. They're a really strong team.
you throw and then you lose it and then you kind of
yeah,
feel
like,
sad, but you know what,
wish the
it's
best of them. I really
okay.
like them, so
They just
that's it.
lost
But
a
thank
lot of
you
money
again to
though.
everybody. I appreciate it.
Great guys, and this man is a wonderful human being as well. Last thing from you, Doki. Sao Paulo, February.
So
Is it hammer time again?
It's
it looks like third and fourth place you get $47,000.
Best of luck at SI.
Second place gets 87, and first place gets $207,000.
On the desk, Jacob.
Yeah, Doki said something in that interview about how it felt like they weren't really playing like themselves, how they were really losing their way. And I think Laxton's got a point about that specific thing on the breakdown. Lax, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I do. Doki said it best. They weren't playing their best, and this definitely wasn't the best performance that we had from them. I want to break down this round going into the basement hold on round 4. This is an important round here with Uno and Herds here. This is a very tight spot. You don't want to give up blue. You don't want to give up elbow. The problem is here on this circle, you will see there is well, you won't see this, but behind this wall, there's a shield and a mute, which is why you see that Flores drone not being utilized very well. They also have the Finrear trap right there to help this 1v1 engagement for Uno, but the problem here is Uno gives up this position by the shield, whether the comms forced him out, whether just his own intuition forced him out of this position. You'll continue to see how this plays out, where you would rather see Uno go into elbow here and tuck with his team, but instead he tries to run back towards blue and gets caught from up top through the hatch. I believe it was Nade that, oh wait, Herds that grabs, no, not Herds. Someone grabs him, bottom line, someone grabs him, but Herds, we've talked about him a lot here. Herds played phenomenally through this, and Herds does the heads-up play here of sneaking through elbow and ends up grabbing Alamau
Yeah,
in the
right,
back,
dude. I don't know, man.
Virtue that tries to
It's
pull
so
this off here.
difficult
Alamau
to
trying to do this gunfight as best of his ability,
like on the hatch and drop and push bunker. It's just
ends up grabbing
difficult.
this kill on Virtue and does an amazing pinch here with KZ, blinds Alamau, ends it here beautifully with this knife. And this is the reason why I want to break this down, because the biggest thing was that blue elbow hold. If Uno just tucked back, he would have been able to play with Alamau. He would have been able to play with Virtue. They would have been able to play those positions, those trades. But Uno giving that up, letting Herds get in there, take that map control, and ultimately sealing the deal for the team is the reason why G2 lost that round. And seeing how this game ended in 7-5, that easily could have pushed it to overtime, easily could have won in G2's favor going forward. But ultimately, these are the small things that happen in Siege that can ultimately ruin a round for you. And that's why I want to break it down for you. I'm going to throw it back to the desk.
Thanks, Lax. Obviously, it felt like a 4-2 half and minimum for G2 was kind of what they needed to ensure that they got. You would have liked to have gotten more because everything fell apart in the second.
I'm gonna go smoke
Jack,
a cigarette. I'll
they're
be back
your
right
boys.
now.
How you feeling right now?
Look, I'm glad Lax pulled that round up because Uno made a very, very, very nervous play inside of that round. And I'm just going to draw correlations here. So, Copenhagen, G2 exit to Liquid, a Brazilian team. Alamau has a bad game. Again, G2 have exited to a Brazilian team, and Alamau's had a bad game. And I start to wonder if his calling, his nerves, transpired through to the rest of the team. Because Uno made a really nervous play in that round. Alamau in the next round on Laundry Supply made a really nervous play. G2 should have won either of those rounds, should have been closing out a 5-1, 6-0 half. W7M were not attacking very well on Oregon. And in a 7-5 loss, that's completely the difference. And I think G2 actually have a big problem here. Because if we go to SI, if they come up against a Brazilian team on the stage, it's only going to get worse for them. So they need to get over whatever hurdle that is they have against going against good Brazilian teams.
Yeah, and that round was so crucial too, because it was the start of the comeback for W7M. They go down 3-0 on that first quarter, and we saw G2 doing really well in the early game. Sometimes it was still a little solo, but we saw them constantly fighting, constantly going for swings. W7M getting caught off guard by a lot of that aggression. I thought Virtue was playing really good on dorms below the bomb site, having big impact there. W7M, they couldn't shut him down. But once we saw that tack timeout come through, W7M slowed down their pushes quite a bit. They started being way more prepared for those little swings and just waiting for them and taking those advantages when they got them. And then, as you said, I mean, that swap to the second half, just undoable for G2.
Now, Herds, obviously, is going to get all the plaudits. 20-6. It's not often you see somebody put their team in the backpack like that on such a main stage in a semi-final of a major. However, what I do want to say is W7M's fundamentals, particularly on their defense, their attack wasn't the best, but their defense in particular, allowing Herds that free roam, but when he needed the support or when others needed the support, Herds was there. Herds picked up a couple of kills, just playing off the back of his teammates, creating those 2v1s, and it just happened to be Herds that got those kills. And I think that's really strong for them, especially on their defense. Yeah, they've got some things to work on, but you know, no team's going to want to take them to Oregon, even if it looks like W7M are weak on their attacks.
For W7M, it feels like they're getting really used to the spotlight. Remember back when there was the team that came so close to almost maybe winning an event? They're the favorites coming in, and then they get maybe to semifinals and they crash and burn. They've made it to the grand finals now of every single event in the year of our Lord 2023, and I think they're also getting used to being the villains, because as soon as they won, they put their ears out towards NA right as the whole crowd was exiting the building. So I think they're getting pretty used to that kind of pressure, and they're thriving in it.
W7M are one of the greatest teams in Rainbow Six history, maybe second to G2 throughout the entirety of the history. That feels like where we're at right now. The way that W7M have been to major after major after major, they won finally when they went to Copenhagen. Now they look poised to be in a great spot to win again into those grand finals. They're looking so strong at the moment. You just can't say anything about the legacy of this team because it feels like we're right in the midst of them building it up, and they are going so hard.
They're slowly but surely earning the right to be in that conversation with the old Penta G2 roster, absolutely. And I think, like you say, no team's ever done it. Three major final or S-tier finals in a year. And I spoke, again, I'll reference when I spoke to Philippox after Copenhagen in the after party, and he said, this is just the start. We know we're back at the bottom of the mountain. Now we've won Copenhagen. It's all about Atlanta, and they're making it all about Atlanta. They're working harder than ever, and they're looking better than ever.
We also will find for the very first time this tournament, our first ever two-time major champions. Because W7M, obviously they won the most recent major in Copenhagen. FaZe Clan won back in Yavle. And Los, different roster, org changes, but they were
Are you claiming that?
won back in Mexico.
Oh, is he just that confident in FaZe?
No, I mean,
You're actually claiming it?
All three of them
okay.
have won a major in the past. So no matter what happens throughout the end of this, we're going to see a not back-to-back, but a two-time major champion team.
Which technically, in Siege history, has never happened before.
Exactly.
So it's about time to figure out who is going to be on the right side of history and who will always be remembered as the team that came so close but couldn't capitalize in the end. Semifinal number 2, FaZe Clan and Los, is coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, I'm Dominic Clement, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. The next season is right around the corner. And if you don't get the latest operator on release, you might still want to review your ABCs on some of the operators already available today in the game. The Electric Bandit, the Wise Cade, and the Quiet Mute will be welcoming a new troublemaker into their ranks, ready to give breachers a few headaches. Working out your pulse and Solus muscles will ensure you'll be able to provide invaluable intel to this new operator. And let's not forget about Ella, Fenrir, and our other trap operators who each bring a unique ingredient that can be used in crafting some really crazy strategies with this new operator. So jump into the game and review your basics with these operators, so you'll be ready to synergize with the new operator when it comes out next season. See you then.
Yes, G2 have had a win. They have also had a loss.
Of course, I think G2 is the best team in the world, and now it's up to us to defend that, to prove everyone that we're right.
When I'm in a tournament, I don't care about the nationality of the enemies. I play every game like it's the same game.
Good luck, guys.
There's a lot of up and downs, but with this new MAD roster, I believe we can create something.
Life is just it's a constant growth. It's mostly just kind of knowing
Action
yourself
5
and not
minutes,
being
that's not
afraid
bad.
just
Yeah,
put on
G2's
yourself
knocked
to do
out,
better.
baby.
There's nothing better than seeing your top players pop off and your top players perform. That's where the magic really happens.
I think that M8 is one of those teams that we will really struggle against because they understand things the same way we do and they have equally as talented players.
We don't really have a rival. The only rival is ourselves, so as long as we get over that, there's no one in our way.
Yeah, we.
Hey guys, it's Gio from Sonics, and welcome to my fresh install. For diffuser, I have manual because I play support, so I gotta make sure I have.
Oh, we've
bomb
side
at all
this.
times, or I'm able to drop it
Geos.
inside the site. For drone prep, also manual.
Picked up.
You also want to sit on your entries drones as long as possible, especially if they're up. HUD, I actually just keep everything the
Okay,
same.
I should also change mine to manual. So I can watch drone number 3 without getting off. Normally I've got to be on my own drone.
I play night mode.
Switch to
personally.
theirs.
I don't know, a lot of people don't play like that.
Hello, Daily. How's it going, my
Basically for
friend?
display, we go to as many hertz as you can. We go to 4.3, but that's all preference.
I hope
Like
you guys know
4.3,
Daily.
84.
Daly's a great guy.
4.384.
Haven't seen him live in a
At the
little
bottom,
bit. This
I
week's been
personally
rough
do
for me, and
95 HUD display area, and then 94 menu display area with a brightness of
yeah, I watch him early in the morning.
1, I think it was, some odd number like that. Graphics, I have a pretty bad PC at home, so everything's on super low. We go low, we go LOD quality high, shading quality low, shadow quality. Pretty sure that's very high, so you can see the shadows when they peek you. Reflection
we go.
quality low, VFX low.
Yeah,
anti-occlusion
no, I
low,
understand, my friend. I understand.
Anti-aliasing off. That's basically it for graphics. Make sure you always press apply so you have your settings saved. Control is the important part. I would say raw input off, mouse inversion obviously disabled. Then sense is obviously up to you, but I play 1010, 400. You can mess with the magnification obviously. I play with, so that's me. Thing 1x is
Oh, that's good.
28, 1x
That's very good. I'm
28,
happy for you.
1.5, 55, 56, and then 57. Mouse scroll wheel, I have it off because I grip the mouse kind of weird. Gadget deployment, advanced, drone deployment, advanced. I think those are really important to have on. Aim on hold, lean actually on hold as well because I lean with my mouse buttons. Sprint, hold, crouch, toggle, prone toggle, and then walk toggle. For the keybinds, I actually have some kind of crazy keybinds. I lean with my mouse buttons. So this would be just have the mouse buttons. And then gadget is Q and E is melee. So that's kind of it. For control is my prone. And then Basically, everything else is kind of default. Just make sure you're leaning with your mouse buttons, and then your gadget is Q and your melee is E. So it's kind of weird, but I mean, it's all preference. Accessibility for optic colors. Yeah, I like the light green with 100 opacity. I'm kind of blind, so I mean, I'm blind and old, so it makes me see better. At least that's what I think. Could be placebo, but it's all preference. Everything default and then opacity 100. I tried 50 or lower, but I mean, can't really see. So up to you really. And just make sure you're applying all your settings. Thanks for watching my fresh install, and see you guys at the major.
I had to sacrifice a lot in my life to be where I am right now.
Everyone shares the same ideology or mindset.
G2 is the best team in the world, period.
The mentality when we just like focus our minds to win is just maybe the most important thing.
What's most important is the journey that we go on, and we go on that together.
The feeling of belonging is extremely important. I do think that I feel that the most.
Having the crowd is really amazing. When you do this and the crowd is like screaming because you just like put your hands up.
You always have the crowd on your side because like we're the biggest team in the world.
When you experience the adrenaline to play in tournaments, to win tournaments, you can't live without that anymore.
I'm a guy who likes video games, but other than that, I don't have that much to define myself. I'm trying to find that. That's my next step in life. Find myself.
Okay, we should probably start our votes. I'll do 5 minutes. I'm sure that should be fine. Everyone make sure to go vote. Gonna earn some extra channel points. Or steal someone else's.
One grand finalist down, one more to determine, and we already knew it was a foregone conclusion that it was going to be a Brazilian team, but now because the rest of the Atlanta Major has effectively been turned into one big Brazilian League weekend, it's time to figure out whether Los have it in the bag or if FaZe, the favorites, are just going to a grand final because they're FaZe. I'm Jacob, he's Jesse. We're back on with Gabriel Laxing Miralez, former world champion Gabriel Laxing Miralez, by the way. And now we get to figure out who joins W7M on that
former world
pedestal
champion. What was he playing for Space Station? SSG. Was he playing for SSG when they won?
Jacob, we get an all-Brazilian semifinal to preview the all-Brazilian grand final that we'll be getting tomorrow, of course, in the best of 5. But these two teams are going to be going head-to-head with a really different story behind them. FaZe Clan coming in as the #1 team from Brazil. They dominated through the Swiss stage, 3-0 through just the best of ones. Now they're here, looking very clean going into the semifinals. Los finished 8th place in Brazil. They really had to struggle to get here all through the LCQs, coming up through Swiss, coming up through those play-ins. Not a lot of players.
The FaZe has got the upper hand.
Them to be here. They won their quarterfinal match yesterday, made it a 6 invitational, and now they're here to try to push for that major title as well.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. FaZe came in here and they kind of just breezed through, kicked their legs up, and then they really got tested yesterday in that SSG game. Los has had quite the come up, especially securing that SI spot. I mean, they've really had to dig deep and place here to even qualify for SI. So Los, on top of that, has just been phenomenally improving as the stage has gone on, through the playoffs, through even to now with the game yesterday, shutting out Dark Zero 7-0. So, I mean, it's going to be a barn burner.
And then fucking VDS is not going to the 6th invitation. I can't believe that, dude.
Quite a long time. When they came in through play-ins, everyone said, oh, they'll probably be the 2-0 team in their group because the group didn't look very strong.
They're going to have to look at that system because I believe, I don't know, what, 3 or 4 teams from APAC have made it through to SI or something like that.
At the Mexico Major over 2 years ago.
I don't know if should that be a thing, because VDS is
I mean, they've been to major
a top team in the world, man. They should be at the 6th invitation.
A bit of a different result last time. They managed to best their demons, take down DZ, and I think really we have to credit Loban for being that player. Look at that entry stat, 29 and 8. He has been ridiculous coming throughout this tournament.
And
so
that
far.
Mayan
He's
guy.
also been insane with the frags as well. 1.59 KDR, the best kill death ratio of any player in all of Atlanta.
Well, it's funny you say that because I have it right here. Loban is currently the #1 rated player here. He is the #1 rated in KD.
They didn't make it though.
Entry, and then he's the
6 or 5 teams from APAC. That's bullshit.
Maya at
Right.
third, but at a 75% and a 76%. I mean, those two alone, that's the duo.
They've been looking really good. When we talk about every
That's
team
too
that
many.
faces Los as the team to talk about with the
Because
most points.
from what I've
It feels
seen,
like we talked about
this
Dark
is
Zero
just what
the
I've
most
seen on
yesterday, a
social
team that they
media.
faced in playoffs.
People
We
say
talked
that they
about their
just can't
opponents,
compete
not
at
so
that
much
level.
Los. So now we got to give them their due.
I don't know.
Jesse, we have a breakdown on how well their setups went.
We do, Jacob. They
I
brought
root
a
for them when
really
they play the
sick
6.
ideas to that game against Dark Zero. The way they incorporated both Castle and Miro.
One of
on
them
so
needs to
many
say
of these
Katie
boss
doesn't
sites
matter. It
was
does for
really
your fucking
impressive
entry
for you. I'm gonna
frag.
Show some of these clips. What you'll see is that they built up these castle barricades, these Miro windows, to really funnel the attackers. And they brought stuff that they've never seen before, right? They've shown these maps before, maybe throughout the past, but the strategies they were bringing
That's
out,
nice
the
if
way they
you
were able to develop
can
the
get a
sites,
drone into where your entry is going in,
insane from Lowe's. I really
and you
enjoyed
ping a
those
guy and he
today.
wins that
The question for
gunfight
me now is,
immediately.
Are they going to have even more of those strategies?
3
saved in
teams,
their
Ryan,
pocket
from
for
EU.
FaZe Clan, or is that just it for
G2.
that, and we've seen everything they've got?
I mean, you can only hope, but I think yesterday especially was more pressure on them than anything. Not to say
There's
that
only
they
3
don't want
teams.
to win this major, but securing SI and their home
There's only
country,
3.
that's a pretty big feat of its own.
You need a
but
team
I
from
do
South
want to see
Africa?
that from them because yesterday
We are very,
the
very far away
the
from that.
adaptations that were being displayed from both teams, but specifically Los, was extremely
Conservatively,
impressive
10
because
years.
We weren't seeing that through play-ins or through playoffs. So it was nice to see it here on the main stage, to see that they really were digging deep, diving into their strats and see what they could pull out just to
You
get
know
around
what?
or even get the game.
If there was a casual 6
managed to
invitational,
qualify
casual
for a
only,
semifinal, and it
right?
didn't have to do
No
it with
map
FaZe Clan.
bans.
So that is another story that we have to tackle.
South
on that
Africa
whole thing.
would
Speaking
stand
of
a
FaZe,
stand a chance.
Those guys also have proven
Those
that
casual
they're
warriors
capable
that we
of
have on
operating
console
without cameraman at the same time. No
and on
cameraman,
PC.
no Astro, no
They're tough.
problem. They're still here making it work to a point where a lot of people are wondering, are they suddenly also now a villain team? Because they were really getting the North Americans like riled up yesterday.
Well, I'll say this. I know we were giving them tons of praise and saying that they
They are good players, but there's no money for them, Deuce.
We gave them a lot of praise.
There's
saying that they
really
were the
good
best attacking
players.
team coming into here, and if you watch the game
But
yesterday,
no one's gonna
they by
spend-
far were not the best attacking team from the stats. that
Pay
they were
them a
originally putting up. Their
salary to
defense has
move them into
completely
Europe
carried them
or
all
to
the way through.
You're
America to
absolutely
compete
right, but
for
I
a
do
full
think
year.
It took a long time in that series before we finally got to see
There's no money for
phase
that.
attacks, right? Skyscraper map 1 was spent mostly trying to figure out the
I
pacing
remember-
of SSG. Space Station doing a lot to mix things up and really catch
Which Call
FaZe
of
off
Duty was
guard.
it? Was it
Then
Black
we saw
Ops
Consulate,
4?
which was just a mess. FaZe Clan
Was.
completely in their own heads. The crowd was in their
Modern
heads.
Warfare
They just
1.
couldn't
I can't
put any
remember.
attacks
One of those
together.
two.
That was a really tough situation, and it wasn't until Clubhouse.
Bravado
the third
sent
map
their
of the
Call
series,
of Duty
we started to
team
see some really
to
strong attacks from
Europe.
FaZe Clan, right? They were executing onto the bottom
They
floor,
beat
using
the
great
French
vertical
national
pressure.
team
Their
or some
tactics on
shit
stage
like
and
this
bar
or
was
whatever.
really, really clean.
But they
So we
eventually
started to see those really classic,
dropped out of the
well-put-together
tournament,
FaZe
right?
attacks.
They
But
had to
even
play
then,
like
there were
open
stumbling
bracket or
points,
something.
struggling with the bandit on
Um,
GG wall, struggling sometimes
and
to
the
clear
amount
out
of
those
money
run
that
games.
must have
So
cost.
I do want to see better attacks
It's
from FaZe Clan. We
unbelievable.
hyped them up all tournament for being the monsters of attack, and we didn't see that yesterday.
Both teams
Well,
definitely
man,
know each other probably more so than anybody else.
they're not going
Know
to
one
compete
another
here
because
and get a
how
spot in the major.
Brazilians have competitions. In previous years, it wasn't just the tier 1
Look,
leagues.
it could.
If you did
Ubisoft
bad
would be like,
enough
hey,
in tier 1 leagues,
we're
you
doing
leaked
a
down
full-on
tier
South
below that
African
and
league.
played four
You
matchups.
teams have to
So for these two
qualify and
teams
blah blah
now to
blah,
be
and one
facing
of you,
another in
one
a
of you will go
semifinal
to
context
6
with grand
Invitational
final
or
on
a
the line,
major
This
first.
map ban phase better be exquisite from both coaches if they really want to have a shot. So let's see what we got. Cafe, then Border, then Cons. Gents, what are we thinking?
Remember, guys, our country doesn't have money.
Off the rip. Them banning Skyscraper right
Cafe,
away.
Border,
Sure, we said they didn't
Consulate.
look strong
I
in their
hate
regional
Border. Oh my
performance,
god,
but
I hate
clearly
it.
Yesterday, they made a lot of changes. They looked extremely strong on Skyscraper, but I guess they aren't feeling very confident
I
playing
think I
against
still
FaZe.
hate it more than
Yeah, I
Cafe.
mean, Los looked so good on Skyscraper just yesterday. They had so many cool strats, and now immediately go into banning it. And I do think the Nighthaven ban, similarly, is very, very odd because what we've seen is a really good historic performance from FaZe Clan on Nighthaven, choosing to ban it out here. Now we get the picks of Cafe Border. I expected both of these maps to be banned.
Yeah, we've got Ryan. We've got a few.
Because again,
Yeah.
we
Okay.
haven't
No.
seen either of these teams play the opponent's map pick throughout the
But
stage.
gold, Ryan.
FaZe Clan have never played Border throughout all of Stage 2. Los have never played Cafe throughout all of Stage
But remember,
2.
that goes
We are
for the
gonna get
rich
some
guys,
brand new
Ryan.
strats coming
Ryan,
out.
do
We
you
are gonna
have
see some
oil in
brand
your
new stuff from these
backyard,
two
my friend?
squads. You know, we
Is
were
that how
under,
you
did
bought
low,
your
spend all of their ammo in the quarter
titanium
finals just to
plus
make SI.
power
This
supply?
Batman
You
phase
just
makes me think,
opened your
no, they
tap
still got more.
No, I
and
think
you've
it's gonna
got
look
some
similar
oil
to
and
kinda
you've
what they
sold
did
it.
with SSG. I mean, yeah,
Right, Ryan?
Zero of just we weren't sure. We didn't. None of these teams showed those maps, so you can only assume that they had the prep for it, and they definitely had the prep
That
for it.
only gets
So
paid
again,
if they
you can only
actually win
imagine going
money.
into these two maps
The fact is you
specifically
still
and
have
now
to
being shown
spend
one
money
another
to
that
get
they
them
have something
somewhere.
cooked up to try to
Easy.
encounter the other person, or to just throw them off
And like I
walk away
told
with
you,
the
our
match.
currency is
like the
worth
matchup
20
on paper
times
for sure,
less
and
than
just
yours.
because they knocked out both
So
North
to
American
fly
teams yesterday, my question
6
is,
South
how good
Africans
of a
to the
litmus test
US,
is that going to be when they face another Brazilian squad that, like
it's going to
you
cost
mentioned,
fucking
hyped up as one of the better teams from Brazil?
$6,000 or
This is gonna be
something.
really, really fun.
It should be,
That's
Jacob,
one
and it should
way.
be noted as well,
Then
these
they've got
two
to live in
teams
a
from the regular
house.
season of Stage 2, that
And
were
like
the
I
best
said,
of one
20
through the group
times
stage,
the
and it
currency.
wasn't
And no
big
company is going to
close.
give that money.
Despite being the massive underdogs because they did perform so poorly throughout Stage 1, the thing about that game, though, it was irrelevant for FaZe Clan.
So you know what I mean, Ryan? Yes, we have gold and diamonds, but that shit's all, that's all fucking, it's American companies. Anglo-America.
Who's really on top.
I say one thing.
Yeah.
This could be camera.
Yeah, food, PCs, all of that. Who's going to pay that?
FaZe
There's
Clan
no,
are
you
hoping
can't
does
make
not
money
happen
back from
in
that.
this series. Atlanta, I'm curious. Because they knocked out both North American
If
teams
there are many
yesterday,
South Africans
who are
that
we
if
actually
they
cheering for
were
in this game?
born
Are we
in
cheering for
Europe
Los?
or America, they would have had a
Or
shot
are we
at Pro
cheering
League.
for FaZe?
I think that was Lowe's.
I'm hearing boos for FaZe and I'm hearing cheers for Los. You guys ready? Semi-final number 2 starts right now.
Man, I've got my foot on my other disc. This is comfortable.
The most difficult opponent is going to be the FaZe Clan.
We do that, Ryan. We dig the gold out of the ground, okay? Then we send it to somewhere to turn into jewelry, as an example. Then we buy it back. Or we dig out iron ore. We send it to China. They make it into steel, and then we buy it back.
Então os jogadores estão fazendo bastante diferença nesse campeonato para Los. FaZe Clan is a really prepared team, but
No gang signs,
they
baby.
have good adaptations during the round, and maybe we can surprise them.
Eu acho que eles devem temer a gente mais pelo quesito da agressividade mesmo, que é quesito que a gente
Or the
faz muito
guys.
bem.
Everything has to be perfect. The winner of that match is going to be the winner of the tournament. It has to be our day.
Hey town, are we ready for another semi-final on this stage?
We sell it all over the world.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Atlanta Major, our next semi-final, which is a tough pill to swallow for this last
Remember,
round.
gold is used in
Consists of
electronics
two
and
teams who crushed NA's
and
dreams.
platinum is used in
with a team who
exhaust and stuff like that. So we've got big mines for platinum and
Are they
gold.
about to roll credits now on Cameraman's film? It's FaZe Clan!
Oh, is that the sign that they do? What is it? Have you guys seen a Valorant broadcast? Man, it's insane. I'm streaming Siege tonight. Don't know if I'm nervous or excited. You're both. But I promise you, Zandolf, just keep doing it and say to yourself, I'm gonna do this for 3 hours straight tonight. I don't like streaming less than 5. That's me personally. If my wife says, look, I'll watch the kids for 3 hours, you can play games, I'm like, it's okay, I'll just watch
That
TV.
experience could pay dividends here for you and your roster.
I think yeah, because Cyber and Souls already win a major in Sweden, so we had all to win this, and we are going to win this.
FaZe Clan
Damn.
did beat you in the regular season. Do you think that you can get them back here in a best of 3 situation?
Yeah, on best of 3, we play very more confident because we can do more things to MD1. So I think we are very prepared to this.
So I'm assuming that Brazil being Portuguese,
Cameraman, you know, former member of the roster.
it is seriously a different language, right?
Part of that of FaZe Clan. He's going to be looking for revenge here.
Yeah.
It must be nerve-wracking speaking in your second language.
On that time, and I think it will be fun.
And
for
like
them
I showed you,
to play
Zandolf,
against
remember
each
to
other
turn or use
because
the
they are
browser
friends
thingy, this thing?
yet, so yeah, be fun.
the stream manager, and then click at the top. Click the viewers, turn that off. And yeah, turn that off so you don't focus on numbers.
On Dark Zero yesterday, and now they are looking to prove that they belong up there in the conversations with Brazil's best.
Yeah, because remember, if numbers motivate you and the numbers don't look good, you're gonna get demotivated. Play the game because you want to play it. Hey, there's a Warden Elite. And that guy's cool. He's got his one pant leg half pulled up like that. Shit. Why are there so many of them? Portuguese from Portugal and Portuguese from Brazil are a tad different. Just accent in some words are a little different. Okay. Yeah, but I mean, if it's your second, if English is your second language, it's like in Paris, you know, in France. People, they don't speak English. No, that guy was way skinnier than me. I like the pearlescent look of their logo.
I know this is my place to be.
Mother of pearl, I believe you call that.
We had some really good Brazilian teams, and this is just the result of a really strong region. And yeah, we have another Brazilian champion.
Yeti, I think the guy with the pants leg pulled up is way cooler in any way than the guy in my ranked game 360 knifing the floor. No jokes.
A very long time. Is there any beef going into this?
No, not really. I like the guys. Really like Cyber. He's a brother to me.
What you need to do is also, when you have that thing open, if something cool happens, one of those purple blocks I showed you on the side, pink blocks, is marker.
Alright, so you've been at every
So
single
when you
SI
click on that, it will, on your stream manager at the end, in your VOD, the highlights, there will be like a little marker drop, so you can go and export that as a short footage or something that you want to use for yourself.
That's a massive achievement in itself, but you've got to make sure that you keep focus now on the trophy, right?
Yeah, we cannot hold back. We want this.
Remember to talk as much as you can.
The way that we want
talk about
to
what's
be in the
happening.
side, so,
talk about things. Talk about gun skins.
Do our best,
talk about
like
the stuff
always,
that you saw in the major tonight.
Lift this trophy.
All right, best of luck. I'll let you go and take your seat. There's Los versus FaZe Clan All Brazilian semi-final to lock in that last spot in the grands. Let's take it over now to Lynx and Stokes for this one.
Cameraman, yeah, he's good.
There is one underdog
Stokes
left in Atlanta after NA's gone home, and we basically
Man, that is a red tie.
in the semifinal earlier. Los are the final team who have, of course, won a major before, but the final team who can continue to cause upsets. A lot of us have been sleeping on FaZe a little bit, but based on their
Stokes sounds
Sam,
very,
they are
very
a
good.
contender for that trophy.
Oh, most
when he
definitely. When it comes
commentates.
down to Brazilian squads, I mean, you can name quite a few, but Los is one of those newer names to this pile, and honestly, I'm very excited about this. We've been seeing a lot of these players, Loban, Maya,
Yes, 100%, Yeti, because there's only Brazilian teams left.
In the proper light is truly amazing,
yes,
especially
Yeti.
when you pair it with somebody like Cameraman, which we're all such huge fans of for the history of
And Los, I think Los is going to win this. Did you guys vote, by the way?
Matchup for the history books.
And in terms of how these rosters for both FaZe and Los have developed over time, I mean, you've had players on Los who won majors with FaZe. You've had players on FaZe who won majors with Los. There are so many major
You play for a professional team. Who do you play for, Zandolf?
But there might be players in the server
No,
they go on to win the final
James
tomorrow.
Bond
They
doesn't do red ties. I can't remember.
A lot of talent in this server, and as you said, Loban and
No. They've two of their guys. One guy's the highest rated player in this tournament, Yeti. He's fucking 90 kills and 60 deaths. And then the other guy's 75 kills and 50 deaths or something like that. They are fucking entry frags, dude. My family is from Portugal. Yeah, Dubs. Oh, you're from New York, yes. I'm visiting next year for my parents' 50th wedding anniversary. Very nice. If there's these cosmetics, if these cosmetics don't have certain items, I might just delete the game.
Some of the best KD spread as well, and he's playing things like Thermite and Smoke.
I'm confused with the last part.
This team is looking so very solid, and I really think we have a matchup.
You're fired.
And that's such the beautiful thing about FaZe, right? right? Because whereas Los, especially early on in the tournament, you were worried that they were top heavy, that Lobin and Maya were pulling games over the line. I mean, you talk about that NIP game, 8-6. Lobin and Maya were key tools to get Los that 8-6 victory.
We played
A scoreline they might not have
Battlefield.
got if they weren't putting up the performances they did in that game. But FaZe, Cyber's
Got on
easily one of
Siege
their
for a
best
while.
performers, and FaZe still went flawless in Swiss and
Less
made it to
and
the
less are trying to
semifinals
get the
with
team
them as
back.
their
Okay,
worst
so it's not,
performer. This roster
it's not
is so
professional.
consistent, and the
It's,
talent is so deep
it's
that
professional
even
is
one of the
earning
best players in the
an
world,
income.
Cyber, is having just an okay
You know what I mean?
event. It's no problem for the rest of the
It's
team to pick up
amateur
that
as in
slack.
boxing.
Exactly. And honestly,
Enthusiast, aspiring professional.
as you look across the board here at these players, and yeah, although Cyber might be playing slightly off to his
Did you
own
buy the
standards,
SI Invitational GT bundle? I bought that fucking long the day of it was released.
As for Los, at the beginning of this tournament, we really didn't know what was going to happen to them. Cameraman seemed like he was still trying to find the way that he wanted to plug into this roster, but the deeper that they
I'm wearing the uniform right now.
opponents that they found, they've came together
With
as a squad.
the
And now, I mean, they're looking
the
to fully
headgear
put themselves,
from the Halloween event.
I would say here with FaZe Clan and truly prove that they're a Brazilian powerhouse that
Of
people
course I
must
bought it.
respect.
Fuck, man. You know I'm stupid like
Made it to
that.
the finals. Whoever
Don't
wins
it?
this game, those will be their opponents tomorrow.
You
in our
also
grand
bought it,
final.
didn't you?
They're looking to become the
Krusty
two-time
probably
favorite
as well too.
amongst these two juggernauts of Brazil, FaZe and W7M. They are looking to
The
be
thing
the
is,
ones that
Zandov, my
get to lift
friend,
that trophy for the second time. Cameraman, Maya.
play the game because you want to play it. If you have skill, that's really good. That's going to help you. But don't forget about the personality and speaking to people. That's it.
Players on Los, if they can make this upset and perform against W7M tomorrow,
That's all you got to do. Just
they will surely deserve the trophy.
look how shit I play the game.
Absolutely, especially for Loban's sake.
Every
right? I mean, this guy
during
has
the
been
week, it's 50 people.
insane,
Average of 50 people for a 7 or 8 hour stream, which is it's insanity. It's top 0.45% on Twitch worldwide. And I'm just a guy who plays the game shit.
Into border. Those are our two guarantees.
Oh fuck me! I hate Cafe.
Says FaZe are going to take this.
I can't believe you didn't buy it, Rack. Is it gone? Can you not buy it anymore?
Atlanta, is that correct? Do you want Los to win? Well, we'll just have to see how
This is Saifu's favorite map.
Cafe for our first map.
I think the red tie it reminds me of a waiter. Okay, so I'm gonna delete these predictions. I see no one voted for the other team. Let's do new predictions real quick, everyone, please.
And as I said,
Oh man, I've got to
Skyscraper,
type
see, I
this shit
defaulted to
again.
it 'cause it's been so played, it's so in my mind as Los. I mean, how could I not? As an NA fan, that's 7-0 against Dark Zero burned into my brain. But Cafe and Border are two least played maps as the event.
Please get your votes in. Someone just vote a little bit. I can't vote. I promise I would if I could.
Time of the year, folks. It's the last major of 2023, but it leads quickly into February, where we get to decide who is the champion of the realm.
It reminds me of a waiter. I'm not. Well, actually, a black tie and a white shirt. That's why I don't wear white shirts. I feel like I'm a waiter then.
One of these teams has a date with Destiny tomorrow.
I don't see it. Should be there now.
The Bulls. We'll have to find out who it is now. Some interesting
I'm an
bands already
English
coming
teacher here in Poland.
Buck and Nomad going to be the bands here. I really like
And
this
I have to
Buck
say, I
band
love it more than anything. Well, that's great.
You normally see it on Cafe, especially a couple years ago. You
Communicating with people, I'm really good at.
Inside of reading room,
And I'm not bad at Siege, so why not? I wish you luck, my friend. Tell us when you go live. Thank you, Rack.
Later on in next year.
Ooh, Valkyrie ban.
On Cafe, that won't be a factor anymore. Nomad as well.
Oh, here's someone who's gonna get banned. Big boss man, old man. Account created 4 minutes ago. I'm going to ban you.
Can't get any more standard than that.
No.
Thank you.
Definitely not.
Thank you for the follow.
As well as Valkyrie, two of the key operators to Cafe's play, especially when it comes to Azami and her ways.
Is better the word? What do you mean? Better is past tense, right?
That really isn't accomplishable.
Oh shit! It's South African kids.
Jump into this very first round, shall we? It's FaZe Clan versus Los. Give us some noise.
Hey dudes, I'm good, thanks to you. Sorry, I'm getting follows from troll accounts. Big boss man, old man, big boss man, rip. Who's next? Yes. That sucks. You know, Twitch will pick up your banned accounts, right?
Every single team the crowd has been on, or
If you sign into more than one account from the same PC, they will pick it up, and your other accounts will be banned as well. I'm just letting you know. Just about to play some solo rank. Duzra, are you okay?
Now, they've been cursing a lot of people. I tried my
On a Saturday night, go pour yourself a drink.
The second one, not so much.
And if you don't drink, start.
It was. I mean, I can tell you this.
You should probably start smoking as well.
That match yesterday, I was literally pacing around my hotel room watching the coming event there for Los versus SSG. But now, FaZe versus
No
Los
problem at
here,
all,
and FaZe
Zandalf.
Clan
Don't stress,
going to
buddy.
be having to deal with a top floor defense up against Los. Some things
So top floor and Frost is downstairs. Why does this look like my own lobby? Oh, Yeti's got that FaZe charm. He will let you know he has it, by the way. He always does. I have some IPA to drink. That sounds like a... I don't even know what the hell that is. Is it a Pilsner? A beer?
There's no reason to not have her in the lineup.
It's very difficult to flank on this map.
Yeah, imagine the anti-cheat was like me. Fuck. I would just ban them immediately. This is the second time it was these kids from Mario's stream. Do you guys remember? They came into my chat and they said, "Hey boss, please tell Mario to unban us." And I said to them, "I'm not your fucking secretary. Stop asking me to do fucking stupid shit for you." Ali Lambert, that poor guy. Indian Pale Ale. Okay. Thank you. I'm more of a Pilsner and Lager guy myself. And these guys fucking made accounts to come and troll me. I've had people on TikTok do the same thing when they use ugly names and things. I just banned them. Imagine going through the effort of making a new email address to sign in.
It's working for them so swimmingly.
FaZe could just keep turning these rooms
I
into
just
a
heard
kill
something
box,
super
and they can
weird.
just
I don't know if you guys have got it, but Hansa Pilsner.
like they're doing right now. This
Over here in South Africa, it's really, really nice. It's actually my favorite Pilsner, I must say.
And make adjustments later. Right now, what Dash and Maya can do, but Dash in particular can catch
I've
the
never
attack
had
off
white
guard.
beer, or maybe I do have. I don't really drink.
A triple for the Warden now, but on very low HP.
I don't really drink
Now, the
Guinness.
only one left on his roster is cut down by Maya. A 2v4 to start map 1. I'm scared for what we've got
Let me
for the
see if
rest
I
of
can
this
show
series.
You should be scared for FaZe too, because we're pulling a Corey in the first round. Ice is his teammate. KDS taking down, I believe, Vidi King there.
What it looks like.
Not something that's supposed to happen. FaZe already a train wreck here. Round 2 now on the board. FaZe probably a little shaken after that, especially with the early aggression there from Los. I really like that. Although they ended up
nice.
losing quite a few bodies.
Modern Warfare 3 is terrible, by the way, shocker. It's literally a DLC. Last year when they said, don't worry, this Call of Duty is going to run two years, and everyone's like, yeah, let's buy
For a
it.
decent period of time. These attacks will not be easy for FaZe if that's what Los have in store.
It
So
wasn't.
losing out on a round like
This
that,
this
where
was
basically
would have been the
everything went
DLC.
right before that 2v4, Los tried to peek, and aside from one
Even
gunfight
Elite,
lost onto
he
Cyber,
refunded that bitch.
everything else went FaZe Clan's way. Dropping
2009 maps don't work with modern gameplay. That's a thing that people, it's all nostalgia or whatever, but there was no slide cancelling and dumb shit.
first round on that first pick. Nice find for Handy right there, as you can see, making that a 4v3.
Who Gordon? No.
From Los before they start
No idea.
problems for FaZe Clan's attack. That's what they need to
We've
do
got
to
a
win this
very
series.
popular Canadian beer here. Made originally in Canada. Black Label. Very popular here. And then also Castle, our local beer, Castle. It's one of the biggest beer distilleries in the world. Probably top 5.
Here we go.
Now with a mid-floor positioning, they're going to go for a run out
The
here,
thing
but
is,
as we know,
back then we
FaZe
just loved
a
it, that's all.
solid dot on a lot of these run-out locations, and
I had more fun in Fortnite in 2 days than I had in Siege in 2 years. It's just because you don't take it serious on Fortnite, Jimmy.
Come to the late round, FaZe left a gap in the early or in the final 45 seconds. But they've shut down those early runouts, those early aggressive
Odd
plays
Big
from
Boss
every
Man's
single
gonna
time
die
round
soon,
one and
yes.
round 2. And now Cameraman making that play, he's given up the Solus. Now they can't play, or Cameraman can't play.
Let's see, do you want to say something before you make a new account?
Try to find where these players are droning. That's a key
Account
piece of
created
utility
2
you've now
minutes ago.
lost and puts a lot of pressure on
Would you like to let us know why you're such a weirdo?
round to deny that plant.
And everyone's
It's a
gonna die
running
soon.
defense right now, so FaZe Clan will need to take vertical control, and they're already making great progress on it. Souls especially now, making this a
Why are you so jealous of me watching a game? What? Because I know you're from South Africa.
He retakes into Christmas, trying to take a gunfight with this player in ticket.
Wait until Monday when I build that brand new PC. And you're still gonna be on your shit thing asking your parents, please can I buy a 1650 Super, Mom? And she's like, no, get a job, you sack of shit. Then you're gonna have to make like 10 accounts that day.
That they were searching for so very long. Just a miscalculation there initially. As he's been trolling around Christmas.
Because I'm building it with the money that you are giving me with from the ad revenue from watching right now, by the way. So thank you very much. You're helping me way more than you think. You know what would really help as well? Go to the YouTube channel and go dislike all the videos and leave a comment about how bad and ugly I am and how bad I sound. That would actually be wonderful. I have a new video out. That would really be helpful. Please do that.
He knows FaZe Clan have to come down to this middle.
Also, you can on Twitter, you can retweet me and say this old man talks so much shit. You can make a fake account, obviously, but that will boost engagement as well. So, what's the point of making an account and then not typing anything? Are you upset that I said that you have a shitty PC? Oh my god, no way. That's the kid, Yeti, that Loban. He's #1 rated player. No, #1 rated player in this event. Fucking uses the UMP and shits on them.
Definitely not a name you want to see when you hold tab and he's the last one alive that you have to try and face. The Grim Reaper does it again.
Well, if it's here, I'll probably build it on Tuesday, Yeti.
And you can hear the crowd. We know what side they're on.
I think they're on Lobins. Lobins. Having some fun here today, folks. Happy you guys are along.
I don't know, why did you join it? You haven't typed. There's no follow for 10 minutes to type. I'm sure that's not on.
As they did everything right, minus the execution, where they ended up losing a body via their own hands. But
Yes, look at they snapped on him.
with some serious consideration about the top floor. Yes, they lose cameraman with that initial volley outside, but with such a solid hold, also FaZe with a huge oversight onto Dash's positioning, it allowed not only him, but also Maya to get away with way too much upstairs.
FaZe's attacks are just so weird
Another
right now.
account. I haven't even banned you yet. Why do you kids do this?
Doing everything right in the first 45 seconds.
You're soft and old. Actually, I'm rock hard and I'm old.
And then the mid-round happens.
And you are poor and have nothing better to do.
Losing gunfights, but more importantly, losing a lot of drones.
When I say poor, I mean you have no real friends. Your family probably doesn't even know you're a sack of shit like this.
Like Maya to take 1v1s in the late round, that is then turning these rounds against FaZe. That wasn't just a 1v2.
When I say rock hard, I mean like I don't take offense to the opinions of sheep. They're too afraid to even type something.
Dash maybe contemplating a run out. These are the things FaZe have stopped so far, but will they have success with it in round
Only
3?
friends are his parents.
A class act here for Los is
Shame.
holding down Bakery, and wouldn't you know it, it's going to be
I'd really like it. I'm gonna wait this for 10 minutes so that you guys, I don't know, you should be able to type. So please let me know. Or just watch for the ad revenue like I mentioned previously.
Sometimes it's just downright boring, as it'll be utility exchange for a while. Maybe they just give up the position, possibly slap a reinforcement up on that wall that they have pocketed, just like Los does.
Yeah,
here.
they're South
But it's gonna
African
be
shit.
working this front side of the building. Do still have some solid drones to try and consider some things, but on the second
And
judgment
it's,
here, it looks like
the only people that don't support me are the people the closest to me.
down to a drone on Cyber's person, as well as Handy having a drone outright down right now. And speaking of down, Maya's going to go down, but not out. Potential for him to try and rotate back through here. And if Dots really wants to, he can try and reinforce this to assist him as well.
You're so fat and old. Yes, I am overweight.
He'll pop that. Is he going to get Maya up immediately? He
I
will
am.
indeed. Some solid damage dealt over to Vita King, but
Sorry, I've struggled. You didn't use like capital letters in between the words. You should try that. It looks much cleaner. It reads easier. Hey, but you know what? I'm fat and I'm old, but people watch me not even fucking play the game.
But he backs up, and when Solus takes the gunfight, Cyber's ready for it. Another opening pick going the way
These
of
are not
FaZe,
comments
but
from
these late
TikTok,
rounds
my
where
friend.
Los have
These are
really come
people,
into their
check.
own. It's a slow
These are
push, a
people
slow
from
ISO into
Twitch
Bakery.
chat following. Do you
Monty's
see?
finally started moving in, and Cyber's got the key to
What is this?
victory. This vertical control, but Dots shuts him down. He's got the shotgun too
Dave,
to play close quarters.
I've banned this guy. I've banned this guy. I'm waiting for this guy to talk, to type, and this one as
He's
well.
isolated in that corner, and it's only Loban with any freedom to maneuver around this bomb site or around this map. He's still upstairs. He's got that vertical control, and he's got one. He's taking down Handy, but he can't. Oh, maybe
I've
he
timed
can
out.
shoot down
I didn't
Monty
time. I
back.
banned
He's
2 of
put
them.
Vita King to
But the last two, Fat and Old and Gonna Die Soon, I'm waiting for them to type something. Man, he got the plant down. Well, this has to be... If Loban clutches this guy is seriously the number one. Wow, holding from so far back? He should be dead, there we go. Oh, here we go. You make no money from streaming Fatty.
That's the biggest thing there.
Your lungs are black.
A lot of different things to be able to get one up on FaZe Clan, but they strike true with that initial entry, just like we'd seen.
Likely ban evader. Oh, so that is so Twitch is picking up. This is your account that has been banned, by the way.
Very well done from them, especially the patience around.
Let me show you while you're here. I hope you are from South Africa, right? So you can work out what rands are. Okay, let's do this. Let me show you.
Play, especially being able to take down, I believe, Maya there initially, and giving
this is the sheet.
Really
79,000. I haven't put in this month's Twitch, YouTube, or TikTok. That's it.
But just too much given to FaZe in that positioning, and they're allowed to
so what?
$4,000.
Nice shots from Cyber, especially. The fuck you. You're wrong. Like a dick. Keep watching for the ad revenue.
Being unknown as Cyber had to react to that gunfight instead of knowing he was there. If Dash is able to get that kill, then just back off. That's very likely a round for Los. With the very low time, the low intel, Los could have easily won that. But Cyber winning that fight,
I'm from Cape Town.
Everything.
Yeah, that was all about mechanics right there. Whoever hits their flick.
I'm just broadcasting the major, my friend. So if you're really interested, like if you want to form a proper opinion. Let me indulge you for a second.
To FaZe Clan if that ended up going awry, but this is the world we live in now. FaZe Clan 1 round on offense so far, and probably could have had another one under their belt with that first round, but beggars can't be choosers. Into round 4 we
go. So this is 33,000 in the world, so you can go check yourself as well, because I know you think you're hot shit. And you play Siege and you're a diamond. So where do we see?
I want to see some adjustments made, not necessarily strategically, but individually, denying FaZe that early pick, which they've reliably achieved, and more importantly, not putting your star players like
why do I not see my week? My phone had shown. Oh, here we go. Okay, so for the week it's 46. For the month, it's 46.8. That's over 155 hours. That's 3 months, 449 hours, 47 average. So thank you. Got your wife 6, Dave. More views. Oh, she's pretty good looking. I would hope she would get more views. But thank you very much. Please remember to go subscribe to the YouTube channel. I'll see you again soon.
As they have been playing things at a pretty slow pace, just let that clock start to eat at them. And that's exactly what they've done here. Dots gonna be forced to move with that
crazy, dude.
D active, so we will be spotted for just a time, but not long enough for him to actually be punished. Just a quick back and forth there on the cocktail windows.
Yeah, I work 2 full-time jobs, yeah.
FaZe trying their damnedest to process this top
2 full-time
right now,
jobs.
Carter, but there's not really much to be had. The firebolts will go out. Is Vita King gonna fly in? Frag grenade out too. He's still stuck up top. We're just waiting for that call. It's gonna be Maya that takes down Katie. Yes, we still have Cyber down low as well, but no frag grenades nowadays.
But it is what it is.
Souls with a big moment here finally as he'll take down Maya.
They say that.
Soul slowly pushing up, but 1 HP.
I don't know why it is. So many people, like for instance, we've got so many people from around the world that watch and are so nice and kind. And then the people in South Africa, not all of them, but many of them are so not kind or nice. This kid just spent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He made 5 new accounts. My children are hard-stuck coppers, and your wife has chubby flaps.
As all of our
I don't really know what that means.
Patience is a virtue. And right here
But it's okay.
it is indeed for Los. As they don't give a single look to
just get a category 6 or 7. Just go for take a lot.
To try and find these gaps in the defense, but with the way that things are being played out with Los on that top floor, there really isn't any at all. They try and flame some things off and try and use some frag grenades to soften up the defense, but the angles are way
he's probably
too
just
harsh.
lying.
Especially with Dot's positioning there, that is something that cannot go unchecked. You have not only the heaven
But it's okay. Like I said previously, Twitch picks up your banned accounts. So if he keeps making accounts and I keep banning them, all of his accounts will be banned. That's why it said ban evader, likely ban evader, restricted comment. That's why you guys didn't see it.
Because I don't know where the hell he was playing. I literally don't know. But you know where I know he wasn't playing? Outside the building in the first 45 seconds, which resulted in the opening pick the first 2 rounds. So
yeah, I know.
Playing more conservatively, and the rest of
having
the
35 viewers in the evening while watching the major.
Really cost FaZe a lot of time and a lot of ground in that round.
I'm supposed to be
just
sleeping
we saw
now.
A 2v4 to 1v2 off the back of poor intel from FaZe. This time it wasn't even a 1vx. It was just a 4v4 and Dot sitting in a corner. Get a huge 3-piece to win that round.
I mean, I
can't
let you loose on them. That would be horrible. That's a bit too rough, you know?
Worked his way down white stairs. The barricade is not
It's a bit too rough on them. My lungs are black. Yes, I just smoke cigarettes and I vape a little bit. I smoke a lot of cigarettes, baby.
Has the yokai here to check it for him, Carter. But I don't think they're going to go for it just yet. It's going to be kind of a hard moment.
You see this loss, they are on fire. That Loban guy is fantastic. And who is the other one? Maya.
Or shoot the door. Both of those very loud and aren't going to
the
get
echo.
the ability to obviously push out immediately without a lot of noise. We usually see impact plays coming from that door
It's
frame
not
there,
a flex smoking you all bad. I'm not flexing. I just say I do. It's called being honest.
I mean, Los's strategy has been working so well up against
I think if we do this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4 more times, your account will automatically, all your accounts will be banned, by the way. I'm just letting you know.
They have putting those crack stingers in a position using this clutch drone in this
like even your main Twitch account will be banned.
Deny intel for Los to know when they're pushing, and Loban doesn't really care about that though. Sitting in the corner, they don't even know. Oh, but he misses the engagement. The Brava just ducks away. It's Dash that's more successful. Cyber having a rough time in this game so far. 1 and 5 at this point in the opening pick for Los. But another key entry FaZe clan dismantled in the early round, as they still have yet to find a solid way into Cafe.
So difficult for
the guy plays Castle like it's Warden 1.5, hey Rag.
VD King and the rest of the gang now starting to work their way in top red, but it's going to be Dots to strike.
I told you, Yeti, when I saw the stats at the beginning, I said they are the rated third attacking team at this event and 5th on defense.
Within their right mile fall off. VD King, right on the
yeah, amused. It's someone from South Africa. He said it's from Cape Town. Telling me I'm fat and my wife's fat and smoking is not a flex and you don't make any money. So I showed him my cheat. It's like what, 4,000 pounds I've made. But like I've always said to you guys, I don't play games to make money. I play it because I enjoy it. I work 2 full-time jobs. Even Jimmy said it. Was it Jimmy? Coming into a chat of a man with a family working a full-time job while streaming on the side for 8 hours while caring for his kids. How fucking disrespectful can you be? Absolutely true. I've banned him 6 times, 2, 3, 6. So I think 4 more, and then he's like, I think even his main account will be banned. He's very upset that I am sitting here and speaking to you. Good old line DMR, the 417.
I would not want to be Los's opponent in this
game.
Game.
These guys are on fire. Okay, but it's defense, right?
Guys walking around with the biggest cleaver I've ever seen in my life, just decapitating people left and right. And once again, when I talk sliver, folks, I mean it. This guy is on death's doorstep. Single HP
down.
Name, still more than willing to take that gunfight with Habana.
Please don't ban my main account, you all. That's not gonna affect.
It is Cafe. This is something that you expect.
I don't care about
not in this fashion.
Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to stop responding to you, but I will I will read it for you, but I will just ban you the whole time.
To be fair, it's from some huge performances from players on Los. I mean,
On
in that
Big
case,
Boss Man Fat
Andy had the
Mods.
right idea. He knew someone might flank Pillar. He just lost the initial gunfight, and that ended up costing him. That's just going to happen sometimes. You're going to miss a fight. You're going to whiff a shot. It is what it is. But it's the other 1vx's, the earlier ones that got Los this 4-1. Those are the ones where
I think it's already come into effect that the viewers don't even see your messages anymore.
And so when you have a hero play like this, when you have Maya popping off,
But it's okay, thank you very much. Just go do the same thing on YouTube if you can. Make multiple accounts and watch my video and dislike it. MVP'd your first game, nice.
But they're going to the bottom floor.
Got pack.
FaZe have won
And got a new Black Eyes. What'd you get?
It's now or never for FaZe.
6,000 rand.
5-1 half for Lowe's
6.5.
is more than
They cost like 7,500.
really
Fast 12, not bad.
is been looking so solid throughout this game. So
Oh, I am overweight. It's fine yet. It doesn't matter.
very similar.
I'm almost 40 years old, dude. That's that Loban on the smoke, baby.
FaZe Clan battered, bruised.
This is their last defensive
No
round.
idea how to try and fight this maniac that is Los right now.
This is FaZe's pick too. You'd think they'd be comfortable. You'd
No,
think they'd feel
fuck,
so
Rack,
secure in clearing
no,
out these
dude.
roamers.
The shipping,
But
just
Lowe's
buy
without
it
any
there.
footage on this map, not knowing how they play. FaZe are struggling. Cameraman lining up a C4, but KDS pulls back.
And what if you have a warranty issue? You know what I mean?
Radius. Loban also dodging that grenade. This is where
And
he
it's just
thrives.
difficult.
In those positions nobody expects, when he can just rely on the intel given by his team and his own gun skill to win rounds for Los. They've already done the damage though with Cyber cut down. A key player again dismantled, having a rough game so far, but
Yes, my friend, I see you have a lot of, literally have a lot of time.
the Vulcan packs on this top floor, the castle barricades, the magnets. Los have been bringing so much utility, and then on top of that, they're reliably getting these opening picks and aggressively contesting FaZe's attempt at acquiring map control.
And it's forcing them onto such poor timing, Carter. There's really no way for them to fight back right now because when they
I prefer just having orange as my enemy color because that's how I learn to play Siege. I know people say you should put the enemy color on blue.
Well, and seeing if there's something new that they can add to the pile, but as for FaZe, they really need an opening kill here. It might be gifted over from Souls, and it will. Some shots back to him. He's about 50% HP, but Los, they've done the dirty deeds, and they've gotten away with it. Loban's worked his way back downstairs. Yeah, FaZe, you finally have top floor control, but there's only 45 seconds remaining.
And there's barely any soft destruction either. You don't have the sledge. You obviously don't have the buck as Los
FaZe,
abandoned.
it feels like
No
FaZe doesn't
secondary
know what to
breaching
do. They
charges
don't
for
know how
FaZe
to attack.
either. Guess we're opening up with DMRs, I guess. Might just be sending it down stairwells and into pillar, but Los have the exact execute they want. They put FaZe in the exact position they needed. They can waste 20 whole seconds with these Vulcan packs on reading door because right as Vidaking hops down, that's where he wanted to plant. Dash simply wraps around it pillar. It's all going according to plan. FaZe are walking into a trap set by Los.
Yeah, people play
and there's
Sins
no one
with
there to dismantle it. Dash
fast sight executes. 3 speed. They buffed his gun, buffed their gun.
It's all futile for FaZe Clan as Los get a 5-1
It's over.
half on their opponent's pick.
They get that kill on Maya on the top.
I wonder if everyone,
floor,
did
but I
anyone
call
get
it
their
a
pack yet, by
flawless
the way?
round by my
I want to see
standards.
if I can see it on my own
Los
Twitch.
every step of the way, gatekeeping FaZe from every portion of the map, locking them out of that top floor till the very last minute. No
let's
vertical
see.
control, no ability to get into the site, and honestly, no clue as to what the
Yeah, I
site
got
even
my pack
looks
22
like.
minutes
They
ago,
jump
by the way.
downstairs, they punch that wooden
Nice.
barrier, and the Goyo canister that's on it immediately explodes.
Yeah, the
That was
recall
at
is better
28
now.
Seconds, guys.
90%
That means
for you?
only have
Nice,
8
Reaper.
seconds left when that fire clears. And that allows Los
with
to
them,
continue to work things,
Standoff.
especially for our castle over inside of mining.
Sins
Some nice rotations
is-
into dark. He finds the lion, and Los, well, they
What's
find
that word?
5 rounds. And man, do you have to be happy for that man to
By-
the right of Maya cameraman, as he's
um,
been calling the ball so very well so far here on
Non-binary, if I'm not mistaken. So the pronouns to use are
Throughout this entire stage, it took a long time. Is that dude wearing the same outfit as me?
they and them.
Wait, is
Yes.
that a red tie? Hold on, we might need a camera on that guy later.
Going to practice with them now.
Camera guy, give me that presidential
Just-
candidate. Where was he?
To be correct.
Oh man, we might need you guys next year. Oh man, well, it's
Yes,
gonna be a tech
Rack.
timeout here, folks, and it's halftime as well, so we're gonna be switching sides too. So not the biggest.
It is a thing, yeah. You gotta get used to addressing people in the correct way.
Someone tell me.
That's blue. That's a blue tie.
All right, whatever.
Hey, he's looking cleanly though.
He is looking clean.
I mean, but he's got that thing on though.
Listen, man, I had to pull out the debate clothes for this one. my comfort.
Hey, I tell you what, if we're at SI, I'll make sure you're drippy. It's okay.
I think it's best if I only own 2 suits. I think it would ruin my charm.
Oh yeah? Lose that a little bit? Oh,
Whoa! Hey, time out! Time out! That's a foul right there. That's uncalled for.
That's a little personal.
No need. No need. One of the best players in the world we're talking about.
I mean, it's true, but you didn't have to say it.
According to my recently super banned viewer, my pronouns will now be fat and poor.
Right? Move into the defense now. Get
Black lung.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though.
I think I've caught the black lung, Dad.
Defense, yeah, all well and good. But we judge you based off your offenses. And FaZe's offenses, well, they're looking kind of dry. Yeah!
Let's go.
I can already see Skippy with his phone. If he was at an event and he'd be like, I'm up next. I'm playing next or something. Pick me up.
I've been known to root for SSG in my day as well. It's all right. But in between these two teams, FaZe and Los right now, Los definitely looking to take the whole cake. FaZe isn't even getting a slice. They got that one round, but I mean, that one round was Los just really not able to win out in that key moment, right? It's the intangible sometimes, and that flick just not in the belt of the Solus, that moment on red. But past that, it's been Los all the time. Even in those earlier rounds where FaZe was getting key entries, wasn't really able to produce anything off of that. That first round of
No. I smoke cigarettes. Just when I'm sitting here and it's a long time, I just take a few puffs and then no big deal. I don't. I've had this. I've had 3 of them for almost 2 months or something. I just take a few drags here and there. It's really just out of habit. This is Grape. Hello, Grape. This is Blue Raz. And the other one, which I like, is Energy. It tastes like Red Bull.
I hear that. I'm not a scientist, but I've heard that before. But also, anyways, we were talking
How
about...
do we need this? Hopefully he's getting some actual rest.
But the server's back up.
True. Getting back into it, 5-1 for Los, by the way. But as I was about to
I
say,
see I got this notification. Please opt in to be considered for Overwatch 2 support the streamer campaign.
Best attacking team at the tournament. And yesterday,
Hello, Dirty. How's it going? I was wondering where you were. All the kids must be in bed now.
Guys, I don't know if you can read, but
Kit Kat flavor? Fuck up.
And that's not something you want on your own pick for what was the best attacking team at the tournament.
Most definitely. They have to rest on their defenses here on Cafe, but as we've touched on, this is a very defensive-oriented
He's talking about vapes.
All
What the fuck, Kit Kat flavor?
For if you take this or not. And for FaZe, well, that ship has already sailed. They have
That's
a
some of
very
that Kit
long
Kat
road ahead of
flavor,
them,
man.
but they're more than capable of doing it. This top floor defense is looking pretty solid. Obviously, when it comes to this site, you're really worried about some window play and that kind of take over from the Christmas
I'm
side.
okay, thanks,
They have a
dude.
lot of
Yeah, I
different things implemented
finished
here to try
my
to assist with
Siege
this,
video.
especially like Souls on the
That
Aruni
stressed
here.
me
Laser
out.
Gate's very
My
annoying
daughter's
to
birthday
deal
was
with.
funny.
And also, if you
Got
really
home
do
late,
things
like at
in
11.
the timing
10 past
card, it
11.
can also get reset.
Couldn't sleep very well last night. Didn't sleep this afternoon. I tried.
They always seem to get reset at the exact
So
worst
yeah.
moment. If you let,
But at least I got that video done. We're watching now. Everyone's here. We're just unfortunately G2 lost 2-0 to W7M.
Suddenly there's a
Now we're seeing a lost masterclass on Cafe, but it's what's this? It's fucking Cafe and then Border. I hate both.
This will be the first attack we see from Los.
Oh,
They will
yeah.
attack that top floor bomb.
FaZe is getting their ass
Difficult
kicked,
it
yeah.
was for FaZe to progress into that
But
first
they're on
position.
defense now, so it could be a completely different story.
along that top
How's
floor.
your Friday and Saturday during the day?
But towards the end, just
Oh,
a
and I've had
solid
some
defensive strategy from Los. Now FaZe Clan, we don't see a
Even
mirror on the board, but this is certainly a
some
setup with the
person
Mozzie and the
from
Mute that allows you to get
South
flexible,
Africa, I think,
allows
has
you to push
been
for
joining
aggression
and
because of
typing
how
ugly
much intel
things.
denial
Like
was
7
theoretically
accounts I've had to ban back to back.
no
Like he
MPs
keeps
here,
making
so
a
we're
brand
gonna
new
get
Twitch
Gridlock
account
over to
every time.
Windows. Just gonna gritty
I
his
think I've
way
banned
on
him
over
7
there,
times
get rid
or
of this
something.
mute jammer, allow them to open up that wall.
But
KDS,
obviously,
more of an open
it
floor
can't
when
be
it
someone
comes
that's
to
my
the
age because that guy would be asleep now.
freezer here. And the deployable shield as
Hello,
well is
Krusty.
something
Yes,
that we've
Krusty,
done
you need
for
to help
quite
me.
some
Yeah.
time. It really depends on the team. If you want to get more aggressive, this is a really solid setup. But the key thing is here, folks, is that no ADSs for him.
It
He's
does.
gonna have maybe a couple of my discs around, but it
But
really
that-
depends on where Cyber ended
What's
up
what's
putting
the
those.
goal? Last season camo name, Krusty?
For him, no more frag grenades as Dash has allocated those elsewhere to try and clear some things up for Los.
Played some game and watched the movie. Nice.
Track Stingers go out in the same position. We saw FaZe.
Andy from FaZe and Nate from W7 are brothers. How cool is that?
Seeing behind that shield, there's nobody behind it anymore. KDS has relocated onto the pallets position.
And they play for two different teams. That's so cool.
By that shield, but certainly not behind it. Just slowly pulling this back, slowly retreating into the safety of the bomb site.
I had no idea.
Lion out, cut down. Dots looking to push in.
Hopefully, Reaper, you saved those. Hopefully, you were not done with the battle pass. Because I'm saving all of my packs for next season to open them up with the new. To open them up with the new one.
His reign of terror. Diffuser now dropped on the floor. He has to win this fight to make his way back up. Cameraman watching. Cameraman loses it. Doesn't win the initial engagement, but gets him on the retake. Handy now with attempt number 2. Will have to be in the post plan as well. Stash has now placed that diffuser on the floor.
My.
Flashbang blinds Handy, so his gunfight will be a few seconds later. He knows Cameraman's here, but the Dokkaebi anticipates it. Waiting for him to peek. 2-piece for Cameraman. 6-1 now for Los. Their first attack, no problem at all.
Okay, so 7-1. We're going to map 2. We're going to border.
Fighting a man on the Spider-Man rappel, upside down, trying to fend him off.
Oh shit, Reaper. Next time, just ask us. Trust me. Anything to do with packs. Krusty, me, and Rack, and Yeti. We've done it all.
Window just completely blocks the body of Cameraman for him. So
Krusty once. I think it was 2 or 3 seasons ago. Maybe 4 seasons ago.
That's just so big.
We had when cross progression with Solar Raid came into play, right? I had, how many esports packs did I have, Krusty? 400.
To be fair, the one round they won was.
Can you remember, Krusty? Well, it was like 400 or something, right? I finished the battle pass in 15 minutes,
and then they
Reaper.
won it pretty dominantly after that.
I got all the points.
Los's late round, they have enough individual talent to make it work. And
Yeah, but I mean, you opened them all that day as well, and you could have just saved them for the next season to finish the battle pass quicker.
Los have just relied on their fundamentals, not necessarily of the game, but as a team.
Yeah, I had 400 esports packs. I think King George had more than me. Because it was like my Xbox, my PlayStation, and my PC account. And I had spare packs for 2 seasons after that, yes. The season after that, I did max it out, and then the one after that, it was last season, I think I didn't have enough to finish it. Do you guys remember?
But I mean, as of right now, Los looking like one of the best gunfight teams in the world. And that's pretty crazy to say.
Yeah, Krusty, did you see the stats before this match started of this one guy, Loban? Right? He was 90 kills. He was 30 plus on entry or something like that.
Looking pretty about this. Cyberzera is going to get drawn
It's like
out
insane.
a tad bit as he patches up that front door.
He's the
But we
number
already have
1
some
player
pieces
at
on
this
mid
event,
floor from
ranked.
Maya. He's going to be the only one in the building for Los right now, as we'll be working things across. As we
Look how
all know,
nicely
the
someone's
mid floor
holding
very,
liquor,
very important
right?
For the setup when it comes to the kitchen defense. You want that verticality.
Someone's
in
holding
your
white
hands
and
as a
VIP.
defender. Open up that flooring and start making it difficult for the defenders to try and play around things like bunker. This is all going to be up to Dash with that sledgehammer. They haven't even got dots inside yet, folks. This man has been doing so much droning. He's still in spawn.
Shit, he droned for a minute and a half. Elite gives me shit about that. But I missed every. Krusty, you should have. This dude is playing Castle 1.5, dude. You think it's Warden? How he's nailing people with that thing, dude. Ask Rack. Fucking final kill cam, he guns 2 dudes with a UMP.
Now they might be tight on time if they try to move down white stairs, but if Los are just efficient with what time they have remaining, this is very winnable.
You see, with the Monty plant like on that hatch, that's possible, right? If you open up a line of sight, you could probably plant and keep that thing down.
Especially with dots here. They don't even have, well, they do have 1 nitro cell. And
New Warden, baby.
on top of that with the Yokais to try and give Dats a hard time. But the key thing is that Monty becomes such a focal point for the defense to try and deal with in a situation like this.
The white liquor. Why does he? I wanted to see where everyone was, man. Okay, so the one guy's playing. Is he playing on red stairs or is he playing in the closet? Oh my god! And
to potentially finish this as well as the Monty goes down. What a
okay, so FaZe are taking this round. Thank God.
But it's practically all said and done. again, all to the VIP player. KDS will shut up Lowe's as they try and take control of the back end of the basement floor.
I gotta say, when we cut to the Monty, that's not where I thought he would be. But as we find Loben, he's exactly where Vidaking is. Downs him, but smoke canister choking off his entry into the main lobby. Oh, okay, does find another. No, he's just padding his stats. Everyone calm down. I know Loben's great. He's got his exits, but it's not the round for him. But again,
If FaZe got around, I'm
I
happy.
see they're going for a freezer take. I'm like, all right,
Thank you very much, Dirty. Hope you have a wonderful night.
Drop down the freezer hatch
And tomorrow's the finals, Dirty. I think it's starting late for us. Like seriously, I think it's, I don't know, fucking 8 o'clock at night or something. The broadcast is starting.
You know, when I saw
5.
that lining up, I'll be completely real with you.
Oh,
I
yeah.
thought that we were, especially with the verticality
Otherwise,
that
I'll
we were looking
definitely see
into,
on Monday.
going for
Have a
something
good,
like a bunker plant
good
or
evening.
something like a plant right behind the bomb chassis.
9:45 my time
But that's
then.
not what we got at all. Monty either flies down white or drops down the hatch and hops through the freezer rotate to try and assist with that VIP player.
At least I got my video done.
Not the right idea.
Yes.
As KDS had some
I made a really bad thumbnail for it, but it's not to say that, hey, Rack, please help me make one. It's just, I can't ask you to fucking help me make one because it's about stuff I'm not allowed to talk about.
When it comes to Monty and that pressure is pushing on top of you, you never want to worry about Monty until the shield slide. Just let him rock. They know you're there.
Hey, Rack, the video of you killing me, you remember where you killed me? On Elbow, was it Friday or Thursday?
3K in that round for
2,600 views on YouTube. Called Fighting Demons.
But we saw 6-1 comebacks yesterday.
Yeah, so my video is uploaded. It is rendered to 4K.
It was not SSG who ended
I
up
can't tell you anything about it except tomorrow.
sorry. Not bad.
I was mute and you were warden and you shot me in the back of the head because I was fighting two dudes pushing Elbow.
You think I beat him?
It's all Lynx's fault, folks.
Rack, are you gonna buy that Koi Universal gun skin camo? It's gonna be removed.
Listen, you can follow if you want.
No. Follow his TikTok though. That's you make good content over there.
Are you?
You're probably gonna make some good content.
It's actually a
about
good
this game
video,
and the
Rack.
fact that FaZe
No
really
jokes.
hasn't
When
been able to figure
I
out why
realized,
some
did you
moments
watch
where
it,
some
Rack?
players pick up some big frags.
Now, outside of that KDS round, and obviously the Monty take that we saw in round 1, it's very much been a dominant Lowe's game.
You know what?
They at least got their
Let's
first,
finish this
that's
and
where
I'll show it
everything
to
can
you.
start. It's middle floor defense now, and Lowe's have done a pretty good job at moving into the map. Where FaZe's big problem
It's so
was they
stupid.
get kills from aggressive Lowe's players in their attacks.
It's like I'm angry and then I realize and I'm like,
Lowe's moved into the map on that first attack very, very quickly, and now seem to be repeating that again.
F2! This is the first one we've seen.
Loben and Cameraman are already setting up on the cocktail side to cut off anybody from FaZe's defense who tries to move down
That's
to
the
that bottom
first
floor.
one
Cameraman
we've seen.
even has
First
Grim as well,
time
which
I've
can
seen
make
it
anybody
Twitch.
playing there uncomfortable.
And we've watched almost 14 hours of the Atlanta Major together. That's the first one I've seen.
Right, especially when there's presence on that mid floor like a reading dining defense. There's always some potential for that rotate to go awry, and that's what's exactly.
It looks like the kid that who kept making accounts has given up.
Manageable, especially after they take down KDS, the big player from the previous round. Loben works his way in. Nobody in deep freeze, but a dead smoke. There's going to be one in bathroom, though. CyberZero will be able to trade that out, luckily enough for them. A minute remains now in this 3 versus 3. Dash does have some presence over here on this side, but this frag, they might get Cyber. He has to abandon ship, but Maya with some beautiful shots. They know Souls
It's still
is on
pretty
this top
close.
floor, too. How is Souls going to be able to play this out from heaven?
And he certainly can. Oh, he doesn't see
Oh my God!
Scope, but Dash doesn't either. He switches to the pistol, and Dash gives him a freebie to win. But Maya's still kicking with the diffuser as well.
Yeah, no, we know that,
What was
JD.
effectively a 1v3, but now a 1v2. But we're in a similar situation to Loben's. Back in round 2 with one player who has to plant and the other.
Don't you think it would be cool like for Ayana? So Ayana's got the... So they take the first map. Don't you think it would be cool if the Gun 6 was like a skeleton key at the bottom of your gun?
A monument to Loz's opulence in this matchup so far, as they have looked fantastic, even in the moments where it seems unwinnable for them. More than willing
They kicked
to go
ass.
for the clutch. Such a
Okay,
solid
let me
game
show
from
you
them
this
so
real quick.
far.
I couldn't. Yes, sis, dude. I am fighting demons. What? You don't. Woo!
Sorry, boss. He swung.
Bottom my stairs.
It's okay. So where's this? Oh shit! I clicked on the wrong thing now. This is where I realized it was Rack. I couldn't. Yes, sis, dude. I am fighting demons. What? You don't. Woo!
Sorry, boss. He swung.
Rack was like genuinely upset. He was so sorry, boss. I'm like,
How are we feeling about Los
Krusty
getting
clipped that for us. Krusty's real quick. Krusty's real good with that. I made it immediately. Krusty clipped it. The next day I grabbed it and I made the video about it.
They come in here and now they're so close to a grand final.
No, I mean, Los is putting up one hell of a performance from you. Through this entire
Like
thing,
I had to,
especially
I'm looking
yesterday
at him
and
like,
now today, shutting out FaZe
oh, is
on
it
their
another
map
blue
pick,
guy?
closing out on a 7-1. I mean, we were talking about FaZe looking like the best attacking team. Again, FaZe is not attacking up to where we've been putting them or where they were performing as of, what, the other day?
Yeah. And Los, they really learned from Space Station when they went for those attacks against FaZe Clan. They kept things chaotic. They kept things crazy. I think FaZe Clan were really worried about aggression in that early round. And Los, they didn't not have it. They were taking some fights in those early rounds. But generally, FaZe, with their really patient play, were able to shut a lot of that early aggression down. The problem came when they
poor
didn't have
Rack. He
that
was like,
intel
oh,
in the
sorry,
late round.
boss.
The
I'm like, it's
problem
okay.
came when they couldn't find those yokais in the late round. And time after time after time, Los were put into really favorable but
Oh,
advantage
Kimi.
situations.
Thank you very much. I hope you won all your ranked matches. Thank you very much, Kimi. Let's do a shout out.
There was always something that they just weren't accounting for.
For
And I
Kimi.
think that's what goes into Los' playstyle specifically that is matching up so well against FaZe is the fact that they are playing that aggressive playstyle. They are getting that initial pick,
How
but they're
does that
immediately
work?
falling
I
off and then
copied this
playing the mid
section.
to late rounds almost perfectly.
I think you really, obviously, we're going to highlight these players on Los that are
Very,
fragile,
very
right?
kind of you.
Dash did really well. We saw Loban do really well. Doff popped off. But I think Maya, not only did he go 9-6, but also was contributing so much on that intel game that enabled so many of those late
That's
plays.
good.
He was the one rocking that echo that gave them so much information to allow them to go for clutch after clutch to really put up those numbers.
It's towards the end of the season, Kimi, it becomes very, very difficult. Don't open your pack. Reaper, you finish the battle pass. Don't open it. Save it. You just have to save it for 18 days or something, dude.
Should highlight because that had everybody in this building shaking.
Thank you,
I
Kimi.
mean, stomping on the ground, cheering, everything about those clutches was great, dude.
Yeah, and not to mention Dash's rap plays. So often he was being misdroned, and I want to showcase both rounds 1 and 6. Keep in mind, keep note of how they have
Same.
no
I've
idea
also
what
got
Dash
9.
is. Nobody's
Don't
even
listen to
looking at
Krusty.
him. Multiple times throughout this game, even when he gets the opening pick, they assume he falls back. Then round number 6,
If you finish the battle pass, open them next
down here
season.
below the new balcony, and they completely miss where he's going to end up being.
Yeah, that guy is great on the UMP.
Every single time, and whilst FaZe
You're playing
they make
Twitch,
this
Gio.
run, they are ready to execute it. As soon as they begin that execution, somebody's there, and it's typically
Level
Dash
120 in the battle pass, yeah.
so
Don't definitely don't do. I'm level 160,
And it
I
makes a
think.
question in terms of the adaptability that Los is implementing into this game. That whether
Ooh,
FaZe knew what they were
nice,
doing
Rack.
or not
Remember to
from
wash
previous, regional
behind your
stuff,
ears.
That they did switch it up here, which is why they didn't drone Dash because they figured he was on the opposite side of the map. And that's why I've talked about so many times when you just switch one person's their spot.
The map's
rotation,
over,
going in a
Krusty.
different
Now we're
operator,
going to
it can really
border.
throw off a team and what they're initially trying to set up. And
We don't have a shower yet,
We all
is that
know
okay?
Cafe sometimes can be devilish to both
Yes,
attack
universe.
and defend, and it looked like Los just had FaZe's number the whole way. Cameraman saw his old team on the other side of the stage and said he was seeing red, but not the red on FaZe's jerseys, the red in the back of his eyes saying this is the time that we can finally put this team to rest and go to a grand final.
Well, I'll say this. We were wondering if they used
it
all their
happens.
gas, blew everything on that DZ game, but
It happens
no.
all the
I
You see it
they
happen
shut
to me every
up.
single
They
day.
are 100% here to win this tournament, to make a statement.
Yeah, and it wasn't even that they just were playing like these ridiculous strategies.
Don't worry, Rack. At least you have an actual soccer team. Yeti's got nothing. And you know what, Rack? You don't know this. Yeti doesn't have water. In Cape Town, there's severe water restrictions. For years, they were not allowed to take a bath. Do you hear that? You know this, right? Not at all. They had to do like little horse baths with sponges. Tops and tails, baby. Don't listen to Yeti.
And I play for G2 Esports.
Cape Town does. Water is a problem in Cape Town. Okay? You are not always as.
How I know the game perfectly. I'm professional, guys. We are not here to have fun. So just.
I want to say dumb, but that's not the right word.
Probably not.
Water should be used sparingly in the Western Cape. And he knows this.
Perfectly, to be honest. I mean, if I hear something about maps, every maps, all the game, I will. It's easy for me, like this.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
It's called a water crisis in the Western Cape.
I need to feel the sounds. So I want to say it's bank.
It's border. In the sky, it's a helicopter, easy.
And I think it's a helicopter.
They actually had something in the late 2017, right? There was first mention of their plans for Day Zero, where they would not have any water anywhere.
What? Tank? You're kidding me.
Well, I don't take a bubble bath yet. I just lie in the water. It's like it's boss soup.
Must be border again.
I promise, Rack. Check this out, dude. Go read this while you're in the bath. Put some extra water in, like let it bubble. I promise. I'm not lying. Cape Town? No, Yeti. Trust me. Go read the entire thing.
He's not Siege.
If I had to go with a map, I'd probably say Oregon.
Theme Park. Oh, Theme Park is not on the... No, Theme Park is out!
But it has improved. Okay? So, 2017 they had 21% of all their dams were full of water. Now, currently, as of 2 years ago, 69.
Maybe Clubhouse.
I think it's Oregon outside lobby door. I changed my answer. Yeah, I cheated.
Of course, you're not going to talk about it, Yeti. You want to be the cool place in South Africa.
I see. I forgot about Clubhouse. That's another map.
Must be Oregon. Must be Oregon outside main door, for sure.
Could be consulates, but I'm not sure. See, I want to say consulate again.
Damn, they're actually listening to map sounds. How cool is that? It is consulate. How cool is that?
I mean, I don't think it's front door spawn, but it's consulate.
Okay, but you've got 1 out of 5. How are you feeling?
It's not bad.
Oh, dams. Name one of your dams,
You
Yeti.
have to see the glass half full, not half empty.
Half full with 1 out of 5?
Kind of like 20% full.
Thanks for watching. See you at the major. Support Wolves because we are the best.
Just, you know what, Yeti? Just stick to being a good teammate.
We don't like you very much.
And that your fucking wife told you the answer.
Hello, my name is Cizin and I play for Sonics, and today I'm going to be playing Drone in the Unknown.
Oi, sou o JV92AW7M e hoje eu vou descobrir os drones aí que...
Hi guys, this is Boys from Team
And you
MA,
misspelled
today I'm
it.
playing Drone in the Unknown.
どうも、スカーズ所属のピョンです。
You fucking misspelled it, you son of a bitch. Your wife did tell you the answer.
I've been playing this game since I was like 11.
Eu acho que meu conhecimento de mapa é bom. Eu sempre posiciono os drones.
Well, then you're just dumb.
Pra galera matar. É, isso aí é fora do mapa do arranha-céu lá, Skyscraper.
That is a dragon on the map Skyscraper. The architect is giving away that it's Skyscraper.
高層ビルだと思います。
I can just tell because of the kind of sculpture.
Eu acho que você está todos, né? Tá fácil.
It's not spelling, you fucking renamed it. It's...
What?
うわ、むずい。見たことないけど、なんか見たことある。
I see a book.
Watch again, watch Siege. This must be...
Sure it's cafe.
It has to be cafe and train room, isn't it?
No café lá, pô.
In the mining room.
Isso aí, esse livrinho aí, ó. É no café.
Cafe.
Yeah, this is Skyscraper for sure. I say we're pretty good at cafe, yes, I know that map. Yeah, okay, nah, got that one wrong.
Okay, Spoit, you just
I see some
kill
anime,
people.
but I don't know what anime that is. I want to say skyscraper because I see like kind of the pattern on the wall.
背景壁の
Do lado da suíte lá, do Sky.
Skyscraper.
That's skyscraper.
5 de 5 é muito fácil, cara. Isso aí, ó. Dá pra ver tudo, pô.
待ってどこだ
They did, Kirsty.
Yeah, I'll just go chalet.
But they made it
Yeah,
to
no,
SI, right? What's their name? M80, right?
Fronteira, border. No... Arquivos?
Border.
Oh, that's that border
I think
pillage
border.
area.
I think it's in
Spoit, Bolo, Benja, they're all from ranked.
上の
the same thing here. I recognize the pattern in the ceiling.
He's still a very good player. I think he's a fantastic player.
The radio, I can tell. just
That's
because of
Consulate.
The knives and the stuff in the background. So
That has to be
quite an easy
Consulate.
one. They both have radios in the map, so it's Nighthaven or Consulate.
Hoje tá chalé.
Basement on Clubhouse.
Night
Fuck.
Haven Rubber.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say Consulate Garage. Wow. Okay.
Fuck,
okay,
it's
I was
IT.
completely wrong. I just got done
He'll be
playing
from
Drawing
Face It. What do you
Unknown.
mean,
Had a lot of
Yeti?
fun playing today.
全問正解私だけでした
I'm confused,
Yeah.
Yeti.
See you guys at the major.
Torce pra W7M aqui, ó. Ó. vamos-
W7M,
busca no
baby.
campeonato.
That's the scariest team in the world, I swear. Yeah. I'm gonna quickly run downstairs and get some more juice. I shall be back right now. Anyone else want something?
Ten months ago in Copenhagen, they made it all the way to the semifinals just to lose in 2 straight maps. Here in Atlanta, they find themselves all the way in the semifinals, and they've already dropped map number 1. So there's a pretty bad sense for FaZe Clan in this game of Deja Vu, Jesse.
Indeed it is, Jacob. And in fact, back in Copenhagen, they played map number 2 after getting blown out map number 1 on Border.
Oh, no.
They have not played Border since. They got blown out against Team Liquid in the semifinals. They went home 3rd, 4th in the last major. They have not played it again since this match right here coming up. Border, it will be them versus Lowe's. If they lose it again in the semifinals, they will again be going home.
Listen, I don't want to ride on FaZe, okay? Like, they aren't done here. We saw it yesterday, you know, that huge comeback from SSG. They did use that time to take away, break it down. They were just smiling over there, looking over this map. So you can only assume that they got things prepped and ready for this, but it needs to be better than what it was in Chalet. I mean, not Chalet, Cafe. Because if they can't bring that and they can't surprise what Los is bringing, it's not going to look too great, but I am confident that they have the resilience to bring this back.
The guys on FaZe Clan have been here before. A lot of them have won a major. This is still the majority of that team, I think, that won the Sweden major way back when. The guys on Los haven't been in this position before. They've never been up this high. When Team 1 won back in Mexico, it wasn't with any guy, any person that's currently playing on this roster, but Cameraman has actually won something. What do you think those guys are feeling right now? And Lax, what do you do as a pro to make sure that you don't just completely crumble even though you're up by 1 map right now?
You just got to focus every round by round. You don't care that you won the first game. You don't care that you won even the next round. You just got to stay focused. You got to keep everyone focused on the main goal, and that's to see it all the way to the end.
Los already 7-0'd one team after getting a great momentum map 1. They could do it again here, Jacob.
Oh, you think? Oh no, we don't need to relive. We don't need to.
So are you
reliving that Dark Zero moment?
I'm absolutely picking Los, Lax.
I'm gonna go with Los. Even though I gave FaZe the credit that they do deserve.
Yeah.
They 100% deserve it, but I am gonna have to go with Los.
All right, you picked the Los.
Los.
All right. Do we see 2-0 in Los's future right now? Is that it? need y'all to wake up a little bit more. Is Los going to the grand final or what? And do we still have any FaZe Clan fans in the house?
Not really.
What on earth has happened to FaZe to get this many boos, man?
To be fair, Los are the underdogs realistically here. So for an underdog story and the story that they have, they 100% deserve to have the crowd behind them.
All right, well, crowd's already made their decision. Let's find out if we're going to map
Why don't
3
you guys-
or close, close it out in 2. It's Sam and Carter with the call.
FaZe has to take it, right? Oh.
Jacob, I've got an answer for you.
If only we need someone else to vote for loss. I'm deleting the predictions.
Map 1 of Los demolishing FaZe on their pick. That is what happened. Everyone wants to root for the underdog, right? And we've done that plenty of times throughout this tournament. But for Los to demolish FaZe in that manner, how can you not win over the crowd at that point?
It's true, it's true. How are you guys feeling about Los right now? It's pretty crazy, and it's hilarious because I was actually just about to refer to your sign, my friend. That fraud sign, that's very well made. I see all the snaps out here too, folks. You guys are absolutely hilarious. Thank you guys for keeping the house alive and well, but it might not be for much longer. Ladies and gentlemen, this is potentially the last map of the day.
Potentially the last map, potentially the map that Los made
Amused
their
that you you and Thumbs play with Kimmy.
get revenge on his team, Atlanta.
We need FaZe to win. And it's my most hated map. Loading game.
Border. A map that FaZe left up, that Los picked, and now on a hot streak with the wind in their sails.
Just lagged like a motherfucker, so came off.
After a map where Loban and Maya
Saturday nights, my friend, I don't know how old you are, Amused, but when I was in my 20s, Fridays and Saturdays, yes, I played games. But yeah, past your 30s,
Absolutely, especially with the fact that this map only has
better
5
to just
plays at this tournament.
watch TV.
Barely seen this thing
It's better to
the
watch
entire
just watch
breadth
TV.
Of Atlanta. And honestly, I think there's a very good
Friday
reason
nights you
why.
can still game.
This map doesn't really rely too much on strategy. It
And
is
actually
there,
Saturdays you can as well, as long as you have a proper
gunfights,
Sunday of
that
rest.
mechanical ability, as well as being able to play off your teammates for those picks. It feels like a down-home FPS when you come to Border, and that's why.
Oh my
Los
god,
feels
and
so
Loss has
comfortable
got
on this
defense
map.
first?
The ban phase is done.
Ooh.
Both of these teams knowing exactly what they want to get rid of. It's going to be Buck, especially for the offensive side. That's going to be very, very interesting. I like that ban
Buck
a
Ying.
lot.
Yeah, they banned Ying a lot.
same realm
Yes.
that we
Oh
see
shit, I
on
can't say
Cafe,
anything.
right? There's a lot of verticality.
Almost said
Same
something I'm
thing
not
can be
allowed
said
to say.
about this map. If you're playing something like Armory or something along those lines, Buck can exploit that bottom floor fully.
2 sets of nades, Hibana for the mirror counter.
That you're so very used to seeing. But as for the rest of the ban phase, we're going to have Ying out as well as Mira and a little Fenrir action. Really like that Fenrir ban 2, Carter, as this map is very short and condensed, and Fenrir makes it so very difficult to try and take those fights inside of those enclosed environments.
But an important defensive operator, well, technically 2 important defensive operators have been left up. The
It looks like a Razer mouse. I'm sure Rack can
cameras available
identify
for
it
the
for us.
defense, Solus as well. But the most important operator for me that has been left up
But
is
Rack,
that
yeah,
Azami.
if you were talking
Because on
about
Border, she can
that CPU, Rack, I don't know what CPU you have in, but that 5800X
on
3D for the AM4 platform, that is the best CPU for the AM4 for games. Telling you now, your frames are gonna fuck you 70 more, easy, 100 more.
the Azami
Ooh, he's got a mute jammer on that door. Interesting.
architecture, the entire flow of the room, and who have they given those Kiba barriers to? Loban.
See, there's no bandit. Do you guys see that?
To peak this tournament, they have said, here's Azami. Have fun.
I'm not very well amused if you have an AM4 motherboard.
Make it hell for FaZe Clan to clear.
I would recommend that. I've got that 5800 in now, and my frames went up by 100.
Shield in there, you set it on the horseshoe desk.
I had a bottleneck from the 4080.
But with Loban specifically on
It's not as good for video editing as the Ryzen 9, but who need you guys? What the fuck is that? 2 levels down?
A little cheeky angle here from Loban. If you get something out of this, I will definitely be stealing this one for my own arsenal. But KDS instead will be able to move in graciously around that and get those track stingers down towards the bottom of metal.
It'll cut off dashes.
Oh, no, 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 no.
This main door spots him and somehow
What? He died behind the wall.
attempt at that gunfight for KDS to get that kill. Dashed in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Caught on the opposite side of those track stingers. KDS feeling a bit more secure on this entry down through the bottom floor now. Zyra also cutting down Maya. If we were worried about FaZe Clan not winning these fights, round one has proven to be the best they've looked.
Hello, Rambo. How's it going?
Far throughout both of these maps.
It probably is. There is like a bottleneck calculator amused. You can Google and put in your stuff, and it will tell you how much percentage you have.
Does not work. And Lobin, surprisingly, despite the aggressive position he's been holding, one of the only two defenders left alive.
No place really to go from here either. Dodds,
Yeah, and that 5800, it's expensive, but it's not that bad. But it's fucking solid, man. Solid. Flawless round on attack.
Round for them as they quickly dispatch the entirety of Lowe's.
They're gonna take it. FaZe is taking this map, I'm telling you now.
Down low, making Tash's job a heck of a lot harder. He actually gets caught up in those trying to escape. That's what slowed him down on that exit, allowing Gridlock to get that kill.
Because that first map on Cafe was a masterclass by Los.
Control of that
Los.
floor, start working things from the east stairwell as well as keeping things active around CCTV makes it really difficult for Los to find a safe space. You especially see this in Cameraman's movement, right? He tries to back off, but they already have that player set up, Mark and ready over on the east stairs to collapse upon them and not allow those rotations.
One thing for FaZe that they might look to. That's something that most excellent. Just ridiculous entries from Cyber. But speaking of, one thing that FaZe can look forward to is they got the opening pick a few times on their attacking side, and then it was huge retakes or clutches from Los to win the round. If FaZe can get the opening pick on border, this map is often
Yeah,
far
Zombie
more
playing in CC
susceptible
is
to the
really
trend
good.
of if you get the opening pick, you win the round, because you have to defend so much of the map.
Lost
You
my
have to
eye,
defend
TT.
CCTV. You have to defend archives, especially on Teller's archives right now, or excuse me, office up above on the second floor. You need to defend so
This
much
guy
of the
is
map
fucking a castle main and he's warden.
gets an opening pick, that's usually a segment of the map either that's now much easier to clear or officially.
Oh, I like floresing through that drone, opening up all this shit. And they're doing the same thing, yeah.
Get something here that's not as viable a strategy.
And most definitely, Border is currently our least played map, as we touched upon. This will be the 6th play here at this tournament. Folks, it has a 41% defensive win rate. It is the worst in the pool by far.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of the bomb sites, when it comes to the main three, we want
Zero is real good actually for all those cams you can put up in office and the balcony.
out of the others at 44%.
Part of it might be because if you can just hold on to that directly upstairs position for a long time, or can retain control of passport in the late round,
You know that I'm using Los as Los.
Those are two of the more defensible positions on the map, or at least in the case of Customs, one that the attack often forgets to clear. Early utility usage from FaZe Clan, utilizing these Rotero drones to open up holes in the wall or destroy
I really
past
like
barricades. But
Flores.
if you were worried that FaZe Clan might overlook
He's such a
Customs and let someone
great
lurk there late in the
backer.
round, they are, at least right now, very focused on clearing utility on that part of the map, instead letting Cyber lurk around upstairs.
Honestly, FaZe's pacing on
Nice.
their offenses works perfectly into a map like this because there's not a lot to accomplish.
Oh my
on
god,
the
look at
border.
that.
It is
They
a lot
oh,
of
okay,
patience
sorry.
plays,
They're
just
defending
the
downstairs.
defense
I
can,
thought.
potentially overplay their hand, gifting you over a kill or practically some map space that you didn't have just yet.
Man, I need to buy that
FaZe
Finca
work
set,
handily in
the
that
Dark
first
Zero
round as they
Finca
were able to
set.
garner a flawless one. KDS now with solid positioning around Customs. He'll miss his mark, but that doesn't mean that Cyber will. He'll take down Maya. Another big moment for Souls here as they've created the
But they're
kill
so
box
good,
on this bottom
Krusty.
floor. These Roteros
Zero
and
is
everything else
relatively
making
new.
these
Flores is
harsh
relatively new.
angles that Los cannot deal with.
A Zombie's brand new.
Is it gonna be a back-to-back
Tallest brand new.
folks? It is!
Back to back.
FaZe have woken up. No longer frauds on this offensive side.
So FaZe
What's
came
the
to
gang
play
sign they do?
as two back-to-back
Zero's top tier.
flawlesses,
If
quite
look,
literally
if
dominant
you
to
need,
start as you could get.
like my
Cyber
friend
especially,
Rickster.
two opening picks in a
Rick is a very
row,
calm guy.
completely
Like
taking
I need
control
Yeti
of
to help
at
me on the
least one part
breach
of
and
map
stuff like
every
that,
single time.
or
Round
take a
one,
nomad
he
on
entirely
Canal
opened up
as an
these stairs
example.
and then made it a lot
But if you
easier
have
to
a
take CCTV control.
like
This time,
another
opened up CCTV entirely.
flex guy like that can watch those cams. It's so good, dude. We all know that information wins matches in Siege.
Exactly how do you prepare for 4 Flores drones to just roll through and start opening up angles that weren't necessarily going to be something that you expected?
Oh, and he still got him.
You're looking for them to try and move some bodies into place, but instead they're using utility to
Necrosis is too calm. When we played on border the other day, yeah, he was too calm. He's so calm I don't even know when he dies. Everyone knows when I die. That phase set, I need that for Zoph. I don't play Zoph, but I need it. I'm gonna have to buy it. We'll buy it tomorrow. Just remind me.
FaZe seem to be running circles around them at this point, at least through these first 2 rounds.
Crazy that we had Finca for like a year.
Teller's Archives, Armory. No, back to the Armory.
We had Finca LMG for a year, and then she gets nades back, and then we see her again. What's wrong, Jimmy?
CCTV. We have the addition of the Valkyrie this time, so that will be intel going the way.
That's what I say when I die.
However, FaZe Clan will see that Azami and CCTV, likely see the similarities at board round 1, and know that most of this attack doesn't necessarily need to change so long as they are wary of the potential intel.
Yeah, yo, Yeti, that guy was pushing that banana thing. I would have screamed, he's right in front of you. Hello, Ella, I'm doing good, thanks to you.
Last time they went back to the same well as they did in the first round. It's going to be an Armory defense here. KDS in the exact same position with the exact same setup around metal stairs. This time around, though, he's been.
How does he not see that Valcam?
Frag grenade out, and this should
well, that's
be
good.
called. Fortunately enough, nobody will die here, as there were plenty of bodies in the area, just nobody home when it came to that nade. Lobin's actually going to find him on the yellow mark with the deagle. A couple shots will actually pop into him, but it's actually going to be Maya as well as Cameraman that go down here. And once again, FaZe
is on fire, baby.
This round out the way that we saw them trying to do things over on Cafe. Set up that kill box around the top floor.
Man, I wish I had Leisure. It looks so good.
With frag grenades down low, these players have to try and flush things out. Have to try and take these gunfights, and FaZe are striking true.
Dash looks to retake. He's got
Okay, that's their first kill in 3 rounds, right?
Demon cut down. Now Los will retreat. They've got one of their picks.
I think so.
Lobin is alone on an island inside of CCTV, and the rest of FaZe are just storming on into Armory. Dots doesn't even know. Dash shuts down KDS. So focused on the C stairs player, takes him down. But again, FaZe
It's still early. You know how this goes, Yeti.
entirety of Armory, while Los were so focused on Archives. Vita can get this plant. That's not a question. Souls just has to cover, has to dodge this C4, and make sure Lobin can't retake.
Yeah, that fish. The fish wasn't covering me. Remember, I can't remember what map it was when I died.
If they want to make it work. Dash now down. Nobody to double up on Souls. Lobin, the only one left. He has that 1v2 to think about, but he only
nice trade.
3-0 for FaZe Clan. Not a flawless, but an excellent rotation. FaZe looking indomitable on border.
Yeah, these offenses looking a heck of a lot better. Los are going to call the timeout immediately here. Really good idea from them, especially given the circumstances. Although border a terrible defensive side map, you still need some rounds.
Yes,
over
on
here.
Skyscraper.
And not only that, but FaZe have looked dominant in absolutely everything that they're doing. My personal
Because you
opinion,
told
it
him
just
to
feels
get
as
the
though Los
kill.
has given up the goods a little bit in certain situations. They're going for a couple of big.
I think that's the only time I can remember I actually got angry this week. Losers.
Swimmingly for them, Cyber especially, a completely different beast than he was on Cafe. Not really finding his mark over there, but 5-1 so far through 3
How's it going,
rounds on
VTech?
border.
That's ultimately the difference maker for me. 3-0 on entry.
G2 are out.
These first 3 rounds, FaZe basically put him in a
Lost
position
2-0 to W7M. W7M is absolutely incredible.
position.
Best team in the world. Loss on the first map on Cafe. They've got 2 of the top rated people, top rated players this major. One guy is 90, he's 30, he's over 30 plus, 30 more kills than deaths. And then the second guy was
and all of a sudden, that's when it
25 or something like that.
FaZe are just waiting for
The
Los
dude's
to
playing
slip up.
Castle, and it looks like he's fragging with Warden, dude. 2-speed Warden. That's how he's killing people.
Usually Cyber so far, that is when FaZe
So
say,
far,
"Okay,
they smashed FaZe on Cafe, and now we're happy that FaZe is doing a comeback, and they're getting all these rounds on attack, so that's good. But statistically, Lost should be able to win a round though, because they just called a timeout.
Take a mile. To see if they can do so with round 4 after Los's timeout. And I love the strategy change here from Los. A lot of traps coming out to play.
No problem. That's basically what happened. Alamo was a bit weird in the. I think he trash talked a little bit about W7, and yeah, we beat them in the major, or at the 6 Invitational, we can beat them here, and then they lost their ass. But they were all very respectful and nice after the match, and they congratulated them. True sportsmanship. It looked obviously they were sad, but they were kind and they were friendly, so it was surprising, but it was good siege.
down the 90 hallway.
I must say the cafe map before this was really good.
It was one of my favorite spots to put EDDs in all of Rainbow Six. I completely agree with you.
But then the other EDD position where they're powerful is the late round, where the attacking team forgets, then they walk into them. But that implies that you need to start stalling time. The big problem for Los is they haven't been winning these
Oh,
fights,
did he come up
but
east?
now, finally in round 4, an opening pick goes their way, but KDS quickly recovers. Maybe on the second.
Oh, look how great they trade that.
Instead is the one that gets the kill, where Los have been struggling
7 p.m. to 7 a.m. And I woke up around 2 p.m. Holy moly. It's bad. It's not fun to sleep during the day like that.
Making things very difficult for FaZe to play the entry game.
Oh yes, your hernia, right?
He's been read out now, and Los, they've kind of fallen back on this top floor, making life a little bit easier for them, keeping this man advantage well within
Are
their
you an
right.
actual doctor,
They've already accomplished
Peter?
what they needed to up against FaZe. Now they just have to try and rest for the rest of the round, see what FaZe's answer is going to be, and then strike while the iron's hot.
For this recovery as well, it's extremely difficult for FaZe. They're down to one drone. One singular bit of intel gathering they have available to them, and it's in none of the players' pockets that are still alive.
Watch a series, give me. If you don't know what game you want to play, it means that you don't really want to play something. I promise you. Because what, it's 9 o'clock for you, or 10 o'clock? I would tell you go play The Witcher.
Now Handy cuts down Maya. They have control of the top floor, and
Not a problem, Mr. Dubs. Hope you have a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow again, where we watch the reveal. Yes, we are streaming tomorrow. We'll watch the reveal together, and then we'll watch the final. It's a best of 5. It starts late. So Monday's gonna be a rough day for me. My recovery is good. I work in the medical field as an EKG, electrocardiogram. I think. Look at patients' heart rhythms and determine what is going inside the heart and report back to the cardiologist. So there's no heavy lifting. Good. Lots of coffee on Monday. If I can just get 4 or 5 hours of actual solid sleep, I'll be fine.
The power positions around that top floor, especially gifting them over exactly what they needed to take round 4.
Oh, the Pro League water ship. Where's Rack? Is he still in the bath?
FaZe often like to entry on that east side, but more importantly, Los has identified where they wanted to entry. It's been the east side a few times, it's been maybe CC another time, but overall, FaZe like that part of the map. So, Los decide, okay, we still need to play.
Yeah, I do. I just need 5 hours, 4 or 5 hours of solid sleep. I can wake up at 1 o'clock in the morning. I'll be fine. I'll drink a cup of coffee, smoke a cigarette, and I'll be ready to work.
Now you have the Solus sprint
But we might get the PC parts delivery on Monday.
There's someone all the way in CCTV to trade out Dash once he goes down. That's
Then I've got to do unboxing.
That's what Los have been lacking.
We've got to build it live, and I'm probably going to have to edit that into like a video, right?
There were plenty of players in positions to make sure they kept it.
On a map like Border, Carter, you have to play actively off of the information that is coming to your team, especially from the defensive side. I mean, we always talk about how big it is to be able to get a kill on any map. I mean, all of these operators and their utility is worth its weight in gold. But it's
Thank goodness Valcams don't work outside anymore.
having guns alive on this map is of the
Anxiety,
utmost importance. When you have a man advantage on border,
anemia.
I mean, it feels like you're a juggernaut. Nobody can stop you. You can just trade things out, and 9 times out of 10, you're winning the round. Los looking so solid right now. Is they're actually going to head downstairs here to a site that we don't see often, folks. This is the one that I didn't refer to, Carter, because we only had 2 rounds played on it.
Yeah, and now with the major, BDS is not making it to the 6 Invitational, dude. I can't believe that.
We actually have no idea.
Not a fan of FaZe? I think maybe you just don't like FaZe, like the org or something like that. But I think the Brazilian players, it doesn't really matter who they are. You know what I mean? Who they play for. Still a great team. We all love Team Liquid, NIP, W7M. FaZe Clan is also not, I wouldn't say a favorite, but I mean, I just watch for good Siege. Los is playing fucking unbelievable. Look, I've never held that angle. Have any of you? Never. I haven't. We don't play Siege. The more I watch Pro League, the more I know we don't. Yeah, exactly. They are. Oof, I need to buy the Zofia set. Yeah, did you see the gun? The gun skin, dude. Tomorrow we're buying... Oh, and I need Glacier. I need that golden barrel, baby.
But he did not shut down that breach.
And this is going to be the biggest issue for them. This is positioning here from Lobin. He needs to stay alive, though. As long as he's alive, FaZe has to deal with him here because of his positioning over the top of Passport. He can gatekeep this door. He can make sure these
This is 2 games on border where there's a fucking stutter because one person on the other team has high ping. But shit, dude, so how can that be, though?
And now they can start trying to focus on the actual site.
But the big bonus
can that be?
had in these past 2 rounds, round 4 and 5, they've dismantled FaZe's drone economy. 1 drone last time, 2 now. It might not matter. But Vidaking comes off the diffuser to cut down Cameron, but Maya's still up above. That's Case now dropped on the floor. Somebody's got to pick it back up.
That was a crazy shot.
Might be forced to win this round off gunfights. Dash, the only one down below, actually around the bomb site, though. And FaZe are so worried about the Solus up above. They sent Cyber upstairs
20 seconds.
on cleanup duty. Time running low. KDS has the intel, and he doesn't land it. Los with the recovery might just end up evening this half.
Well, but that's impossible. You know that, Visual. Because packet loss or jitter is internet connection. So maybe it's the server. And maybe your connection to that server. Maybe try and restart your router and stuff.
Critical shot onto the man with the case. And it's cold case inside a site. No case, no face. Especially here for Los, as they've been able to pick up 2 key rounds here.
The org does know how to select good players. That is correct, yes.
If they can get this 3rd round,
I think they were publicly listed a while ago, and then they took a major share price drop or something, but I think they put a new CEO in or something. FaZe Banks is now on the some panel or some owner or something. I don't know, but they've got a new CEO as far as I understand. And I think that's starting to stabilize their share price and whatever. As far as I understand. Maybe it was also stuff with NFTs and all that cock and whatever. I don't know. But things seem to be looking better. But yes, I think they picked up a Brazilian team because maybe the expenses are much lower. Shit, I'm used for some vertical shot. There we go. I would never hit them. In between those rafters with the SMG-11. Impossible. Wow, where's this? Oh, he's on the Vince window.
FaZe Clan have already lost their own map pick to Los. Los now looking to take some very critical rounds on the hardest side of any map.
FaZe won the last CSGO major. Yeah? CSGO 1.
They've more than beat the odds. They've set a precedent for how to handle things here on border.
G2 lost, Llama.
Looking to sweep this under the rug.
2-0 against W7M.
So badly. They want to extend this to Consulate. It starts here. Going to be going through their natural progressions over here on this east side. KDS will be the spearhead here on Finca. A solid read as to these rotations, but just looking for the aggressive look.
Okay, so now they're finally droning him in.
These later moments in time. Drone rolling through here. And also hop out that
Oh, I
radio
just thought I heard
range. We
Alex.
see that one every once in a while. And it's going to be the Legion, I do believe, of Maya over Lion in Wait. And Loben's actually going to be the first one to go down to KDS.
Yep, Brazilian
Try to
final.
swing through. But again, FaZe finding this good patience play. Getting through this map in good timing. Dash with a big
I don't think there's a third place playoff. Because third place and fourth place, as far as I can see, also both earn the same amount of money. I don't think there's a playoff for third or fourth. What a pre-fire.
A 3K for KDS. He single-handedly cleared out all of Los's extended positions. Cameron finds one before he's forced to rotate down
Ribeye
below.
steak for dinner sounds great.
He's got this C4 to deny the plant from the first floor. That might just be what ends up winning this round. One almost moves into position.
Yeah,
but he
Doozle, that's
waits.
weird.
Doesn't blow it yet, and when he does, he finds
Yeah, but the
kill.
ping jitter is something completely different. Like if you do a speed test, it will actually show you jitter on the line, right? Maybe for some reason your connection to the server. Oh my god, he just did a Mojo slash Mojo Yeti move.
They know the mute's position. They know he's there, and Souls is able to win that fight. 4-2 half acquired.
Yeah, see if you can do a speed test and look at your ping. Your jitter.
As you'd expect out of Border, let's be honest. When it
But
comes to
sometimes I
gunfights,
have
as we
red
said,
packet
this
loss
map
on some maps and then not on others. So it must be your connection to that server for whatever reason.
use your man advantage just by
I can't
proxy.
explain it.
And well, both of these teams striking true in their own moments. Los getting the bare minimum, I would say, here on Border. And it was one defensive round. Probably say the same thing. Just don't want to be staring down the barrel of 6 of those dang things.
Kick over, sorry, hold
FaZe
on.
Clan now will be shifting gears as they'll be going on over to the defensive side. Do you guys think we're seeing a map 3? I wasn't convinced. I really wasn't. I feel like we still got a majority Los crowd here, but FaZe seems to be winning them back just a little bit after that offensive side.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Not much, though. You can see what happened. He had the nade cooked. Wait. There it is. But it happens. You got down by Cameron through the wall. Not much you can do. And more importantly, FaZe get the 4-2 half they were looking for. Now they look to their defenses to box Los out of map 2, their own pick, and send us to Consulate, as many of you would like. Right now, how will Los perform? You see Dots, who playing a lot of different operators yesterday, but usually focusing on the off picks, specifically shields, now finds himself on Monty. Sometimes you can push the armory wall, sometimes you can push east. In this case, it appears the latter is what Dots is aiming for.
Monty can definitely be a
Second map.
skeleton key when it comes to the map of
Second
Border.
map, my friend.
You can walk in practically
First
anywhere
map was
and really
on
do
Cafe was a
anything about it.
masterclass
They
by
have some huge
Los.
explosives
They
abound to try
they
and
smashed
assist with
FaZe.
that.
Now FaZe is doing the smashing on Border.
Verticality, but he'll try and shoot through instead. A good idea, but it'll just ting against Monty's huge shield. ADS gonna be on the dock. Something that we don't see too often, but a fantastic operator, especially on a map like this when it comes down to gunfights and trying to keep yourself healthy. He's the best in the biz. Dots, Nitro Cell out towards him, and all it's going to do is get rid of one of the Kiba barriers over here. Take a little bit off of Dots, but that's going to lead into a kill here from
Oh, and Loben's on the injury with Finka. No way he takes that gunfight. Wow.
But Dots, he plays it out perfectly on the Monty, folks. What a way to use that shield against your opponent.
And Los have taken down the East Stairs pressure and one player playing inside of Archive. There's only one
Oh my
player
god,
remaining from
does
FaZe.
Finka still have 2 boosts left? Wow, she could boost everyone back up to full health.
One of the most unkillable operators, and when you put him in a death spot, Doc
So many
can
clutches
steal
I
himself
heard.
up countless times. Well,
I heard it was
3
crazy.
technically. To make sure that that position is for the defense. He does have Cyber for support now, looking to retake East Stairs, but that's a gunfight Maya needed to win, and one that is keeping Los in the game.
Second highest positive KD. Maya, that guy from Los.
But will he be killed? Maya with the scythe. He'll slice.
See, that's an easy kill.
Up. It's down to Handy now. He can't.
Oh, he can't. Oh, they got one again.
Just like FaZe in the first round, it's gonna be a flawless.
It was back-to-back for FaZe as well. 2 flawlesses in a row. And if Los are able to repeat that, we'll be all tied up 4-4. Everyone excited for Loban to make it back
Definitely.
into the game. Excited for Los
Maya
to make
and
it back into the game. You guys are
what's
killing
it?
it with this sign game.
Who's
I gotta
the?
say, you are some next level
What's his
haters.
name? Loban. Loban. Very, very good. #1 ranked player at this major.
I have not seen this level of hating, but I can definitely
And at the start of this match, Los was the
talk your talk, North America. I mean, what else are we gonna do? We're not
third highest rated team on attack and fifth highest rated team on defense.
I probably deserve that one. It's okay.
And FaZe was very similar. Fourth on defense, second on attack, or something like that. It's crazy. It's very equally matched up, actually.
Masochist. You ever think about that?
Because on Cafe, FaZe had no answer.
Well, if you guys have never pissed off a few Americans before, this is usually how it ends up.
Yeah. No dog in the fight. We just want to be a part of it.
Yeah, we just want to be a part of it. We just want to be a part of the fun. Isn't that right, folks? Is Los gonna win this game? I love each and every single one of you. This crowd has been fantastic this entire event. Give yourself a round of applause. All right, ladies and gents, let's get into round 8. FaZe Clan, they're staring down the barrel of a pissed-off Los. They want to take it here in 2-0 fashion. This is their map choice, and that first round looked fantastic. An old angle, as Carter was wincing at, here all the way out from
He's already upside down rappel on the window? No way.
few things happen over the years. Most
They know he's on the door.
back in the day for the fans back in SI 2019.
Is he gonna... How is he gonna... Oh my god, no way. How is he gonna nade him? Through the window?
KDS going to be in a very similar circumstance.
Very similar, but not getting as aggressive. He'll instead layer up some magnets inside of CC. No Azami on the board that we saw Loban play in
15
this
pounds.
position. Instead, it's Cyber on Castle and KDS and the Wamai on opposite sides of CC.
I can't believe how cheap that is, dude. That's the price of a bottle of Jägermeister.
Hits the brakes as KDS has backed out of CC. That's an important piece of map control acquired for Los. You don't want to lose it. Now start focusing on the armory position as Maya opens the wall.
In December. And it's that cheap.
Keep it going, folks. This is our last
Cheaper than a pack of cigs over here.
need a voice to talk to your friends tonight. You use those lungs to their fullest capacity. Maya, he'll take down KDS.
Can imagine.
Their back is against the wall, and they're staring
Even if I just wanted to fly to Cape Town in December, that's gonna be 2.5, 3,000 rand, dude. 150 pounds. Easy. Especially in December, then it's the most expensive.
Spot that at this point in the round, Los had not cleared. The one guy that might have
Fuck, Los is pulling this back.
And while Vita King's gone, Handy's used his C4 to slowly claw it back. Maya, who opened up the armory position, now cut down. But Los have the verticality. They have control of the bathroom hatch. They can go for a plan if they want. And as they're softening up souls, they are inching ever so closer. They've downed him on the retake as well.
Oh, no.
They've spotted the aggression. There's only Handy in the bomb site now.
No, it has to be over.
Aggressive, spots him, takes the entire spray and almost all his HP, but he's just barely alive. Another goes his way. So does his ammo.
Oh,
as
no.
well. He's trapped behind the bomb. They've got him.
Oh my goodness.
Got him shut down.
Not the capital.
For Los. FaZe Clan's lead is gone.
And it's getting rowdy here in Atlanta. It's 4-4 now. Los on the favorable side. FaZe have not been able to hold a candle to these offenses.
Yeah,
of
that
the
is
cookie,
expensive.
but not too much past that. It's going to be a FaZe Clan timeout as they have to figure out how the heck to get some defenses on
crazy.
their side of this line.
Is FaZe calling a timeout now?
Some heckling going on during the timeout. Definitely a big, big boost for Los is getting those opening picks, able to find success in that early round.
No, no. I can't believe it would be that much for you, dude.
Overrated. Overrated.
Yeah, it is a long one.
much trash when we're completely out of the tournament.
Again, it's like you said.
Just like me, for real. Let me tell you.
Wow, look at that
We
angle.
don't have a champion anymore. We just want to hate. We just want a good game, but more importantly, we want someone to root against, not even necessarily to root for. But I know we saw quite a few passionate Loben fans in the crowd yesterday.
It's too expensive,
now
Amused.
that Los have started fighting their way back.
It's just not worth it. Yes, it would be nice, but fucking hell, that is...
And back in the driver's seat as FaZe take
You would have to plan that a year in advance for an actual holiday. Where you do that one thing, but then you go and you do your stuff. How's it going, Roy?
But we saw what
It's America. It's because they're not there.
When a lot of attention was put on him,
It's all just for fun and games.
He's quieted off a bit. FaZe Clan are investing resources in him again to hold down that CC position. At least I assume.
Don't worry, they say the same about Los. They put it in brackets losers. So don't worry, it's all the same thing. Wish Bliss made it? I wish G2 made it. I wish BDS made it.
The biggest issue that they've had is
Yes, there's
Los
always
has
the
been able
future
to
in
find
Mused,
these
exactly.
key opening moments, whether it be through pressure from Monty or what have you. It's all been going the way of Los in these opening minutes.
Yeah, tomorrow's the new season reveal, Roy.
They've at least gotten a few key moments for themselves that they
Well, in
could be able to
20
work off of.
hours, or what,
See if they
21
can
hours
try
from
and
now.
find those once again here in round 9. Loben
Something like that.
going to entry from
Gonna be good.
downstairs. Currently has server control and quite a few frag
Just make sure that you Ubisoft content program website.
That's why KDS is playing on this hatch and only
Make sure you
on this
go
hatch. He does not want to
apply to be in that again.
holding down CC, but the Azami's very close by. KDS playing
A 4 a.m. get up, that's fucking sleeping late for me, boy.
So if Loben wants to find a home for these nades,
When I get up at 4 a.m., that's like me sleeping late. Yeah, 6 Invitation is way better, boy, so... Where's that website?
And we see the office doorway broken down. Dots has that diffuser, and as he backs out,
You gotta make sure that you go try and sign up again.
shield down there in the first place, and he's baited the C4 exactly as he wanted. The only bit of explosive utility that can stop him now is one impact grenade from Souls. Once Los figure that out, and now that it's been tossed, now that they have...
Don't wanna get denied again? You fucking apply again.
Got a conga line trying to hit the retake, and they're all not lining up for Loben.
You gotta apply.
Go Souls' way. The retake
You need to speak to Ubisoft, see if there's a Ubisoft AU account, and then speak to them. And say, I'm the biggest content creator from Oceanic. I need to have access to drops. Six Invitational is in 3 months.
Into this round by Los. It's a setup for an archives plan.
There's enough time.
Side. This is usually a hallmark of OSA, but when the rest of your team can't build up around
I don't know
you,
anyone from that region though.
extremely problematic. And Dots on very low
Yes, you
HP,
need permission, yeah.
not long for this world.
And you
As
get
Cypher
it
continues to pelt the
on that
wall.
website.
Hard angle as FaZe does their best impression of
Oh, Roy, don't worry, dude. I had to speak to my guys from Ubisoft to get
All the props to Souls on that
Uzi,
position. Once the explosives
and he
falter,
applied via that link, and they approved him, and he was previously denied. I don't know if they even sent his details on, because I got no response.
Again?
Well, you can reach out if you've got a Australia Ubisoft account. Do that, yes. There are requirements, but for the life of me, I cannot remember, Krusty. The thing is, if Roy might be one of the only Australians playing it,
That's true.
streaming it.
I mean, but to be fair, where was Dark Zero yesterday?
No, you can't. You'll get a copyright strike if you stream it.
Canadian might not like that one. I'm sure I'm getting a DM.
He's a good sport.
He's a very good sport.
As our FaZe Clan in this game is after the tactical timeout win their first defense. The explosives went awry, but Souls getting both of those kills on the players, covering Dots, and Loben trying to hit the backstab. Single-handedly brought FaZe back into contention of that round and ultimately pushed them over the line. So with FaZe retaking their lead, they'll try to hold the top floors. We're back to Teller's Archives. Hold the upstairs position. try to stop this entry from Los that so far
Yeah, FaZe needs one
very
more.
successful.
Yes, it has.
But yeah, just make sure, go sign up again.
Kind of a blip. What has
Speak to
been going on for Los
Ubisoft
so far.
Australia. There
It's
must
really
be a
just up to
Twitter account
FaZe,
like that.
keeping an open mind, right? There's a lot going on over in Archives.
Tag them in
Carter. It's
a
lot.
in a
It's very
TikTok
easy
post.
To get sucked into a play like that, especially with Dots
Like I told you, dress up as Mozzie Elite. Say,
you really never know
we
what
need
you
a
can do, especially,
Mozzie
you're out of
Elite
nitro cells, you're out of impacts.
6 Invitational watch
Where else can the
party.
play potentially be coming from? They check metal, they check these other
I'm the only
windows,
South
they find
African that has
every
access
Los
to
member
this.
Besides a man trying to mess around with the case, and that's what works out so very well for FaZe in that.
And that started in February. The 6 Invitation was the very first time I was invited as well.
The same as what Los did on their map pick and steal it away from them.
Certainly stolen some utility as Magnets absorb a smoke grenade. Hammerman with a DMR instead of the para. Looking to find someone in CCTV, but FaZe Clan not defending that position. They are pulled back inside of Armory and Office. Loban is snuck in, but a Gumine gives away his position. He hits it just in time, though. KDS shot in the back, and Loban limps his way out of Office, but victorious.
And just to touch on this for a
Yeah,
second.
no one, people don't stream Siege in South Africa yet. It's not a very popular game. It's Call of Duty, Rocket League, Valorant, that shit. F2, baby. He's got the suppressor on this gun, you see it, eh?
Loban thinks he can channel it, but so does Vita King. He cannot be stopped. One clip at a time. He cuts FaZe Clan down. Souls
Yeah, I believe, I think as some of my friends said, it's just the DLC. It's just the DLC, that's all. I got offered to get a Vault Edition, and I said they can give it to someone else who's gonna appreciate it. I'm not really interested. Even the previous Call of Duty, my friend said, let me buy it for you, and I said, it's okay, I don't want it.
Souls is alone on the site itself. Loban goes for the peak. 3 kills his way. He just
Yeah, but give me who? 3.
and takes away, but not in the case of Dash. Loban might fall, but Los are still standing. We are
Yo, is it gonna be close?
5-5.
It's a thing, you wanna get... Oh, yeah, but...
So quick with the Photoshop
He's... how many hours has Hans streamed on a solo? He's still so new that it's...
is definitely no joke. 5-5.
He is someone who has streamed Siege, if you understand what I mean.
But how do you stop a madman with the F2? Ubisoft can't even nerf this guy, folks. That recoil is insane. And he kills 4 people?
Can you believe it, with the F2?
I mean, come on.
He's the only guy I've seen use it at this major.
Looking towards the Finka now in the operator lineup, but just look at these replays, folks. Loban time and time again proving why he's the highest rated player at this tournament.
And if he makes it to grand finals, very likely could be in contention for that MVP should they win. But that is
Yeah, so Kimi, he
is
has
should they win
streamed
this game,
his
this
entire
round
life
against FaZe Clan.
106 hours.
Back on these attacks. They have
2019 until in 2019 and now
converting it
recently.
into a successful round.
October and November.
But more qualitatively in acquiring the map control they need to then move on to the bomb site in a timely manner. FaZe Clan roaming again. Neither of these teams are diverting too far from what you would expect from Border. Some of the individual operators might change, but the positions they're holding are all relatively the same.
106.
And on that same note, Los will start on the east side
Fun of streamed
yet again.
106.
Try to find the first contestant on Will You Be the Opening Pick from FaZe Clan.
Well, let's spin the wheel, Carter. See what we get. Andy.
What I'm trying to say is it's not a lot of time.
Try and meet his twin brother in the finals.
Not a lot of time.
They have to take Border and Consulate in order to do so. Nade awaits him, so does the rest of W7M.
Yeah, it looks like it's a... I don't know, this thing is a bit confusing for me.
Have to find the bridge too. It's been very hard fought. Neck and neck, these two squads. Maya with a great find here on that sensor. He'll get the Valkyrie camera as well as somebody that was lying in wait over an office, and Dots off that information. He's
Can this be?
going to eviscerate Souls.
So this year he streamed 17 hours. Yes, Mark, still awake. So that's what I mean. Like it's not a popular game to stream. It's extremely difficult.
Very likely would have gone the way of Los had you not had that. But now, KDS can stay alive on that top floor, and Los need to
It's
do a
probably the
little bit
game
more
you should
work to
avoid
move forward.
if you're trying to make actual content. But the fact is, if you love the game, you're gonna play it even if one person watches you.
His teammate taken down. Dot somehow gets away with that. Default cam on him, but that defender
Man, I hate
still
border.
misses the gunfight.
Thumbs, that's the thing. Burnout is a real thing. There has been a few times, I'm sure I've told you guys, where I feel just a little bit burned out.
It's in your hands, my friend. There's 3 targets here. He's got 1.
But most of the time, I just have a lot of fun. Then it doesn't affect me.
There's no longer a body on this top.
It's a good game to stream because it's a niche, not oversaturated. That's also very true, Jimmy. Like Call of Duty multiplayer is fucked.
Have great positioning around
And
the metal
Warzone.
stairs to be able to try and play into this one.
They've got plenty of drones too. 45 seconds to reset. 4 drones they can actively use to find these remaining
And the problem is setting a schedule, but then you need to set a realistic schedule. You can't do it every day. I would not advise doing that.
Not leave any gaps. KDS found, but do
Do it then 2 days a week during the week. And then weekends you can play it by ear. It keeps putting our service in North Europe rather than East Europe.
With W7M.
I think it's been happening to quite a few people. Duzo, you should probably think about using that exit lag and force the thing to put you on the server that you want to play.
Handy doing his damnedest to try and fight for FaZe, to try and meet his brother in the finals. But cameraman,
They are brothers, did you hear that? Los and W7M are brothers. They have brothers, yeah, like Krusty said earlier. Tomorrow you're gonna wake up at 11? I've got a 5-year-old, 2-year-old son. I'll be up at 5. Hopefully, inshallah, my wife will let me sleep in a little bit.
and take the lead on their map choice.
That's probably when your server changes like that. It's changing from Microsoft servers to Amazon, and they'd service the one. Okay, FaZe, you need to get around right now.
From the bottom of Brazil to the LCQ to
You hit gold 3 yesterday. That's fantastic, bro. And you've only played 299 hours. That's really good. Well done.
All right, folks. One final
Fantastic.
before we get too deep into this. Is FaZe taking
And
us
you
to
get stream
overtime?
sniped out of your fucking mind as well.
So by my math,
360, nice.
Los is winning it?
I'll take those odds. Take those odds any day of the week.
Well, Los certainly will. We'll see if they can hear you, Atlanta. Because FaZe certainly has.
See how many I have played.
Back foot now. They do not want to find an early engagement with any of these Los
I've
players.
played Siege 450 hours in the last 3 months.
To take down one of them. As FaZe are in that position where you're second guessing yourself, wondering whether or not the next gunfight might be your last, and whether it's better just to play patiently. Drones being shot, but Los had plenty in the late
Game's
round
rough.
last time. They need to do some more
I'm
damage
still
there.
live and alive, Granny Slippers. Yes, Granny, you're from Australia, right? New York. Sorry.
A little entranced in the chance there for a split second,
But Jimmy, don't you know Roy? Roy is a really good content creator from Australia.
quite a few bodies around this space. One in the central hallway.
He makes like super good TikTok and YouTube shorts. It's like really. I know you're not a fan of short form content, but he does like real cool stuff. Royza. Yeah, he's super nice. He does this series, the R6 Olympics, and all kinds of cool, fun stuff. And it's actually like a refreshing to see someone who's new in Siege. He's only played 360 hours, but he loves the game. And he's just like me. Sometimes we've got real bad movement, bad decision making, but fuck, we can laugh and we can have fun.
KDS spots his doom, staring him in the face. The man with the diffuser unshields to take the fight. Candy gone.
Oh my god, it's over. A 2-0.
Champions rise and fall. But finally, sacrifice after sacrifice, we have
2 2-0s in semi-finals.
Los play W7M for the Atlanta Major Trophy.
Jimmy, but you stop solo queuing.
And what a story for Los here, folks. An incredible showcasing on both of these maps of their abilities, their talent. But
Yeah, so people are timing out from your server. Duro, start using that exit lane. I'm diamond 3, I think now. I think earlier last week or earlier this week I was halfway to diamond 1. He plays EU, but he's from NA. Sorry, Roy, we put that command in. I'm a solo raid rank 2.0 champion, so it doesn't count.
They meet their greatest test tomorrow. They have been a work in progress. Even a
That's
win
how.
over the last place team in their
If we ask, okay, let me just turn this down a bit. So, Roy, on the UAE server of Dubai, if you we'll be playing in a 2-stack or a trio or something, and then I'll say, hey, can someone please bring a Jaeger for us? Then the guy who doesn't call out or anything, this random guy will say, fuck you. That's all he'll say. Fuck you. And that's why we put that in there as a joke. I don't, Krusty, if Loss plays like this might be the best siege we've ever seen in our lives. If this W7 it's gonna go all 5 maps, dude. It depends on what maps they play, but yeah. Current season is a write-off. It's never over. But remember, Amused, you guys are kind and friendly. Jimmy is a crazy motherfucker. I got banned for 15 days for toxic behavior. So my rank is reset, but usually I'm Emerald. Jimmy takes this shit too hard. He's Yeti on steroids. Okay? So if you take him under your wing, all of you are going to have to learn to work together. It's going to be rough. It's going to be very rough. Okay? Jimmy is a rough motherfucker.
I want to hear from Los. I want to hear from this team who will challenge W7M.
My neighbors literally put notes on my doors because I was screaming. He's a passionate siege enjoyer.
Of course, there's still a huge best of 5 series. Lubin, listen, the crowd's been going crazy for you, man. What do you want to say?
I just want to say, I love the energy, I love y'all, and I'll make y'all happy tomorrow.
He's that guy with the highest entry, highest positive KB. #1 rated player in Atlanta.
They were booing him yesterday, and now they're all over him and this roster. Cameraman, what a victory. Where does this rank in all of the wins in your career here?
I understand that you want to win, Jimmy, but if you're gonna try and make new friends, you guys are gonna have to. You remember, me and Yeti and Elite and those and Ryan, we've played thousands of matches together, so it takes a long time to get used to friends. So if you guys play together, I would advise to be competitive and try and win, but just remember there's still a person on the other side, so try and be kind and calm and cool, you know? Don't be ugly to the new friends. Do you think the SA space could use more console streamers? Well, Siege in general could use more console streamers, and they are very popular console.
That gave us a boost.
They are very popular console streams.
As confident as we are right now.
That was Wonderful win for lots of different reasons.
But it necessarily doesn't have to be streams. It could be short form content. You could export videos and you can make long form content for YouTube. You got to do all the different things to build everything at the same time. Just streaming is not going to do anything. Just making YouTube videos is not going to do anything.
It gets harder. You've got one of the best teams in the world waiting in the wings in W7M. What do you make of them, and how do you stop them?
I don't know. Just keep playing our game. I think we're in the right way, and just keep doing what we are doing. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for cameraman and Los, your grand finalists. Let's get back to the
But you see, Roy, one thing that you haven't experienced is when you start becoming a better player, and people are super shit and dumb around you, it is extremely difficult to not tell someone how shit they are if they're doing the wrong thing. So Jimmy is a guy that has lots of experience in the game. I don't know how good he is. Maybe he's in a lower rank than what he should be. You know, he's expecting people to play a certain way and then they don't, and then he gets very, very upset. So that's something he can learn from as well. There's definitely a line, but remember, Roy, you're also in a position where you get to play with friends all the time. How often do you solo queue, Roy? Because solo queue is a different beast.
Win those late rounds, Lobin, an incredible performance, game after game after game. You just gotta believe in this team after a run they've had.
We literally talked about, do they have anything left in the tank?
You solo queued yesterday.
In the tank.
Yeah,
okay. Specifically, that guy deserves MVP no matter what.
I understand, but Jimmy only solo queues. And Jimmy, I think last season played more ranked matches than I did, and I've got 500 ranked matches played this season. Last season I had 653. I probably had a good 40 or 50 solo queues. Sometimes they go really well, sometimes they don't. But if you constantly solo queue, it's rough. It's very bad.
You were the favorites coming into this tournament here. What do you think went wrong there? Did Los surprise you at all?
Yeah, Los surprised us a lot because the play style them. So I don't know, maybe they just play better than us. And so SI, we are work a lot with SI, São Paulo, and see you all there.
Every loss is a learning experience.
Yeah, people don't want to learn and improve. They want to run in and shoot people in the head and win the round. That's all they want to do.
Yeah.
Rather be an emerald with semi-bad players that are cool than in champ with toxic. See, but I play with people that are ranked champions that are very kind people, that are very, very nice, always nice to me, and nice to the people around them as well. It depends on the person. Because you can be a gold, you can be a bronze, you can be a silver, and you can be kind, or you can be the most toxic guy on the planet.
It's never a fun sight seeing a team that fought all the way to the bitter end try and see if they could.
Yeah, when you bring the morale down of a team, it's very easy to lose. It's people that overestimate their value that become toxic like that. I try and always, except when people stream snipe me, then I fucking let them know I'm better than them. But everyone else, I'm just like, it's luck. No big deal.
I think a lot of people at least thought FaZe would put on more of a fight.
Well, I mean,
it's not rare to find, no. Real good players are kind to people. Easy. I've surrounded myself with really good people that are all friendly and kind. If you've ever tuned into the stream, you'll see 7 hours of us laughing and having fun with people that are numbered champions. And sometimes when they don't believe in themselves and they play very bad, I calm them down. I said, don't stress. Don't even worry about it.
For FaZe Clan to start things off. They went 3 for 3 on the round wins to start things. Again, they did look really strong at the very beginning.
But that's the problem, Roy. When you get older, you start learning that kind of stuff, because in a game where it's all about teamwork, if you demotivate the people next to you, it's gonna suck. The game losing is gonna become way worse than it is.
They battled back a couple of great rounds. Cameraman had the big 2K to end things out on
even replays have the lag. Then it must. Did you check server status, Tuzo? So that's why, Roy, I know you can see my stream some of the time. And there's every day we have issues where someone's depressed or someone gets angry or I get angry or stuff like that. But the fact is, if you get over that and you play and you have fun, it doesn't matter if you lose. You're going to continue, you're going to play and you're going to have fun. But then so we play cheaters back to back, then we play stream snipers, and then it begins to affect us. But if we have a good game when we laugh, then it's all good again. You know what I mean? Yeah, Yeti had a thing where a season or two ago, he was on Exile Island. And he solo queued in Champ and Diamond Elo. And that wakes a man up. You understand that it is way better to lose with your friends than it is to solo queue. Thank you for the follow there, Black Sea. I had to ban Roy. I had to ban the same South African kid. Check this out real quick here.
Yeah, and he did everything for them on that attack. He was crazy with the F2.
Check this out.
He was crazy with the nades.
So a South African kid joined and he kept on copying my name. Big boss man, old man, man rip, big boss man gonna die soon. That's his account he made. Big boss man, old, bad grip, chubby flaps, whatever. And then this kid is like telling me, man, only 35 people watch you. You're so shit. You're poor. You're fat. Smoking is not cool. I'm like, I know smoking is not cool. I do it. I'm just telling you. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette. So there's toxic shit everywhere. People that watch you play the game, people that play the game with you, the random teammates. But it is how you react to it. I let the guy talk a little bit. I banned him a few times so the viewers didn't even see his messages. Yeah, that's called jealousy. This guy was just jealous. I showed him my actual Excel sheet to show him all the money I've made. Because that's important for him. And I've always said to everyone, I play Siege. I made fucking YouTube videos for 2 years for 115 subscribers. That's it. I made 700 videos for 115 subscribers. I've never made anything for Siege for money. I do it because I want to. Because I enjoy it. If money is the only thing that motivates you, and you don't get money, you will be demotivated. The only thing that motivates me is having fun. And I have fun all the time, so I'm always motivated. How the fuck do I work 8 hours a day, and stream 7 hours a day, and edit 7 shorts a week, and work on full videos? You know what I mean? How the fuck am I doing that? Wake up at fucking 1 o'clock in the morning.
We'll get to see the two sides of Brazil. W7M, you know, they can be so clean, so together on those entries. They are similar to FaZe in some ways, where when they get on to attack, if they get their plan set up, they can be
And he's from South Africa, by the way. Roy. I'm sure you've seen it as well, that maybe other Australians might be rude to you for whatever reason.
One team to be the very first ever two-time major champions. It's going to be a great game.
The only people that are rude to me are fucking South Africans. And then people from the Middle East and from India that sometimes join the chat just to swear at me for whatever reason. But they don't affect me.
I think W7M might be a little bit nervous going into this next game.
Well, I don't have any daylight savings time. It is fucking midnight for me. Hey, and we reached our 5-hour goal, so we have a total of no less than 15 hours of major broadcast we've done this major. That's going to be insane.
Get out of here. We got one more special treat for you for the rest of the evening. We have a very special little overtime show with our main man, Ian Chambers. We'll see you in a second.
Overtime show? I'm going to go to bed now, I think. Is anyone streaming? I need to go to sleep so I can wake up and do all of this over again.
Hey guys, Gunnar from Sonics here, and today I'm going to be playing Siege Sounds.
Hey guys, this is Iconic from Amedi.
Hello guys, this is Felipux from W7M.
フィッシュライクです。今回は CG サウンドをプレイしていきたいと思います。I think I'll do good.
Not too good then.
It's good.
We can road out. I think there is someone.
Pair of headphones and let's see.
There's a guy here in South Africa that's going through a bit of a hard time. So maybe if we could raid out to him, it will help a little bit with his ad revenue. If you guys wouldn't mind, would you mind staying in a raid? And his name is, everyone calls him Thundy. I would appreciate if you guys maybe just jump in and say hello. Would that be acceptable? I'm sure it will make a difference and will make him feel better. He's recently had some sort of car issues and money is a little bit tight and stuff like that. So I think it will make a difference. Mute my own stream because I'm hearing myself. But yeah, let me quickly, I'm going to raid out. Thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in. Please stay in the raid. I would really appreciate it. I'll see you guys tomorrow where we watch the W7M versus Laos, which is going to be completely insane, by the way. Insanity. Thank you very much, Kimmy and everyone else. Granny Slippers. See all of you tomorrow. Hope you sleep very well. Have a great day if you're from America. And yeah, see you tomorrow. Cheers, Roy. Nice speaking to you, by the way, my friend. Thank you very much.